Hello. Hi, Retrojet. Hi, Vacuum. Damn, mic cord. There we go. Hey, HP Printer. How's it going, everyone? You have Ko-Fi? What's Ko-Fi? Coffee? Oh, is it coffee? Is that a cool way to spell coffee? I have Coke Zero. Hey, Pulu. Appliance odd office and items. Yeah. Okay. We are kicking ass. Coke Zero for top performance. I know. If I could get that sponsorship, that would be nice. Because I naturally drink it all the time. That would be, what do they call that? Brand synergy right there. Coke Zero plus the Electric Underground. That's brand synergy. When sponsors say, this is brought to you by blah, blah, blah. This one is like literal because I need my Coke Zero to function. I know it is bad for me. It is, Dances. It really is. I need to, at some point here, I do need to stop. That I do agree. At some point, I need to stop. But right now is not that time. Does Dragon's Dogma 2 interest you? Good question, Edgar. Edgar, I was looking at like footage for that game, and because I'm covering Rise of Ronin, that's going to be the next review on the channel, and it was like I was looking between the two, Rise of Ronin or Dragon's Dogma, which one I was going to cover. I'm not covering both. And I'm a big Team Ninja fan, obviously, so I got to do 20 sit-ups with each sip. Exactly, Dances. I'm trying to work out a little bit more, so hopefully that's offsetting it a little bit. Hey, mister, thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Make unusual game control scheme a thing again? Exactly. I think so. Stop, like, less control standardization. Control standardization is an interesting topic in itself, mister, because in one hand, sometimes control schemes become standardized because they are genuinely, like, superior to other setups. But then at other times, it's like the gameplay mechanics then start to shift to fit the control schemes. And that's where I don't like it. Like, for example, when you look at Resident Evil 4, the original, like, its control scheme fits really well and works beautifully for what that game is trying to do. And so that's a control scheme I like to see the way it is. And then with the remake, they're like, well, everyone uses the right analog stick to turn and look, or the mouse and turn and look. Everyone wants to do that, so let's change the game to fit that control scheme. And that's what I don't like. I think the game design comes first, and then basically you try to make your control scheme make that game design as accessible and reliable as possible. So I think that's the kind of difference there. Let me get your donation logged, though, Mr. Grem. I hadn't thought this through because I got my mic in my hand, and then I got to log stuff. So hold on. Y'all might hear me smack the mic. Sorry. Gotcha. You're logged. When was the last time I played Donpachi? Oh, how's the mic sounding? It should be balanced well and everything, right? Between the music and the mic. But last time I played Donpachi was a good while ago. That's a game I do actually want to revisit. So I might do a Donpachi review here in the near future. I do want to revisit Donpachi because I talk about Donpachi a lot. Obviously, it's even become a meme. And I talk about the later games, but Donpachi is a huge one, and especially because it's like that bridging game between Toplan and Cave. So there's a lot to talk about with that game. It's really interesting. And the fact that the chaining system is so strict is really interesting as well. It does a lot of really cool stuff. So I should return to Donpachi now that you bring that up. need to go back to Resurrection as well. Resurrection is an interesting one because it's such a beast of a game. There's so much content there. Yeah, I would love to go back to Donpachi, maybe first, and then maybe do like a series retrospective, a Donpachi series retrospective. Everyone else does this. Maybe I'll do it for Donpachi or for the Donpachi series. So maybe even start with like Grindstormer or something, like the Toplan ones, a Toplan one, and then like see, okay, this is Toplan, then we get Donpachi, then we get Donpachi, and then we get B-Storm. Gotta talk about B-Storm. Then we go into DOJ, and then after DOJ is DFK, and then SDOJ, right? Yeah, that would be a really fun series to do. And I'm not talking about the little mobile spin-offs. Screw that. Black Label? Yeah, DFK Black Label is really cool. Dope asks, have you played any other games by the Wanted Dead developer? I haven't. I actually did not know they had other games. I thought Wanted Dead was their only game, to be honest. But speaking of other games like Wanted Dead, I do need to go and play Devil's Third. That one I need to play because apparently there's a lot of similarities and overlap. But, you know, it being on the Wii U, right? I mean, I have a Wii U. Dust that old bastard off and play some Devil's Third on it. Or is that on the Wii? It's on one of those, right? Bruno asks, is it true you speak Portuguese? No, it is not. I am English bound. I am locked to the English language. I have a lot of family history of my grandmother could speak Spanish and Basque, but me, I am English only. As very typically American like that. Wii U, yeah. The Wanted Dead is essentially the spiritual successor. Exactly, mister. So I'd love to compare the two, because what if I go back and play Devil's Third, and, like, Devil's Third is, like, way better than Wanted Dead, and I never knew that? That would be really cool. I'm not saying that's the case, but I want to see if that's the case. Or just compare the two. It'd be really interesting. To me, and probably 12 other people, but still, that's something I gotta look into. Especially since I'm such a fan of Itagaki's games. I mean, it feels like this is the only other game outside of the stuff at Team Ninja, basically, right? So you got to try it. El Superfish says, Mark, review another Castlevania game. That's a good one, yeah. I should do Symphony of the Night. That's the one I should do next, right? I mean, it's like the obvious one. But with Symphony of the Night, I do want to talk about... I want to be a little bit... come at it from a bit of an angle, because think of how many Symphony of the Night reviews there are, like 5 trillion. So you can't just like, hey, it's Symphony of the Night, isn't it? Oh, it's so cool. Like, I want to talk about like the main topic with Symphony of the Night that I think is most important to talk about, that's interesting to talk about, is of course the series switch from the linear level design to the open world, basically the 2D open world Metroidvania design, and to see like what is lost and gained in that process. You know, I personally feel that more was lost than gained, obviously, but it would be interesting to really dig in. Okay, what was happening before, what was happening after? Because Symphony of the Night's a huge shift in the series. And in fact, you could even argue, and I might even argue this in the review, depending on what I discover in the review, but you could almost even argue that Castlevania Symphony of the Night is essentially a different series than Castlevania Classic. And I think even Castlevania fans like bracket off the different sections, like Classic Castlevania and then post Symphony of the Night Castlevania. So yeah, I gotta review that one. That would be my next Castlevania review. Castlevania 2 did that? Oh, right, yeah. That's the one that's... like, no one talks about that one, right? Everyone's like, that one did not go well, from my understanding. Yeah, exactly. Chico's saying, or Super Castlevania, yeah. How Super Castlevania plays more, from my understanding, plays more like a Mario game, because it doesn't have a fully controllable jump. So, yeah. That would be one. Checking. The OG Metrovania done bad, yeah. Well, I was talking about this, I think, in a previous stream, at the end of a previous stream, where the concept of Metroidvania is kind of funny, because if you take a step back and think about it a little bit, I would argue in many ways Zelda is a Metroidvania. If you look at the Zelda game design, and then you look at Metroidvania, especially like Super Metroid, like put Link to the Past and Super Metroid next to each other, they're like the same game, basically. Just one's vertical and the other's horizontal. So the perspectives are different, but the way the games are laid out and designed, the way the power-ups work, the way the non-linear dungeons all work, it's like the same design. So like you could say, and I would say, because people have such a hard time classifying Zelda's genre, I would say it's a little obvious, right? Isn't Zelda just a vertically oriented... It's a vertically oriented Metroidvania. How about that? Top-down Metroidvania, basically. Getting all comfy now. Randall says he was pleasantly surprised by Rise of Ronin. That's an interesting observation, Randall, because that's my next review, is Rise of Ronin. And yeah. Yeah, maybe I should make a note about that a little bit more, because I'm still editing together Final Cut here. I should make a little bit of a note about that, where I agree. I like it a lot more. I like it a lot more than Sekiro. I never even bothered to play Ghost of Tsushima, but Ghost of, however you say it, but I like it a lot more than Sekiro, and I kind of explain why in the review, why I like it a lot more than Sekiro. But I also feel like pushing Ronin into open world is like playing against Team Ninja's strengths and playing against the strengths of the game. So I'd normally like go on about it, but my review's coming out like tomorrow probably. so yeah, hang tight for that. But yeah, I do like it more than Sekiro. But is it better than Sekiro in like a larger scale sense? I think that's a little bit more debatable. Not because I like Sekiro better, I certainly don't, but because like basically I think if you're trying to put this in terms, like Sekiro is better at accomplishing what it's trying to hit. Like Sekiro knows its audience and it's like hitting its audience, where I feel like Rise of Ronin, it doesn't know who its audience is, and it's kind of like trying to hit everyone, but it's not doing super good at it. So yeah, Wulong. I might go back and review Wulong, to be honest, Chico Bico. I might later this year or something, because I was like, maybe I'll go back, because I remember playing. I think Wulong is like in a weird purgatory zone, basically. Pulu asks, is the Resident Evil Mercenaries tier list coming soon? It is indeed, Pulu. It is already recorded. I just got to edit this sucker together and put it out. Yeah, so it's coming. If I were to... This is like a tentative itinerary we've got coming out. Okay, so we got Rise of Ronin. And then a shmup. I'm not going to tell you what it is because I want to surprise everyone. But Rise of Ronin. Then a shmup video that I think you all will really like, but will be, I think, some fun. It'll be a fun, but one that people will discuss. So we got Rise of Ronin, shmup video, unspecified. Then I got to do Dead or Alive 4. Then after Dead or Alive 4, I've got a topic video that I don't want to spoil. And then it's open-ended what I'll do after that. I only can... It's not Axelay HP. It's not. It's not. You think it is because I was talking about doing Axelay, but it is not Axelay. Axelay is going to be later. No, this is something different. So, and I think you all will enjoy it. This one's going to be a fun one. So, yeah, I can only really think 4 videos ahead, basically. And after that, I can never predict beyond that point. And who knows, in between those 4 videos, something might happen. How have I been enjoying Tekken 8? I enjoyed it a lot during last month when I was doing all that Tekken 8 stuff. Since then, I haven't been able to play it too much because I'm covering a bunch of other different things. So I'm waiting for like the summer to kick in, and then I'm coming back to Tekken 8. So I'll be back. I'll return to you Tekken 8 in the summer, unless Virtua Fighter 6 comes out. There's some chat. I'm hearing some buzz about a possible Virtua Fighter 6 coming. That's just buzz I've been hearing. Now, who knows if that's true or not? But if that's true, if the second Virtua Fighter 6 comes out, all other fighting games are dead to me. I'm gonna be all over that mother. So, up until that point, Tekken 8's my game of choice until VF6 comes out. If it comes out, it might not. So. Yes, exactly. Graphics. Yeah, I keep the shmup videos. I keep the shmup videos in there. You know, I keep it going. I like to keep it balanced. Yeah, they supposedly said it's in development. John says, "Hey Mark, love the channel. Thanks to you, I've really gotten deeper into shmups and DOJ. Fantastic. You said you don't like Cuphead much. Gotta know why. It's my favorite game of all time. Oh boy." Well, the reason why I don't like Cuphead, why I don't fully see, the thing about Cuphead is like the overall thing of Cuphead, like why it's successful, I like. And so the problem is like the reason why Cuphead is successful, I do like, but then I have all these other like issues with the game as far as its like mechanics, balance, especially the shmup stuff, all of that kind of thing. But most people don't really care about that stuff. So it's, it's always the review I'm always kind of jammed on whether I want to do anytime soon. Especially because Cuphead's like not super relevant anymore. I'll see. But the thing I really like about Cuphead is a great demonstration of how important visuals are and how important distinctive visual design is, which is something I always push for on my channel. So like in my Contra review, actually you can kind of get a review of Cuphead from me. Basically, take my Contra review and then take Cuphead and imagine Cuphead has Contra's graphics. The new Contra Operation Galaga. Like, take that game and imagine it with take Cuphead and imagine Cuphead with that game's graphics. And that's kind of what you'll get a very similar review from me, because the Cuphead's graphics are incredibly impressive, and I think clearly the reason why it's successful. So there you go. THC says, "I really liked your video on Slave Zero X." Thanks so much, THC. I was really pleasantly surprised that started getting viewership, because when I did the review for it, I'm like, this is kind of niche. No one's talking about the game, but I think it's interesting, so here we go. So I was really happy people tuned in for that one. You never know. And it was a fun... Slave Zero X, like I've said in, I think, the last stream, the thing about certain games, even like the Contra game, is that sometimes, even if the game isn't perfect, it makes for a more interesting review. Because what I like to do is whenever I discuss game design and game concepts, as much as possible, I like to point to like tangible real-life examples of that. And so sometimes if a game has issues, it's actually kind of a fun review, because then I can point to the issues that I've been talking about before and be like, here they are. Here they are. This is it in the flesh. This is what happens when you don't balance your enemy design. Like, here it is. So some of these reviews, even though like I like Slave Zero X, but I outlined its flaws, but it makes for a really interesting review. Same thing with Contra Operation Galaga. I like Slave Zero X a lot more than Contra Operation Galaga, but you see what I'm saying? Like, sometimes it is not sometimes, almost always, it is like kind of a little bit more interesting to review games with kind of more obvious issues and to talk about them, rather than, like, for example, a game that I talked about earlier on the stream that's kind of hard to review is something like Castlevania Symphony of the Night, because Castlevania Symphony of the Night, it's a really solid game. And so talking about like some of your issues with that game, it's much more difficult, because the game is really solid, so it's hard to show if it's an issue or not. You know, it gets a little bit more into like theoretical, and you have to kind of compare and contrast things. So that's actually a little bit harder versus something like Slave Zero X, where you can be like, look, look, there's the problem right there. So, but I try to do both. So I'm gonna try to do maybe at some point a Castlevania Symphony Night review. I did Rondo of Blood. I mean, it'd be a nice follow up to that. I did hear it got a patch. That's really interesting. John says, thanks for sharing. I personally have to disagree. I feel like the gameplay in the... Well, John, most of the issues with Cuphead are not the controls. And it's not really difficulty either, because it's more of like the level design of the game, if that makes sense. Where there's different types of difficulty you can create in a game. And based off of how they do it, and I'd have to review This is speculative, right? Because I haven't played Cuphead since it launched. So for all I know, that's another thing. For all I know, I go back and play Cuphead, and they've patched it, updated it, fixed all these different things. So just remembering back to when I played it at launch, it felt like, yeah, it was challenging, but it's the type of challenge that it's, you know, very like underpowered, and you're just kind of waiting. You know, you're just waiting for things rather than it being a test of like knowledge, reflexes, and that kind of thing. Routing, that kind of thing. Like the challenge I found in Cuphead when I played it when it launched, and like I said, this could be patched for all I know. It was more like a challenge, a test of patience. Like if you're just patient, the game isn't that hard, but you're just slogging through it, you know. And also, I don't think Cuphead has any sort of incentive system to push you forward that I recall, right? So if you just slow walk it, from what I remember, this could be wrong, but I remember if you just are like, all right, let's just slowly walk through the game like with Contra, you can like abuse the game heavily. That's from what I remember, but it could be different than my memory. So that would be my critique of Cuphead. Like very similar to Contra in that way. Like if you play Contra Operation Galaga, how the developer wants you to play it fully, like if you just hold forward, that's kind of what the developer wants. It, you know, yeah, like the controls are fine, those things are fine, but the question is kind of the overall balance and design has got some problems from what I remember. But I'd have to replay Cuphead to really know exactly what I'm saying. So Cuphead is safe for now. Do I like Katamari games? TEW2, thank you so much for your donation. I am going to get you logged here. One moment. I'll do the conversions later. TEW 179 THB. Thank you very much, my dude. Oh, I should go back to this. There. Thank you very much. Perfect. Thank you very much for the support, my dude. And I'm going to like your donation. There's like a like button on the donations now. I'm going to like it. If I can. I don't know what that does, but I'm trying to do it here. Ah, it's not letting me. I guess creators can't like their own donations, I guess. Alrighty. PS2 Best Era. I love that title. That's another topic video, so you have this backlog of videos I want to do. I do want to do a video specifically on the PS2 and why I think the PS2 is arguably, yeah, the best era in terms of game design. Not to give the thesis of the way too much, because there's a lot more to it, but I think one of the reasons why is the PS2 era is like that era where the arcade developers and like what we'd consider like the mainstream console developers, it's like the last era where they were sort of communicating those two styles of design together. So like PS2 era, for example, a lot of games, like mainstream games, not all of them, but a lot of them had like scoring systems, and they had more condensed levels, and like, you know, they kept kind of that arcade DNA there. And then in the PS3 era onward, basically when everything started adapting RPG design, you know, think of Metal Gear Solid 3, for example, where you have like stamina and like stats and stuff. When everything started adapting RPG design, that's when we kind of moved away from the arcade era, sadly. And the PS2 era is like kind of the final bastion of that. So, yeah, I love the PS2 era as well. And it's got such a deep library of games, too. It's insane. Um, Kintama, I can't read. Sorry. Kintama HD says he likes my Tekken 8 and Street Fighter 6 review a lot. Thanks so much, my dude. Yeah, the fighting game videos are a lot of fun. Fighting games are a lot of fun, and fighting games are. I'm taking more interest in covering them on my channel a little bit more because they are kind of like the last relevant arcade genre. They're like the last arcade genre people care about in like mainstream. So it feels obvious that I would cover them. So the next one coming up here very soon is Dead or Alive 4. The patrons voted for it. It's going to be either the next video or the video after. So I think you'll enjoy that one as well. Jarbon says Cuphead run and gun levels are pretty bad. Yeah, exactly. It has S ranks. That's interesting. Yeah, so I'll have to cover, if I ever review Cuphead and give like my definitive opinion on that game, I'm gonna have to play it again and see what's changed and just refresh my memory on a lot of that stuff. Shadow6 asks, is that good old Sin and Punishment in the background? Yes, it is. This is Sin and Punishment. This is my 1cc of cinnamon punishment in hard mode, I believe. This is my hard mode 1cc. Or is it normal? Oh, I can't remember if it's hard or normal. Mimi asks, hey Mark, wondering if you tried the Stellar Blade demo. I have not, Mimi, because I'm working on Rise of Ronin review, but I will review Stellar Blade. That's next month, right? So I haven't grabbed the demo, but I will be playing the full version and covering that. I mean, I have to. It's like more Team Ninja than Team Ninja these days, so I gotta at least, I gotta talk about that one. And especially because it's going to be super interesting to compare the reception and sales of Rise of Ronin versus Stellar Blade, because like Stellar Blade is the type of game you could see like classic, you know, like older era, Itagaki era Team Ninja making, at least in terms of visuals, obviously. And then Rise of Ronin, I talked about this a bit at the end of that review. It feels very much more like FromSoft made that game visually. Like the visual, they're not as polished as FromSoft visuals, but like the visual design is more FromSofty than like classic Team Ninja. So that'll be really interesting to talk about. Cuphead is better than most of what is coming out now, but that's not saying much. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely, yeah. I mean, the fact that you'd compare Cuphead to like legacy games that are really good is like a compliment to it in that sense. So it does have that going for it. One thing that is interesting though, that's very modern about Cuphead that I'm not a huge fan of, and this goes across with most modern like retro throwback games, is I don't really like this whole thing where they make Cuphead and then they just keep making Cuphead over and over and over. Like, you know, they just keep updating the game and DLC packs and just making the game bigger and bigger and bigger. I'm not a huge fan of that. You know, I really would be much more interested if they made a Cuphead 2. And I feel like maybe that's what I'm waiting for. Like, I'm just sitting waiting. Okay, where's Cuphead 2? I'll definitely review. You damn right I'll review that. But it feels... I hate going back and reviewing games that have like 15 different versions and DLCs and... You know what I mean? That's the kind of thing I'm not a huge fan of, because it's like this just massive pile of stuff, you know? So you have to sort through just all this stuff. So here's to hoping we get a Cuphead 2 and I can review that. Oh, I think I'm behind on the chat a little bit. Okay. Yeah, Stellar Blade visuals. It's going to be really interesting in the Stellar Blade, when Stellar Blade comes out, how much people talk about like the game design and how much people talk about the visuals. I think you got to talk about the visuals to some degree, obviously, but it'll just be really interesting. Like it'll be a kind of interesting litmus test, I think, of not only gaming audiences but like gaming reviewers. Like what's Stellar Blade going to do? Because you could guarantee a few years ago, like whenever Team Ninja released the game, they're gonna get just like snowplowed by game reviewers for their visual sexual design and stuff like that. So it'll be interesting to see if that's the case with Stellar Blade or not. We'll see, I guess. Oh, Sir Tiz, thank you very much. Sir Tiz says, my passion for Dodonpachi led me to create a custom Dodonpachi Vuelix. Oh, that's awesome. That's really cool. Oh, he's got a mister in there. That's really awesome, Sir Tiz. Yeah. I really want to get a cabinet at some point here. And a Vuelix cab, you can't go wrong there. Vuelix are really cool. Well, that's really awesome to have a full-on, like, Dodonpachi Vuelix cab. So thanks so much, Sir Tiz. I'm going to get you logged. Thank you very much. I got you written down. Bruno says, the Phantom Pain has fantastic... Oh, MGS5. I was talking about MGS5 earlier today on Discord, just chatting about it a little bit. Yeah, MGS5 is a beast. Now, MGS5 is one of those games I should review because I've actually not only played MGS5, I actually 100%ed it when it came out. And I bought a PlayStation 4 specifically because of MGS5. What happened was, if you all remember, when MGS5 came out, you could get it on Steam, you could get it on PS3, and you could get it on PS4. So I bought it on Steam first, and my computer sucked at the time. My computer sucked at the time, so I couldn't really play it on my computer without it being like funky. So I was like, all right, I'm just going to have to bite the bullet and buy the console version. And so then I bought the PS3 version of MGS5, and that version runs like garbage. It runs so bad. So then I had to get a PlayStation 4 and buy MGS5 again. I bought that game 3 times. And I did really enjoy it, sort of. Like MGS5 is one of those games where I 100%ed it, and now it's really hard to go back and play it again because of its open world level design being such a slog. Even if you like try to use like warp points and stuff like that, it's just such a slog to get through. And then you always have to ride in the helicopter every time. Just why? But outside of that stuff, the mechanics of MGS5 are really, really good. So it's an interesting game to review because, like, in many ways, its mechanical design and mission structure is really cool. You got, like, ranked mission structures and the mechanics. Like, once you're in the game and playing the missions and stuff, it's really fun. But, like, getting through the open world, getting through all the crappy menuing and RPG mechanics of Mother Base and all that sucks. So it's like such a giant game that there's slices of really good in there, but then there's slices of just boredom. So it's not my favorite MGS because of that, but mechanically it's the best, I think. Oh, thanks so much. Bandcamp said donated $2 and asks, do I like the Max Payne games? Well, let me get you logged here. 1x at Bandcamp, $2. He asks, do I like the Max Payne games? Yeah. So I've been playing Max Payne 1 on Boghog's recommendation. He's a big fan of that game. And basically, Max Payne 1's like really interesting because basically the way the game works is you can kind of play it like a run and gun. And from what I understand, Boghog was coaching me on this. Like, you don't use the slowdown mechanic. Instead, you just like run and abuse the roll system because the roll has a bunch of iframes and stuff. So I've been playing Max Payne 1 on PC with all the PC upgrades and everything. And that's really fun. Some things I don't like about the Max Payne series, though, is I hate the stupid, like, wandering through the halls, hearing the baby crying sections. I think that's the type of thing that, like, video game journalists just think is the greatest ever. But I think it's, like, pretty terrible game design, to be honest. You know, it's just a glorified cutscene, basically. Just let it be a cutscene and let you skip it. But so I'm not a fan of that by any means. But and like some of the mission structure, like you're sitting on elevators waiting for things to happen, I don't like that either. But the underlying mechanics and most of the level design is really fun. So yeah, I like the first Max Payne. I played Max Payne 3. I really enjoyed Max Payne 3, except that you can't skip the cutscenes. And I think there's a mod for that now, but outside of the mod, like if you were to buy that game on console, it's just torture. Like it forces you to watch all these cutscenes. Oh my god. Especially because it kind of has a more arcade feel too. So that I don't. But outside of that, I like had fun with Max Payne 3 in terms of the shooting mechanics and stuff back in the day. So that was fun. Max Payne 3 has an arcade mode. If you finish it, it has no cutscenes. I heard that, but here's the thing. So I went through and did that, and that's only half true, because it removes some of the cutscenes, but it doesn't remove the inter-game cutscenes, because I think they're hard programmed into the game. Like, there's a lot of sections in Max Payne 3 where you go from one area to another, and it has like this cutscene that like links that together. And that is still in there. I remember that because I did that. I beat all of Max Payne 3. This was on the PlayStation 3 or 4. Then I went back and I was like, oh, okay, now I can skip the cutscenes. And you can skip some of them, but you still have to sit through others. And so that sucks. But I think there's a mod to remove that from what I understand. Street Magic donated $5. Have fun in Chi-Town. Thanks so much, Street Magic. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the trip. And I think you guys will have a good amount of like cool stuff about it too, because I'm going to do some streams when I'm there, some house streams. So we'll get like kind of like a little mini shmup slam sort of thing with the people there doing the house stream. And then also I'm going to go around the arcade with my video camera and like record a little blog and a vlog, and vlog it and have some fun videos there. So I think there's going to be some fun stuff that comes out of it for sure. But Street Magic, let me get you logged. One moment. Fantastic. Got you logged. Thank you very much, Street Magic. Yeah, it's kind. Yeah. Also, don't make people unlock arcade modes. That needs to stop. I agree, Bandcamp or 1x Bandcamp. That needs to stop. Just generally across the board. Have I tried Stella Vanity? Yeah, I think I reviewed it. Didn't I? Didn't I review Stella Vanity? I might. I feel like I did. Did I not? I can't even remember. But yes, I've played Stella Vanity. It's really cool. Yeah, Stella Vanity is like a really cool game. Like this crazy cross between Tahoe and Cave, obviously. But I think maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't review it. But yeah, it's really cool. It's funky to kind of get going these days on your computer and everything. Have I Arg asks, have I played the Stellar Blade demo yet? I have not. I am going to play it pretty soon because I'm going to review Stellar Blade, the full release. But I'm not going to I'm going to play the demo to like prep for the review, but I'm not going to do a video on it until the full game comes out. So yes, I will play it. Yeah. The modding. Bruno's saying the modding scene of Max Payne takes it to the next level. Yeah, they like fixed the game to run on modern PCs and stuff. You definitely have to. If you get, I think even to run it, you have to like get the mods to even run it now, because like Rockstar are like, yeah, you gotta figure it out. Like if you buy it on Steam, even, I think you have to like hunt down the mods to get it to work. Yeah. Do I play? Shadow asks, do I play King of Fighters? I do. So my favorite King of Fighters, not that it's probably not the best, but my favorite is King of Fighters 98. I play that locally a lot, and the cool thing about King of Fighters 98 is it has a survival mode. Even on the arcade version, it has a survival mode, and it's kind of like an arcade score attack type of thing, sort of, which is really fun. I'm not super good at King of Fighters, but I do play it. Yeah, it's my favorite 2D fighting game series, I'd probably say. It's either King of Fighters or like Guilty Gear XX for 2D games, but probably King of Fighters, I would say. Josiah says, just wanted to say your video about Tekken, the learning backwards one, was incredible. Thanks so much. Yeah, funnily enough, mentioning King of Fighters, the big motivation for that video was 2 games. Well, 3 games. The first game, Tekken, obviously, Tekken 7, where I explained that in the video how I had to go back and like relearn Tekken. So Tekken, obviously. But the second inspiration for that was King of Fighters, because if I talked about my favorite King of Fighters is King of Fighters 98, and the thing about King of Fighters 98 is that the combos in that game are insane. They are so hard. And they're not just hard because of like motion inputs. They're hard because like the links for just basic combos are like insane. They're like very tight to even hit basic linking combos in King of Fighters. And so I spent months trying to learn King of Fighters through the combos. And I was like, I'm not having fun doing this. So then I said, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to play King of Fighters and not know how to combo, and just pick up the combos here and there as I play. And I did that, and I all of a sudden like could get into the game a lot more, especially because King of Fighters is a really neutral heavy game anyway. So that was another inspiration. And then the last inspiration was Virtua Fighter, where Virtua Fighter, I started practicing and playing Virtua Fighter 5, and like Virtua Fighter is a game that insists that you learn the fundamentals of spacing and sidestepping like first. Like if you try to learn the combos in that game first, you're not going to get very far. You can, but you're not going to get super far. So especially because you have to really earn the combos in VF. Like you can't just, in Tekken, you know, if you just land the launcher, you'll get the combo. In Virtua Fighter, you can't just throw out launchers. No, that doesn't work. You can try, but you're not going to make it very far. So VF also was another inspiration for that. Mingo asks, did I actually meet Best Guy Ever for the thumbnail? No. So what I did was, Mingo, Best Guy Ever has a video on his channel that is like him doing stuff in front of a green screen. And so I was like, oh, this is perfect, because he didn't want to be on camera for the interview, but I needed some sort of visual representation for him, because I've noticed, I don't know how much it even matters or not, but at least for my own sort of aesthetic taste, I like there to be visual representations of people. Like Boghog has this little animated portrait, so I was like, let's make a little animated portrait for Best Guy Ever. And I used his green screen clips to make the little animated portrait, which I was quite delighted with how that turned out. And then for the thumbnail, I took, Boghog did it, but I did the picture side of it, obviously. But I was like, okay, the inspiration for the thumbnail and the inspiration for the title is, there's this YouTube series, which is hit and miss. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's stupid, called Actors on Actors. And it's actors like interviewing each other. And I was like, oh, I want to do that with YouTubers on YouTubers. And so all the thumbnails for Actors on Actors is like that. They're all like hanging out and being buddies for the thumbnails. So I thought it'd be funny to do that. So that's just a screen grab of Best Guy Ever. And then I'm acting like I'm his buddy. And like Boghog put it together. So no, I've never met him in person or anything. It's just a funny little thing for the thumbnail. And I think it's kind of supposed to be a little bit obvious, but Boghog did such a good job that it's like, whoa, that's kind of real looking. But, so that's the story of the thumbnail. Yeah, it's very convincing. It was, right? A combination of my brilliant acting skills and Boghog's amazing thumbnail skills coming together. Synergy, team synergy here. How I did that was I got, like, I don't know if other YouTubers do this. You know, I don't always put myself on thumbnails because I don't know how effective that is. But every now and again, if I feel like I should be on a thumbnail, instead of like taking a picture of myself, which is really hard to accurately pose for, what I do is I get my camera and I like back away from it, obviously. And then I get like a monitor and I put OBS on the monitor. And so I can see, if I'm kind of far away, but I can see myself in the monitor. And then I use the monitor to like help me pose correctly for the picture. So when I was doing the actors on actors picture, I was like trying to pose like I was there in real space. So there you go. That's the unnecessary long explanation of that thumbnail. Darklinks asks, have you seen the girls in Neo and Wulong? I haven't seen them in Wulong, but in Neo... Oh, Neo. You're not asking about it. I thought you were asking about Rise of Ronin. Yeah, but isn't the girls in Neo... They're like very properly normal looking for game developer tastes or game journalist tastes, right? There's nothing objectionable about them from what I can remember. Like, they're very... what you would call like naturalistic, right? So I'm sure Team Ninja, I think that's it'd be interesting to do a little audit, and I might do this for the Stellar Blade review. It might be interesting to do a little audit of like Team Ninja review scores in relation to the depictions of the characters, and to see if there is like a tangible, hey, we toned down the sexual element and we've gotten higher review scores or not. That would be really interesting to look. I don't know if that's actually true, because I think Ninja Gaiden 2 reviewed well. Ninja Gaiden 3 didn't review well, but that's not because of girls. It was just kind of a messier release. Ninja Gaiden 1, I think, reviewed well as well. So I think it would just be the Dead or Alive series that gets dinged for the girls. But, yeah, so maybe that theory isn't exact. We'll see what... I think Stellar Blade, I think, would be a good test case for that. If the game's actually good. I mean, for all we know, I could play Stellar Blade and it's not good. So, can I lift my hat up? I can, but I haven't done my hair. I'm not bald, if that's what you're asking, but my hair is just a mess. Oh, you want to see it? It's a Barcelona hat. Ari Pooney asks, Mark, have you tried Rise of Ronin? Yes, that's my next review. That's my next video. Hopefully on the channel tomorrow, Rise of Ronin. So yes, I have played it. And I've got a lot to say. I actually already recorded the review, but I might go in and like add a little bit here and there. But yeah. Rise of Ronin review, hopefully tomorrow. Or maybe Monday. Maybe I'll do it. Yeah, tomorrow's Easter, so that's not a good day to release it. So Monday. Yes, it's on Monday it'll come out, because it's probably not a good idea to release a review on Easter Sunday, huh? So Monday. Octavio asks, can I review Beautiful Joe? I've never played Beautiful Joe. Isn't that funny, Octavio? Like, you would think I have played it, right? It's Capcom, PS2 era. It's got like interesting mechanics. I've just never played Beautiful Joe for whatever reason. So it could be awesome for all I know. I just haven't played it. It would be interesting to review for sure. It's just one of those games that's like, interesting to talk about, but it would be hard to find an occasion to review it. But it's not impossible. But I think the most likely scenario for like Beautiful Joe to get reviewed in the near future would be like if the patrons voted for it, because every month patrons vote for a game for me to review and I review it. And so that would probably be the most likely case in the near future, but it's never off the table. Never off the table. Oh, Ash FL. Thanks so much, Ash. Ash says, thanks for the game discussions, man. One of the few real ones on this platform. Thank you very much, my dude. Questions. What are your thoughts on motion clarity in games? Like with CRT, Pizza Tower was unplayable to me without it. Ooh, that's a good question. But first, let me get you logged, Ash. So Ash donated in euros, which I very much appreciate. And I believe there's like a conversion. What's the conversion? Would you say like 12 bucks? Something like that? Oh, yeah, sorry. Pounds, not euros. Pounds. Sterling pounds. Yes. So it's like 12 bucks, right? Your guys' pound is like powerful right now. The pound is powerful. So I think it's like 12 bucks. I'm giving you 12 there. Mingo asks, what's the beef between me and Bog? Why do you think there's beef between me and Bog, Mingo? Bog and I are friends. There's no beef. We're probably like pretending to yell at each other at something, but yeah, there's no beef. In fact, I was seeing if he wanted to join this stream chat. Maybe I have to join the stream. Make him join the stream chat to prove there's not beef. Bog. No, Bog and I are good friends. He's like the last person I have beef with, basically. If I have beef with anyone else, Bog. Yeah, Boggs, he's thinking of joining. I'm going to tell him. Hold on, chat. I'm going to tell him. Okay, Bog says he will join. Yeah, Bog says he will join in 15 minutes. Okay. Hold on. Okay. We need Bog. Yeah, Bog's fun. Mingo probably just saw me and him yelling at each other over something stupid. He thinks there's beef. Thanks so much, Ash, though. Let's not let Ash's donation get lost in the process. Thanks so much. I got you logged, Ash. I really appreciate that a lot. And I think Ash had a question. Oh, yes, he did. So Ash was asking about... Things are about to get heated. Ash was asking about... motion blur and like visual clarity. Yeah, I think it is. Well, that's an interesting question, Ash, because it depends on what you mean. Because like I've heard a lot of people say that like shmups, for example, or like Tekken, when there's like a lot of explosions and like background effects, that they don't like that. Where I'm all about that. I love like maximum visuals with like explosions and flame effects and just visual stimulus, visual reward. And I actually think it is not only a visual problem, but like a game design problem. If you take a game and when you kill an enemy, they just go poof into a little puff of smoke and like that's it. Because that makes it not visually rewarding to engage in the game's gameplay and combat. So in that sense, I think like big, massive visuals with explosions and colors, I think that's really important, and I really like that. But if you mean like game visibility, that's a huge issue. So examples of that, of course, Gurega with its non-colored bullets. like game visibility there is a problem. Like you can't freaking see the bullets, and so that's why I really like the M2 port, which brings in the colored bullets. And then on top of that, you have stuff like even Terra Diver, it's got colored bullets, but the bullets are colored yellow, and the explosions are colored yellow, and the bullets and the explosions like overlap on each other. And I even think Terra Diver makes the mistake of putting the bullets lower than the enemy sprites or something like that. Like the bullets are in the wrong layer. Another game that was like that was Razion. Razion, I think that's what it was, by NG Dev pre-Boghog days. It was Razion pre-Boghog. They had the bullets. I think it's the player bullets or I think it's the player bullets go over top of the enemy bullets, and you don't want that. Enemy bullets need to be on the top layer. Player bullets need to be below it, or something like that. There was some kind of bullet layering issue in that one. So to answer your point, if you're talking about like maximum visuals, that there's explosions and stuff everywhere, I'm all about that. But in those explosions, you need to still be able to see what you're doing. So, and I think motion blur, you're mentioning motion blur. Like motion blur can be part of that. Like when I play, I turn off motion blur. I don't want to, I don't want it to look like I'm drunk when I'm playing the game. So yeah, I turn off like blurs and things that make it hard to see. Because I think, yeah, that's getting in the way of visual clarity. Like visual clarity is really important. Really important. Oh, Ash is talking about like OLED monitors and stuff like that. Oh, like ghosting, I think that's called, where like the monitor refresh rate is like kind of slow. So like you can see things in this like weird blurry way. Like there's like little streaks behind things and stuff. Yeah, that's not good. You don't want that. And CRTs don't have that, right? Because they're just gun shooting light at the screen. So it's like, boom, instant. Yeah, big time. That's huge. Yeah, absolutely. Dope asks, do I ever get motion sickness from playing a shmup? I don't get motion sickness from playing shmups. But I can get eye fatigue if the CRTs have a lot of ghosting. Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about then. What? Okay, you guys gonna have to school me on. I'm not as good at monitor stuff, to be honest, like ghosting and that kind of thing. I thought CRTs didn't have ghosting. I thought that's what was like good about them, right? Am I wrong? I don't know. I'm probably wrong. But anyway, I don't like motion blur, and I don't like visual artifacts. I know monitors have a lot of like color bleeding, I guess you can call it. Like the colors sort of stand outside the sprites a little bit, which I think is kind of cool. But I don't think they're blurry necessarily, are they? I don't know. Yeah, Game Boy Advance, for example, has a lot of ghosting. Yeah. Ghosting is very noticeable in CRTs in high contrast areas. Yeah, but is it? But with like CRTs, I'm just way out here on a limb now. Like with CRTs, isn't it that it's not like, when you're playing on like the Game Boy Advance, someone brought that up. That's a great example. Like the Game Boy Advance refresh rate is like slow. So like you can see like after fades of the image because the monitor hasn't like completely refreshed them. Whereas with a CRT, isn't it more like the color is like there? It's like the color hasn't faded. Right? But it's like the actual, I don't know. Maybe I'm just stupid. I don't know. You guys, I'm just swinging on this ghosting question. I must not notice it on CRTs, I guess the answer. It doesn't, whatever CRTs are doing, I don't really notice it or it doesn't bother me. Versus like on lower refresh monitors, I do notice, like playing on like a Game Boy Advance or playing on like a PSP, I think even has this. Where those you can you can see the picture there still, but it's like faded, but you can still see the picture. With like a CRT, isn't it that the color's there, but it's like just the light is just there still. That's my guess. I don't know. So I feel like there's a different effect that goes on a CRT than it does on like a low refresh LCD monitor, but maybe not. Maybe I'm just wrong. I don't know. Yeah, PSP ghosts like crazy. Yeah. Sony made one of the best widescreens. I'm reading a comment here. Sony made one of the best widescreen CRTs, but good luck finding one. No kidding. Yeah, I've been really interested in finding like these like bigger, these bigger CRTs. But apparently, yeah, they're insanely expensive. And of course, even if you find one that's not expensive, you got to pay for shipping, and shipping's gonna be a nightmare. So. Have to call Boomer Shooters Doom likes around Mark. Sure, why not? You can call them Doom likes. That's funny. Though I think Boomer Shooter is a funnier term. Ryu's explaining that causes the picture to get stuck in your eye when it changes in another frame. And the pictures get muddled together in your brain. Exactly, Ryu. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain. Probably in a really clunky way. Oh, Cruz explaining the PSP had ghosting so bad that the Gran Turismo PSP game had to use a form of anti-aliasing. That's crazy. Yeah, I played Metal Slug on PSP a bunch, so yeah. Just play Metal Slug on PSP, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. You see like the after trails of bullets and stuff. It's kind of funny, but it's also, yeah, it makes it not easy to play at times. Yeah, the later PSP, yes, the later PSP had a different screen. I remember that. I don't have a later PSP though. I have like an older one. I have like 3 different PSPs. Cause I kept breaking them or something. Cause I was like modding them and I kept breaking them while I was modding them, but not modding them like in a I modded them like software, but I was trying to like hardware mod. Oh, look, you get the Patreon roll from the video. No, I was trying to hardware mod them to like make the buttons better and to make like the D-pad better. So I was like getting in there and like doing all this weird stuff. It didn't work. Except one of them did. One of them did. I made a special D-pad for it and I like epoxied it onto the PSP and stuff. That one worked pretty well. The other ones didn't turn out so well. Yeah, the crew's right. The Vita did start with an OLED screen because I have an OLED Vita, and then the later Vitas have a LCD screen. Probably because it wasn't selling very well, and they're trying to cut down on expenses. Arc MDS says, "Found your channel not too long ago and love it. Any tips for balancing games with work and life in general?" Oh, what a cool question. Do you mean Arc? Do you mean balancing games in terms of like you're making a game, or do you mean balancing games in terms of like playing games? In terms of playing games, this is something I'm currently struggling with big time. I did find a new trick that I'll share with you, which was a long time ago. What I would do, well, not a long time ago, up until last year, what I would do is I would game really late into the night. So I'd like play with all the other shit I'm doing. Like the time I'd play is like at 11 to like 3, you know, like 11 to 3 and stuff like that. And that gets really hazardous for your health after a while and gets really tough. And what I started doing is that I've been doing, like today I did it, was instead of playing 11 to 3 and then going to bed at 3 and then waking up at 5, or sorry, waking up at like 8 and then going to work, what I've been doing now, at least on the weekends, is I go to bed earlier and then I wake up in the morning earlier. So instead of doing like late night shift gaming, I've been now trying to do like early morning shift gaming. And I think that's been a healthy shift. So that would be my bit of advice there, is like instead of playing super late at night. Instead, if you can, like, go to bed and wake up like early and like game early in the morning. I feel like that works a little better. So go for that. And I don't know what that, I don't have any sort of psychological, physiological explanation on why that seems to be better, but I made that shift and I feel better physically doing that versus playing till 3, getting barely any sleep, waking up, going to work, being like, you know. So, and also too, another one that's very synonymous with the thesis of my channel is you need to play higher density games. I think this is becoming more, I think this is why this point connects with people more than I expected, is because a lot of games are very low density and you only have so much time, right? Like for me, I only have so much time to game. So for example, when I sit down for my Rise of Ronin, this is part of the review, I sit down and play Rise of Ronin, I get to the point where I'm like fighting the bosses and I'm fighting the enemies. I'm like, okay, we're playing now. We're playing. This is it. This is when the game's like really shining. And then after that, I got to spend 30 minutes going through fields and menus and all that. And then to get to the next section 30 minutes later, like in a real practical sense, not even like a hipster sense, like that 30 minutes is cutting 30 minutes out of your game time experience. So if you start targeting higher density games, you're going to get more game. You're just going to get more game time in an ultimate sense because you're going to get more out of the 4 hours you have to play. Let's say you got 4 hours to play on a Saturday. If you're spending 2 of those hours wandering through empty fields and wandering through menus, that's 2 hours you've lost to fighting enemies and like engaging in what you want to do. So that would be my number one bit of advice, is actually like target higher density games, and like lower density games, get out of it, go. And even games that you like for example, I really like, trying to think a game this is like this. Because I was going to say, like, try to play higher density modes. The problem is, like, a lot of the higher density modes aren't that good. Oh, here you go. Like Resident Evil 5, for example. I love Resident Evil 5. But playing through the campaign of that game, it's not terrible, but there's a lot of, like, on not so great sections of that game. So with Resident Evil 5, I go right to Mercs mode. And I just go all in on Mercs mode. And you're getting way more out of the game a lot faster. So, like, try to target that kind of thing, even in games that you like that maybe aren't the highest density. Like, try to target a style of play or sections of the game that get to what you want to get to, rather than churning through menus and wandering around too much. That would be my bit of advice. Oh, Forbidden Dave donated $4.99. I'm going to give you a flat 5, Forbidden Dave. Thanks so much for your coverage of Xenotilt. Oh, I'm glad you like that. I picked it up and fell in love. Top 100 on the leaderboards for every mode, including the beta modes. Forbidden Dave is going hard in the Xenotilt. That's impressive, Forbidden Dave, because I'm not super good at pinball games. So, yeah, that's impressive. You're getting top 100 on the leaderboards. Yeah, I believe the game is like still in early access, and then the full release version, I don't know when that's coming out, but hopefully in the near future. That's going to be really cool. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was also really fun to talk to the developer, Wizzy. He's a really cool dude, and I think he gets it in a lot of ways in terms of game design. And so, yeah, I definitely recommend Demon's Tilt, and I'm sure Xenotilt, from what I've played, is really excellent, though the full version isn't out yet. So, but yes, thanks so much for Ben Dave, and congrats on top 100. Pick up the phone. Okay, wait a second, Bog. Okay, I'm taking a very quick bathroom break, and then Boghog will join us. So I'm going to run away. This will be just a minute. Okay, we're getting Bog on the line. Hold tight. Hello. You should be muted, but just in case. Oh, I was saying you should be muted, but just in case, yeah. Don't say anything too crazy. Chat can hear me. Yeah, don't come in here swinging. Okay, everyone. Are you all ready? Yes, this is the reverse. Now we got the Bog Mark stream. Now we got the Mark Bog stream. Okay, here we go. I have no idea. We're just talking to chat. Just chatting with chat. Well, what happens is what usually happens when Bog answers the phone is he gives me his credit card number. Like immediately. He's just like he starts giving digits. Okay, hold on, everyone. Well, we're going to talk about that. You're going to be audible here in a second. It's actually just me fighting with fucking Discord, getting your audio levels correct. Okay. Boghog will be hearable in 3, 2, 1. Bog can now speak.
Hello. Yeah, it's time to drop some slurs. It's all over.
But I've got to get your audio balanced a little bit. You're a little quiet, but I can fix that.
Support. You don't have this shit set up. You gotta like.
You're
fucking
just
celebrity guest plans.
You're just slightly low, not super low, just slightly low.
Okay.
Okay, now talk.
Dodompachi Deojo treasure Radiant Silver Gun Resident Evil 4 remake sucks.
Yes, keep going.
Speedrunning through. How to learn Tekken. Best guy ever episode. I don't know. Fucking. He's been silenced. No freedom to share his credit card number. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. I think you're good now.
We confirmed that.
I think
it's
you're
not
good
AI.
now.
Yeah. All right. Excellent. All right, now I can actually read the chat so you can respond.
You can read the chat. We're talking to chat. They're the stars of today's episode. First, I got to thank Bag of Schmidt, $5 donation. Bag of Schmidt, yes, thank you. Also, the unsung hero of the House of Bullets soundtrack. He's the guy behind the House of Bullets soundtrack, which is going to happen someday, I promise.
Definitely unsung because the game's not even released. It's like the hidden legend.
Yeah, no, I just feel guilty. I feel guilty because I'm taking forever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you excited to play some Mission Craft, dude? He's asking.
Goddamn right, I'm excited to play some Mission Craft. Not even memeing. That is like one of the main, like day one. I'm walking in there with the camera. It's Mission Craft time. Yes, I'm very excited for Mission Craft. Very excited.
You better do a review of that.
I am. I'm totally doing a whole video about Mission Craft. And I'm getting the camera. Yeah. Oh, Mission Craft is happening. Yes.
Yeah, Mission Craft is that like StarCraft shmup that released in Korea, I believe, right?
Well, it's a ROM hack of Psycho. I think it's Strikers 2 with like StarCraft sprites. It's like a combination of...
Wait.
Isn't it?
It's not a ROM hack, right? It's a like original game. Or rather like...
Yes,
it's not
but
a ROM
it's
hack in the sense of that they swapped out some assets. It's more like they made something new, right?
Yes, but it's like off of Psycho Strikers 2. Like that is the engine upon which Mission Craft exists. I'm pretty sure. Like they took Strikers. You know what? It's like you know how like M2 do this shit? Like they do arrange modes with like the ROMs and they make kind of the new thing. I think we'll have to see when I go to play Mission Craft. We'll find out. But I'm pretty sure it's Strikers 2, like base. And then they ROM hacked it, and then they put StarCraft sprites on top of it.
I think that's what we call an engine.
An engine. Yeah, it's on the Psycho engine. The Psycho engine.
It's on the Psycho engine. Let's see. Did you guys play the Stellar Blade demo yet? No, but we did watch it, right?
Yes.
Which is probably the perfect way to consume it, honestly.
Well, and the version we watched, the guy was just doing cartwheels under waterfalls the entire time.
He was just like standing under like a little waterfall, just admiring the girl. It's like, okay, dude, you got to move on at some point, right?
At some point, you got to actually like play.
Yeah, well, one day, yeah.
You know, the shitty thing about watching demos is that like most people, not to be rude, but most people who like upload suck. Yeah, so you can't even tell if the game's good or not because they can't play it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like he wasn't like fucking doing cancels and just like dashing all over the place or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
He was just like admiring her ass and just like trying to get the fucking camera inside her asshole and fucking just ran around like an idiot. That's it. That's the whole demo. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
Chico Big, how's development going? Pretty good. Yeah, I'll probably share some stuff later.
Nice.
Apparently, like, well, there's like two groups, right? And I don't know if I want to trust any of them. There's like the DMC guys who are complaining a lot about the fact that it's not fast and crazy. And then there's the like Souls fans who are complaining, who are not complaining, who are like excited that it has a lot of cancels. I don't know who the fuck to even,
you can't trust anyone.
Listen to.
You can't.
Yeah, pretty much.
With action games, you can trust no one, basically.
Yeah, you'll just basically have to play it at the end of the day. Mm-hmm. The missions, the demo's out, right? So.
Yeah, but I'm on Rise of Ronin right now. But after Rise of Ronin,
more important one
next, because I'm gonna review the whole game.
Yeah.
I'll probably play the demo though to get a little taster before the full game comes out.
Yeah, because you get like a nice because it's like your version of the IGN, pre-release copy.
No kidding. That bothers me so much. The fact that like. No one even comments on how ridiculous it is that IGN always gets games like way ahead of everyone else and like can post their review special early.
But the fucked up thing is they do nothing
corrupt
with it.
Nothing corrupt about that.
Yeah, but the worst thing is they do nothing with it. They don't like do like proper breakdowns or really spend that time learning the game. Just release the fucking game, and it's just the worst thing.
Well, I talked about this somewhere. I think it was on Discord, on the Mark Discord, which was that. The whole function of IGN is the number. And they know that, and we know that. Everyone knows that. Yeah. They could just post the number, and that's all they need to post, basically.
Yeah, are you reviewing Rise of the Ronin?
Yes, I am. Monday. The video's out Monday. It can't come out tomorrow, because tomorrow's Easter Sunday.
Seemed like it had a lot of Ninja Gaiden vibes. Well, just wait until Mark MSX's official review to find out if it's a Ninja Gaiden-like or not.
It is more Ninja Gaiden-like in certain ways. I'll give you a little taster, which is that in Neo, they use kind of a more Dark Souls camera where it's like way zoomed up. Like in Neo, you're way up in the air camera-wise. Rise of Ronin, they actually bring it back down. So you're like closer. It has more of a Ninja Gaiden camera system.
Oh, yeah.
It's like right there.
Bring it so... Yeah,
I like that.
So it's looking up at you from the ground. Like it's stuck to the ground. That's like the proper Ninja Gaiden camera.
I think the best camera angle would be if they took like Resident Evil 4's camera angle and like stuck that on the back of Ryu from Ninja Gaiden. Would that be? That would be a fun one. Imagine jumping.
They need to do like a Killer 7 camera angle.
Yeah.
Where it's like looking up at you, and it's just like a weird position. Someone's asking, have you played the PS2 Shinobi games?
I haven't. That one comes up a lot. I better play it because people bring that one up all the time. All the time.
Yeah, I played a little bit, but it seems like it's like a actually unique CAG, like an actually unique character action game. Because it's not really a character action game. It's more like an earnest attempt to bring the style of 2D Shinobi games into 3D. So, for example, like most enemies die from like 1-2 hits, and the whole idea is to like quick kill enemies in a chain and then do more damage to the boss or something like that.
Yeah, so you've played it. It sounds like you've played it
a little bit. Yeah. I've played it a little bit, but not enough. But it has like a speed kill. It's like it has a timer which ticks down all the time, and it has like a speed kill mechanic where you chain enemy kills to do more damage to the boss or some shit like that. So you're like. So instead of chaining for points, you chain to build damage and then do a shit ton of damage to the boss, basically.
Blunty is saying IGN says Resident Evil 5 is racist. That's Blunt.
Right.
But did you hear, though, that they resurrected that? It's not just going back to when it came out.
Oh, that's right.
They brought it back. The thing is, though, I kind of respect that because they're so like Capcom is remaking the game and IGN is remaking their review. So we get a remake with a remake. We get a review with
a fucking gameplay loop.
Yeah, that's a gameplay loop right there. IGN is just staying true to their roots here by bringing back the exact same opinion from 2008 or whenever it was.
Okay, let's see.
I was kind of hoping though that people getting all mad about Resident Evil 5 again would like boost my videos views. I think it did maybe a little bit, a tiny bit. Because I was hoping
just repost it.
Well,
exactly.
Yeah. Well, I was hoping because what would happen is people would just be typing Resident Evil 5 in like YouTube, just to get to the controversy, and then like in the way my review will just like float up in the way, and you'll press on it. That was the hope anyway.
Yeah.
Got a little boost, but not a huge one.
Stellar Blade isn't like Dark Souls. It doesn't seem like Dark Souls. It really looked like Neo or Lies of P, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, like a kind
of
mix.
It's got to be. You think about it, like, do you think this team is like a little bit? They're like a little bit ninja, Team Ninja guys, like Team Ninja fans, because I mean they got the they got the style.
I point out, right? Yeah, not only is there, not only does it seem like the stagger system works like Neo, where like you break their armor and you can combo dudes for a while. It's not like Dark Souls, where not Dark Souls, but Elden Ring, because in Elden Ring you break the stamina and they kind of just stand there. But
they
here
just
it's
stand
like
there. Yeah.
You can keep the combo. Yeah, you can keep the combo going. It seems by like aggressively attacking them, and then the loot VFX is almost identical to Neo, like the way the loot seeps out. I believe it even has like like standardized loot or some shit.
I'm so excited that through happenstance or not, Rise of Ronin and Stellar Blade are right next to each other. That's like perfect release synergy for me because I kind of cue it up a little bit at the end of the Rise of Ronin review where I'll talk about all the other things. And then at the end I say, you know what? It is a little bit unfortunate that the game doesn't have that Team Ninja feel, that Team Ninja style and aesthetic that we all know and love so much. But next month, Stellar Blade seems to have that, so it'd be interesting to compare the two. Okay. But first, I got to talk to Nervous J. Nervous J donated $5. Thank you so much, my dude. I'm going to get you logged on. I think I didn't explain this to the chat. I should probably explain this now. Every donation, I'm logging on this donation log so that at the end of my videos I do, like the Mission Craft video I do in Chicago, your name will be in the credits as like supporters for the trip. So I'm logging everyone's donations. So thank you so much, Nervous J. I'll read your comment in a second here.
I'm checking the Nightmare Before Christmas thing. It really does look like a Nightmare Before Christmas DMC.
Oh, I've heard about this. Okay, so Nervous J says, I couldn't remember the other day when I mentioned it, but the title of that DMC Nightmare Before Christmas game was called Oogie's Revenge.
Yeah, on the PS2.
Yeah, see? PS2's got all kinds of stuff like this.
You saw the fucking Sopranos beat him up, right?
Yes, I saw that. Yeah.
At some point, I don't know why. I don't know how the fuck you'll talk about it, but you gotta like play and talk about that at some point.
Absolutely.
Just review the show. Have the Sopranos PS2 review, and you just talk about the show.
Just talk about how much I love Sopranos. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's one of my favorite TV shows, chat. So that would be fun. And it's a beat 'em up. Yeah. That's too much. Yeah. That's too much synergy for me to ignore forever.
Was Lies of P actually good? How did you feel about the demo, Mark?
I thought it was like fine, but I didn't really like its. The thing about it is, I liked it visually in one way, like the designs and stuff were kind of cool. But to me, I don't ever like, or I'm not a huge fan of like when you fight like robots and mechanical things, and when you kill them, they just kind of crumble over. No, hold on, they just kind of crumble over. They don't like blow up. There's nothing blows up in the game, so it feels kind of like.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, so it feels kind of sterile. Like imagine you play a shmup and nothing blows up when you kill it. So
yeah, they just kind of bleed a little bit
and fall over. So, and like people bleeding and falling over with like humans, I think that I think Ninja Gaiden has a right where they explode in blood, but
yes,
it's not getting anything. You're not getting like blood, but you're not getting explosions. So it feels a little sterile to me. I guess that's like I'm sure it's solid, but it feels a little sterile in terms of its visuals.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because it just it doesn't have that fucking visceral,
Yeah.
blood spilling out.
Or
Of
explosions
even
like
Neo.
yeah, of course. Team Ninja, they know how to do it. Rise of Ronin has some good. I'm like Rise. Speaking of like Ninja Gaiden vibes, Rise of Ronin, people's like heads come off and stuff. You chop a dude and have his head flies
Yeah,
off.
that, Neo as well, right? Because sometimes you get like that final hit, and they literally like the upper body literally explodes into chunks. And you're like,
Yeah.
oh yeah.
But the nice thing about Rise of Ronin in that respect is because the camera's closer. I mean, you see his head fly off, whereas in Neo, because the camera's higher
yeah.
up, it's less visceral like that. So that
Yeah, and
that
because,
I do like about Rise of Ronin, the camera.
Well, does Rise of the Ronin still have like the whole like an item shower once you kill an enemy? Because they pop like pinatas in Neo, and I feel like that distracts a little
you know
bit.
what's interesting
Yeah,
is you were talking about how people were complaining about that, but it has way less loot than Neo, in my opinion.
Hell, yeah, finally.
Yeah, it's way less loot heavy than Neo, way less. So it's interesting people complain about that because it seemed normal to me. I was like, you get a normal amount of loot in this one.
Yeah, and if they tone down the loot, then that's more focus on the head popping out or popping.
Yeah. I
just
think a
popping
lot of
in
the
there.
stuff that they changed, RPG wise, sorry, chat. Got ice in my mouth. A lot of the stuff they changed RPG wise, I think was a little bit better than Neo in like those systems. They like streamlined a lot of that stuff, but the level design compared to Neo is another thing. That's where it runs into problems. Also, the controls are funkier than Neo. So that's where it kind of runs into problems. It's like Rise of Ronin's interesting because it's like you can never say it's outright bad, and I don't think anyone quite has, but it's not nailing it either. It's in this kind of weird purgatory.
Let's see. Yeah, don't spoil your review, dude.
Yeah, definitely.
What I feel like nobody.
That's all you're gonna
ever
get,
mentioned
chat.
about Lies
That's
of
it.
P is that the difficulty is all over the place. Isn't that just like the norm for Soul style?
Yes,
style
it is.
Games though, like yeah, Neo as well. Like all these types of games, the difficulty is just all over the place. Usually, it's like it can either be like they start hard, then get easy, then stay easy, or they start hard.
Oh yeah. Neo
get
has
really
this
easy
problem.
and then become hard again. Yeah. With Neo, it's like you get past the slime boss and then you just like smooth sailing.
Exactly.
To, like I don't know,
Neo
loop 25 or some shit.
Yeah, Neo has this problem because it kind of tricks you a little bit because it has a really nice ramping difficulty curve for the first few levels, and then like the back half, it doesn't get harder at all. If it could potentially even get easier in the back half, which is weird.
Yeah, exactly. You kind of just breeze through it at that point. Yeah, and it's like I feel like people got desensitized to it. They don't really. I mean, is that even? It could be a problem if it doesn't get harder, right? But
Yes,
if
it
it's just
is a
like
problem.
all over the place. Yeah, but if it like, is it a problem if it's not smooth? If it's just like some bosses are hard, some are easy, some are really hard, some are like just medium. If it's all over the place instead of just getting easier, is that a problem? Because I don't think it is, right?
I think
It's
it
just
is in the sense that you need it to end harder. I think you do need that. You need a
Yeah.
climax. So
Well, you need
you
like
don't
a
want
general.
Yeah, you don't want your
increase.
climax to be mid-game. Otherwise, that's not good. But like to that journey, yeah, it could have like pretty crazy peaks and valleys. But I think it at least needs to climax hard. there's a
Yeah,
quote
it's
for
like
you.
it's like that anchoring shit, right?
Yeah.
Where people remember the beginning, the middle, and the end of their experience. So
Yes.
you gotta like front load all the best shit, have like a really strong middle, and then a really strong ending. And
Yes.
then the rest, don't even bother really.
The rest you can kind of play with up and downs between them. Chico asks,
try
"Did
it.
you guys try Angel of Death?" Oh, we're both reading the same one. I have it.
Yeah.
I haven't tried it yet, though. I will
haven't tried
play
it.
it and review it here somewhere.
Yeah, I haven't tried it yet either, but I know that it has incredibly good like beginner mode because it's like it has like a proper introduction to shmups, right? And it's like what I did with Gunvein, but a lot more extensive, where there's a lot more missions. Like they go through everything.
Oh,
And
Isama is pointing something out here that I may need to bring into my review because I didn't fully understand this. So Rise of Ronin has like a stance system, like Neo, high, low, or whatever. But it's not high, low, medium like Neo. Instead, it's like different fighting styles. And the game was telling me, hey, this enemy is weak to this fighting style. I need to double check that and incorporate that into my review, because I thought what it was saying is just, hey, this fighting style like naturally complements it or whatever.
Oh,
but
God.
what if it like statistically changes? I need to check that before
I don't
finish
think
my review.
Dude, if it that would be heartbreaking if Team Ninja just went with like fucking stat penalties.
Yeah, well, we
Especially
need to
after
check.
Neo and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really do have to check. Yeah, exactly. The bug. Yeah,
Because
it
that's
is,
a huge
unfortunately.
critique. That's a huge critique if that's a
Yeah,
thing.
it's like, it's not necessarily like a ridiculous deal probably in this game, but like you do not want to enable that kind of shit, because then you just make everything like a statistical thing. Why even think about move properties? Just think
Exactly.
about like move hard coded.
Might as well just make it you change colors at this point. Oh, he's a
Exactly,
red
yeah.
enemy, so let me be blue so I can do the blue stance. Rise of Ronin.
Yeah, I don't know.
You better not be doing that. I'll check that.
Why did Shmup
That was a
Junkie
great
remove his
comment.
review?
We need to take a moment and highlight that was a great comment. Where are you? Where are you, commenter?
Iki-sama.
Iki-sama, great comment. That could
Yeah,
have
good.
could have added a lot to my review right there. Because it tells
gonna
you
have to
that,
go back and
but I
record.
was like, whatever. You know how I am. I see these little prompts. I'm like, shut up, Rise of Ronin. So I was just playing, and I have no. I knew it wanted you to change stances, but I thought it was like fighting styles. Like, oh, do you want to use this fighting style or that fighting style? But if it literally has statistical implications, like it does more damage or something, oh boy, that's a problem.
Yeah. Well, what if it was a Western game? You'd probably be a lot more. Something would go, fire off in your brain. You'd be like, gotta look into this.
Yes, exactly. Team Ninja are kind of, with a reputation, they're sneaking stuff
Giving
by
them
me.
the pass, yeah.
Well, I didn't even notice
Yeah.
it though. It's not that I was giving them pass as in like, well, I won't talk about it. I didn't even go there. I was like, Team Ninja wouldn't do something like that. There's no way. So I gotta check that.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, dude, is this some drama? Why did Shmup Junkie remove his review of Senjin Alest? Do you know? Also, why hasn't M2 made a home port of the game? Feels like made for a home port.
Oh, well, I can guess very easily why. It's because maybe the copyright police called him. Maybe he got a call
For
from
a
the
fucking review. Oh god.
why? Because it's those Japanese
Insane.
companies. You know how crazy they are. You know them.
Buy this game is good. Yeah, get the maybe.
Weren't
yeah.
they?
That's
I'm pretty
insane.
sure it wasn't. I don't know which one it was, but it was one of these Japanese arcade shmups, the newer ones, not the older ones. And I can't remember which one. Where they were, it may have even been Akata Blue, wasn't it? Akata Blue, where they weren't letting people post footage of it or something for a while.
Early on, I believe.
Yeah.
Or early on.
So he could have got a little email from the copyright police being like, "What's this, buddy?" That would be my guess.
That is ridiculous. Reviews of all things, that's like the things that are selling their units. I guess they're too good for that. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on over there.
That's what because it's an arcade exclusive. Isn't that the thing? It's an arcade exclusive.
Yeah, but still, you want it to. You want people to know that it exists. Right?
I don't-
But then
yeah.
again,
I don't.
shmup devs and
They're
marketing,
insane. They're insane.
Probably
They're
like
out
the
of their
worst
damn
combo
minds.
I've ever known. Dude, I cannot fucking believe. I was following Natsuki Chronicles development. I was like, oh, it's getting a PC port. Then a year later, someone told me that, oh, the PC port has been out for like 2 days. I'm like, what the? Where? How did it come out? How did it fucking slip by?
You know, another one
It's
like that. That's even
Yeah.
more ridiculous is the Radiant Silvergun PC port. I literally
Yeah, exactly.
they did
They
the
were
worst
hyping
of
it up, and
worsts
it's like-
because they hyped it up and then didn't release it, and for months it's just sitting there on Steam. Coming soon, and then one day it just appears with no notification or. Then one day I just look at my Steam. I'm like, oh, there it is. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
It's unbelievable. It's fucking unreal. The shmup devs need to like think about letting people know that their games exist. It's incredible.
Oh, we
How
need
bad
to.
marketing is.
HP says who said it? Where is it? Oh, Superfish says, can we finally squash the beef?
Nah, I think the beef is gonna linger.
Mingo, can you explain why you thought there was beef between us? I'm curious what. Well, we do yell at each other on Discord, so I'm assuming that must be what it is.
Yeah, but that's the norm, right?
yeah. So I'm assuming that's what it
we
must
were. Yeah, we were arguing about whether time can be score.
Yes.
Yeah.
and then
Squashed
all
the
hell
pork.
broke loose. Well, we came to a oh shit, I just spilled on myself. We came to actually an interesting conclusion on that. Somewhere in that mess, which was Mingo was just trolling. Okay, Mingo, naughty.
He's trying to break us apart, Mark.
Not,
He's
yeah,
trying to,
naughty Mingo.
put a wall
He
between us.
wants to be in your spot. He wants to be the official buddy of the Electric Underground.
Yeah.
Take out Bog along the way. But the funny thing is that us yelling at each other at Discord brings up a lot of really interesting insights for me, because I realized, explaining this, that if the game has time go up, then it is more like a scoring system. And if the game has time go down, it's more like a speed run, because of the way the incentives work. Because if it's a game where you need to do things to get more time, then that's like a scoring system, because you're trying to play more, maximize the gameplay more to get more out of it. But if it's a game like Doom, that's what we're arguing about, where Doom just has a timer, and so you just want to skip as fast as possible to the end, that's like a speed run, right? Because then you're trying to get to the end as quickly as possible, and no matter how fun the gameplay is in between, the optimum is to get past it without engaging. So we did kind of come to that.
Yeah, though there's the other method. Instead of like additive, you get more time. You slow down the rate at which time decreases. Basically, I think the idea should be is like you want to detach time from actual real time. That's the only way you can actually make it more score-like, I guess.
Yeah, the problem with that though is, if, like, in theory, if you do it just perfectly, then that works. But the problem is skips. So like, you like, for example, you make a racing game
but then
with
you
all
get,
kinds
like,
of awesome time bonuses. Like, you collect these items and they give you time bonuses and stuff. But the timer doesn't count down like initial D. Instead, it's like a racing timer. The problem is if you find a skip, then you'd still save more time skipping than to go get the time items. That's the problem.
Yeah, but that is like that's a danger, but that is like a trade-off. You can sometimes think, you can have like you'll have to decide what to prioritize, and that's, similar stuff exists in scoring, because sometimes you want to like quick kill stuff, sometimes you want to like leave it on screen for a while,
Yeah. I'm trying to think, what would be the benefit of having it be like a real-time timer that goes down? In terms of like trying to make it beyond just going as fast as possible. Because I can't think of why you would do that other than to make the player go as fast as possible by any means necessary.
Well, I mean, the obvious reason is because time is really comprehensible, right? So it's not like score where it's abstract. You can feel every lost second because you exist in real time. So like you have that intuition element, and then you can kind of build a scoring system around that. Besides that, I don't know. You would have to just there's something like inherently pleasant about minimizing the like getting good, minimizing the amount of time you spend in sections, right?
Yeah. That's an interesting thing to check. Yeah.
Yeah, because shmup people listen, guys. Shmup people are like, dude, yeah, we want to like engage with as much game as possible, but then watch their faces, as you mentioned, milking. Watch how they react. The horror, the sweat.
Yeah.
Immediately they're like,
I guess they both.
Actually,
okay, so we can agree both systems have a dark side. So the dark side of a timer system is you just skip the entire game, Ocarina of Time style.
Yeah.
And then the dark side of a scoring is Esperade milking, where you just milk a boring ass section for 20 minutes.
Milking infinite
or Metal
loops,
Slug.
that kind of
Metal
stuff.
Slug's milking is insane.
God.
Yeah, so I guess you could say both of them have like a natural principle you have to avoid, right? You have to battle milking in scoring, and you have to battle skips in speedrunning.
Yeah, it's like additive versus subtractive. If the biggest problem of additive, adding too much. With subtractive, you remove too much. So
There you go.
That like the yin and yang.
The yin and yang. There you go. The yin and yang of game
yin
design.
And yang of optimization. Yeah, basically. There you go.
Though I will say, on the side of scoring, as I think scoring is a little bit more developed in this sense, because I think, at least recently, people who do scoring systems are more aware of like, okay, we can't have big milking issues here. We got to stop the milking and keep it reasonable. Whereas I think speedrunners are still in the idea of like the more you skip, the better. The more you skip, and like
because
the devs are like, oh, the more like the game you like, a big adventure. The more you skip,
Penny's Big Adventure, yeah. Where basically what happened is the game, like early on, someone found a technique called zips, where if you jump and you time your jump plus yo-yo thing in an exact moment, there's a precise timing to it, and you do it on, like, for example, a slope, you'll just fly off into a direction. And what people do is they skip massive chunks of the level. Some levels are even like literally one skip on a slope. And some other levels are like you going around the level on the water. And basically, I was hoping that they would patch it, that it would be like, okay, this is ridiculous. Like some of our levels are literally not getting engaged with at all. But they didn't fix it because they're like, oh, it doesn't interfere with the casual players, and the speedrunners like it, so whatever. Because to them, there's two categories: there's the casual players and there's the speedrunners. And as long as the speedrunners don't complain, that's fine. Because they don't. I think there's like a conflict between people who would play for optimization but don't want to the games to like develop into devolve into skips, like racing game players and players who are speedrunners, because speedrunners want those like really technical, cool, like out of bounds, fucking super big brain skips, even if it undermines the entire rest of the game.
Until they get to the point where that's all they do, and then they're like, okay, we need a new category called only minor skips, or
Yeah, or what even happens? They will like get really excited, and then they play it for a while. They're like, and they probably won't even be able to pinpoint why they don't really feel like playing this game. They'll just kind of fall off it without really thinking.
Chat is deeply fascinated with my
the milk,
my mug. It's just a thermos that I wrapped to try to preserve the ice a little better. I wrapped it in paper towel because my ice melts. My ice is melting too fast, and then I don't have any left.
He was milking a cow off screen. Just
I drink real life milk though. When did this become a problem? I drink real life milk. I'm from Idaho.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Yeah, real life drink. Yeah, I drink real life milk. Yeah, I drink it. I'm not ashamed to admit it.
Yeah. Someone in the chat was saying milk drinker. It's like, yeah, I drink real life milk. It happens.
Damn. That's like a slur against rural people or something. I don't know.
Shoop said you liked Fire Emblem once, but you never played it on your channel. My question: Are you a fake gamer? I like Fire Emblem. I don't know. I'll probably. Well, maybe another. Are they ever gonna make another Fire Emblem game? Maybe if they make another Fire Emblem game, I'll review it.
Haven't they made them?
I don't know. I'm out of the loop of Fire Emblem because I really did not like Three Houses. That was the problem. I think on my channel I was talking about how much I loved Fire Emblem, and then Three Houses came out, and I was like, no.
Yeah, there was one last year on the Switch.
Okay, well I gotta check back. Three Houses broke my spirit because they took it in like this open world Persona thing. I was like, why Fire Emblem? Why? Oh my god. I probably should have reviewed. Well, I didn't have like quite the reviewing chops back then, but I probably should have reviewed Three Houses because that pissed me off that they made it like a open world thing. And I was like, it's not open world, but like they added these sections where you wander around a castle or something, and I was not thrilled with that decision.
Okay, let's catch up with Chad real quick. Is Neo 2 good? Yes.
Bog loves Neo 2. I'm a little bit more critical of it.
Any opinions on Vivid Lope, Mark Abasex?
What is Vivid Lope?
It's like a rabbit puzzle game. It has like a cool Dreamcast aesthetic. I'm not sure. It's like you got to fill out squares by walking on them, and you like if you step on it twice, you like fill and unfill it, right?
I've never played it. I've never played it. Yeah, I've never played it.
It looks really cool, but I'm salty because the developer was making a really cool run and gun, like Metal Slug style run and gun, and he stopped and he worked on Vivid Lope. Goddamn. Hope he gets back to that at some point.
Yeah.
Let's see. When's the tier list for Contra games?
I got to do that because I think I was saying in my last chat that because I did the Operation Galaga review, part of that review was going through and like playing almost all the other Contra games for like references and stuff like that. So I've like played the entire series at this point. Might as well do it properly and go back and like play them all and like do a little tier list.
That was funny. Yeah, that was funny because you were like complaining about some of the stuff in the new Contra game, and you're like, yeah, the new ones are surely better. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's got to happen. Shattered Soldier right now is my favorite so far, but I'll have to go down and properly
Uprising
play them
is
all.
top tier.
Yeah, this could be the battle between the Shattered Soldier and the Uprising fans because they're both
you also have to play.
They're both like got the hardcore fan bases, so it's gonna be a bloodbath. Which fan base wins? The Shattered Soldier or Uprising?
You also have to play the PS1 ones, the PS1 Contra games, because there's two made by Western Studios. And
really?
They're both pretty bad.
Yeah. I've not played those.
CPS says Uprising's fine, but the running speed is too slow. What the fuck? What?
Well, it could be.
I don't know. Maybe if you like scientifically measure, but you can actually run in that game, right?
Yeah.
It's not like you have like a normal run and like a run, like a Guilty Gear type of thing.
Yeah, that one would be interesting to definitely revisit because it's very different from Shattered Soldier too. They're like two completely different takes on the series.
Almond milk? No, real cow milk. So Junpei. Went back playing Rainbow Six Siege recently. Made me realize the style of pushing the player to its maximum from the arcades wasn't dead in the mainstream. It just morphed into competitive games. Well, they have to be.
Choops is saying Soul Cresta is better than Radiant Silvergun. Choops is out for blood. Choops is out for blood. Doodle asked a really good question, though. I don't want to miss Doodle's question. Doodle asks, what is the oldest game you love? I have an answer for this, actually. But I'm wondering, Bog, can you guess what it is? I haven't mentioned it too much, but can you guess what's the oldest game that I love? LOVE
Pac-Man.
love. You got it.
Pac-Man.
Yeah, it's Pac-Man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a Pac-Man video pretty soon, yeah. Have
you played Robotron?
I love Pac-Man. I haven't. No.
Robotron is actually pretty good. It is really fun. It's like a original twin stick. It has some of the issues, but it's really frantic because like you start in a room. There's enemies literally everywhere, so it's not like you're gonna like run around the periphery immediately because you start like next in the middle. And you also have to rescue some humans from the robots. So you gotta like you immediately start in the action. It's a pretty fun game.
Yeah, I remember looking into it for that one twin stick shooter I covered forever ago. Because a lot of people were referencing that it was like Robotron. I didn't play it, but I did go back and look at it.
Idaho people are actually legally obligated to drink milk. Probably true.
Yeah. Here's a fun fact about Idaho that you all don't know is everyone drinking almond milk, you all love your almond milk. You all think that comes from wherever you think it comes from. A lot of that comes from Idaho because we grow almonds for you all to enjoy your almond milk. So we're not only giving you real milk, we're giving you your almond milk. We're hitting both fronts.
Yeah, that's why you don't like shmup milking. You already get enough milking all around you.
Exactly.
I'd love to hear you talk about Kingdom Hearts level 2, level 1 critical mode. It's my favorite game ever. Please look into it.
The Kingdom Hearts fans are very powerful.
They're
I gotta
everywhere,
play
yeah.
it. I gotta play it. I've got to. It's like
I tried,
it must happen.
See there's two problems. The original PS2 version has unskippable cutscenes, and you have to unlock shit. The new version apparently does not let you skip cutscenes, but it's an Epic Game Store exclusive. So you have to or I guess you could play it on console, right?
Well, what I would probably do, this would be my plan. I did this with some of the other PS2 stuff. Is I get a save file, like 100% save file from GameFAQs.
But I believe but I believe the cutscenes are still unskippable.
Oh boy. Well, at least
It's
with
an
emulators.
RPG.
But at least with emulators. Wait, does it? Okay, hold on. Does it have like a Bloody Palace mode?
I don't believe so.
Oh, bummer.
I think there's dungeons, but yeah, you have to actually get there. Someone send Mark a PS2 save, like the best
Yes.
like, stretch of content in the game.
Exactly.
Yeah, save him,
Let's do that. Send me a save state of what section of you want me to play. And then,
Exactly. Yeah, like
yeah,
the vertical slice, the best, the hardest, the coolest.
yes,
Like set him up, fucking hook him up with the peak, the primo Kingdom Hearts 2.
yes, exactly. And a good point was mentioned. You can fast forward through cutscenes in
Yeah, but
emulators through
you're
the power
playing.
of Turbo, but
Yeah,
at
but
the
you're
same
playing on the
time,
deck, right? So it'll be slow.
exactly. At the same time, I want to kind of play it on my deck and stuff. So,
This,
but Kingdom Hearts
this.
has a. You said that in that character action server, Kingdom Hearts is like full of fans. Like
Oh yeah,
there's
yeah. Like there's
yes,
a
they're
lot
very
of
powerful.
yeah. Everyone. Yeah, there's a lot of overlap. There's a ton of overlap. Solstice. Solstice. I'm gonna find this game that was mentioned.
Don't let us dominate you though, chat. Chat, this is about you guys. Have your questions. We're here to field them. We're here to answer your questions.
Kingdom Hearts was fun when it came out, but playing it now, it's like finding out the Power Rangers is pretty goofy. Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Goofy dies, right?
And I've said this before. I really don't like Disney. Even when I was younger, I'm not a big Disney guy. So like Kingdom Hearts, I'm like the demographic not to be into Kingdom Hearts because it's like, why the Daffy and all those people? No, Daffy's sorry, Donald Duck. All those guys, just not into. That's not doing it for me. That's a tough one for
yeah,
me.
you need Tifa. You need a.
Yeah.
I'll
Like,
focus on.
Let's focus on the Square characters and not the, and not the Disney
Solstice.
characters.
Ah, so instead of like solstice, it's like soul. Dark soul.
Yeah.
Solstice.
Solstice.
Okay. Yeah, I think I've seen this, but I haven't looked into it properly. Maybe I'll give it a shot. Let's see.
Dragon says, "Is DMC3 Turbo Mode good? Not only is it good, Dragon, it is required. It is a requirement that you play in Turbo Mode, in my opinion. Have you played it with Turbo Mode off recently?
Yeah, it's very like immediately you feel the
It's like
just like sluggish pace.
slow,
Is
so
there a single
slow.
game where
So
is there a
slow.
single game with a turbo mode where you don't want to play with turbo mode? That's the
Not that
question.
I can think of. Maybe Toho or something.
Well, that's like Toho has like a frame rate glitch, right?
Well, if you just
Not a
there
glitch,
was a
but
thing
like
where
a
people
split,
were
yeah.
playing it at like 90 FPS and stuff, which is kind of a fun idea to be honest. But
Yeah, I was playing a Ninja Warriors once again like that. If you play it on an emulator, of course, if you play your legally acquired copy in an emulator, you can actually overclock the frame rate and it'll speed up the whole game.
yeah,
It's
that's
fucking
fun.
awesome.
That's fun.
It is awesome, man.
So yeah, play on Turbo Mode, kids. I always do.
Some Pulu Wulu said Tifa Booba. Yeah, fantastic. Kingdom Hearts fans are volatile, or as volatile as Sonic fans. They just want to be lied to, so their weird fixations are validated. Don't walk down this path. Choops is warning us, dude.
Choops is our canary in the coal mine.
Listen-
Canary in the coal mine.
Yeah, just someone
Run
donate
for
a
it.
save file for Mark. To Mark, I'll also give it a shot. Actually, you'll have to send it to me as well, Mark.
Yeah,
'Cause I'm
yeah.
curious
We'll
now.
both try it.
Yeah.
We'll both try it and debate its merits. Yeah, from a marketing
someone
perspective, it's really clever. That's true. Marketing wise, it's really clever. Square had a
What
real sense for that back in the day. They really were killing it. You know, they were getting into Mario. They were getting into Disney. They really were making some connections back in the day.
Yeah, Lightning was on Fashion Magazine.
Yeah, good for her.
Queen. Rodon asks, "What are you hoping to get out of the arcade trip?" What is the
Oh,
plan?
that's fun. So I definitely want, for one, you hear about the Galloping Ghost arcade all the time. And I go to arcades now and again that are kind of like bootleg. So I want to see like a real deal American arcade. Because I got kind of the arcade experience when I went to Spain and they brought all the cave cabinets. And that was really cool. And now I want to see like the American arcade, right? I think everyone would agree like Galloping Ghost is the American arcade. So I want to see it. I want to see it at its best. I want to see it at its worst. I want to get under the hood. I want to see if people go there. I want to see what the business looks like. I want to see what their cabin selection looks like. If it's like how solid it really is. You know what I mean? It's kind of like seeing people do the demo of Stellar Blade, where yeah, sure, you can kind of see them, but until you get your hands on it, you can never quite know what it's like. So I'm really excited about that, to really get up
You're
in
talking
there.
about her cheeks?
The guy under the waterfall definitely was.
Yeah, he was really looking forward.
He was really looking for that demo. So that's one of my main big things is I want to see the Galloping Ghost thing in person, and then also the second thing is I want to go somewhere where like fans of the channel, fellow shmup players, will also want to go and hang out because it was really fun at Shmup Slam, but that's a harder ask for people to go. Whereas I think going to like Galloping Ghost, I think you know what I mean. It's like a cool meeting point for people. So it's a twofold trip. I want to get into Galloping Ghost and see it up close, and then I want to meet my fellow American players who are able to come out and like do a fun little vlog and like interview people. And I think it's gonna be a really fun time. And like a lot of the Shmup Slam six guys are coming out, so it'll be like a little reunion with those guys. So that'll be cool. And there you go. There's the whole answer.
Let's see. Kingdom Hearts 2 is one of the best games on the PS2. It's shitted on only because of the Disney shit. It's a game design diamond hidden beneath the controversial surface. Kingdom Hearts 1 is an okay game. I don't like the others. Well, that's exactly why someone needs to like save Mark from the game and just send him a save file.
Send me a save, a save state. Yeah.
A lot of fan bases are like that, like the Monster Hunter fans, even Neo fans are like, oh yeah, if you're like every encounter felt the fucking same, like there was no like difficulty ramp up. They're like, dude, no, wait, listen, loop 7, that's where the real shit begins. So you fucking kidding me, dude? Come on, send me a save file. Ah, God, all right.
Rudan donated 5. Is this British pounds or those euros? No, these are British pounds. Thank you so much, Rudan.
That is pounds, yeah.
They're awesome. Thank you very much. I'll get you logged here. He donated before, so I'll up his number.
Ooh. Some a real, not question, but a comment in chat, Mark. Are you ready?
Hold on. Rudan. And let's, Rudan says, oh, he's just being really nice. Thanks, Rudan. Thank you, very nice. Rudan just says, looking forward to the arcade trip. Yes, it's going to be really awesome. Thanks for Bog. Yes.
Thanks for Bog. Yeah, thank you for creating Boghog.
I basically created. I'm his creator, basically. Yeah.
True, yeah. Okay, so IMO Toho has some of the best titles I've ever seen in the game. Highly responsive to prayers, subterranean animism, etc. What do you think about that one, Mark?
About Toho? I'm a Toho fan. You know that.
Yeah. No, not Toho, but like the titles specifically.
Like yes, like the actual titles of the games. Yes, I love Toho really titles.
Aesthetic.
They're awesome. Yeah. I wonder how much that plays into like its discoverability. You know, like you think of these Mountain of Faith, Perfect Cherry Blossom,
Immaterial and Missing Power.
Oh my God, yeah, Toho goes so hard on the titles. I agree completely. I love Toho's titles.
It's
Scarlet embodiment of devil and. Yeah, Zun really knows how to write a title. He really knows his stuff with titles. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's like a melodic death metal title sometimes. And also it's like the epitome of like the whole how Japanese developers name their games, where it's like purely aesthetic. It doesn't have to mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything, but it's like it's like poetry. Yeah, I love the Toho titles. They're all really good. Probably not all of them, but a lot of them are really good. What's your favorite one? What's your favorite Toho title?
Let me think. Let me actually see them. Toho game.
Mountain of Faith is top tier for me. That title, Mountain of Faith, is really good. You could almost name a game Mountain of Faith. I don't know. It's a really good title. I also like Perfect Cherry Blossom. That's a great title.
Oh, this one is awesome. Sunken Fossil World. Hell yeah, dude.
And then Imperishable Night. Okay, I'm going to have to give it to Imperishable Night. That's the best title. Imperishable Night is a great title.
Phantasmagoria Flower View.
That one is, I think it's a little wordy. That one's a little much.
But I like it how wordy it is. It spams you with like fancy,
it's like a Panic at the Disco song. It takes it to that next level.
Yeah, but then the next one is Shoot the Bullet. Okay, whatever.
That one's like a pun. though. Shoot the bullet is a pun because it's a
On what?
camera game, right? So shoot the bullet, like camera.
Oh, okay.
See,
Okay.
it's like a pun.
Yeah, I didn't. All right. Well, that works.
Okay, 1x Bandcamp donated $2. Thank you very much. Let me get you added here. Get you up to $4. Thank you very much. And he asks, you tried that run and gun Death Wish Enforcers. Is this new?
It's
Have
like,
you heard of this? Death Wish Enforcers?
Yeah, it's new. Yeah, it's new. It's one of the. It looks like a Sunset Riders type of thing, or like the Ninja game by Konami.
It's by Konami?
It looks pretty solid. No, it's not.
Oh,
I wish
okay.
it was by Konami.
Yeah.
But no, if only Konami did something that cool again. But it's like a 70s like a 70s action movie styled kind of like a Sunset Riders type of thing.
Okay, you talk, and
It
I'm
looked
going to
pretty
look up
decent,
some
I
footage
guess.
of it while you talk.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's like a Rolling Thunder 2, maybe Sunset Riders. I don't know though. Like I haven't looked too much into how the mechanics look. Right. I just looked at some footage real quick. Let's see.
It's out. So it's completed.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's been out for a while. I think it was an exclusive, a console exclusive, but now it's out on PC and everything. Let's see.
Death Wish Enforcers, Sunset Riders like all bosses and ending, no damage. Okay, let's watch this.
Bosses? No. You gotta check the.
Whoa! It has full-on nude girls.
Oh shit! Yeah, not Electric Underground friendly. It seems you'd have to censor them.
No kidding. Whoa, go.
Let's see.
Wow, the visual style of it. Oh, this looks pretty cool. I like the visual style.
Yeah, it just depends on if they can nail the gameplay. Which,
Yeah.
isn't too hard to nail. At the end of the day, the Sunset Riders type of thing.
Yeah. That looks.
It's not like
It looks cool. I think it looks
yeah,
cool.
I'm
I don't
seeing
know
the
if it's
boobies.
good, but it looks cool.
Yeah, I'm seeing the full-on boobies now. I guess it probably has a streamer mode or something, right?
Who knows? Maybe not.
Imagine a channel getting nuked because of some pixelated boobies. Incredible.
It wouldn't be a surprise.
Yeah. It happens. Yeah.
I mean, I
What are your
got
favorite?
struck or in trouble for linking our Ring 27 because the Ring 27 is on DL site. So
Yeah.
that's yeah.
The EL site is a nightmare. I don't know why. Is there like no other site for Japanese developers? It's incredible.
I
Or
think
maybe,
they
you know
finally
what it is?
started to not do that anymore. I think finally.
Yeah, and also, well, yeah, because they're releasing it on Steam and itch now. Sometimes.
Yeah, thank God.
Sometimes, every now and then. But also, like, maybe a lot of them come from those porn game circles anyway.
Probably.
Yeah. But someone asked, I think you already answered this, is what is your favorite light gun game?
Oh, what's my favorite light gun game? Because I'm divided between two. It's either Time Crisis or Vampire Knight. I have trouble deciding which between the two I like better.
haven't
I
played
think
them
I
too
think
much, but I
Time
love,
Crisis might be the better game, but Vampire Knight goes hard. So, one of those two. You can pick which one.
let's go with Vampire Knight because it's more hipster,
Yes,
It's the
Vampire
channel.
Knight is my favorite.
I think for me, I haven't played too many actually, but I really loved House of the Dead 3. I love that game, and it's really
Same
hard.
Same dev. Vampire Knight, House of
and
Dead
the-
3,
the-
same dev.
Yes, yeah, and also just there's a problem though. It is incredibly mashy, unimaginably mashy to the point where it's like hard to play for.
So is
extended periods of
Vampire
time.
Knight.
Ah, fuck. Of course, the developer. So, I don't know. Maybe that's like maybe conceptually it's my favorite, but then if I play Time Crisis, I can actually play it for extended periods of time.
Yes,
without,
exactly.
Destroying my hand.
So I was playing Vampire Knight, and I was trying to get a 1cc for it for the channel, and like to do a commentary, and like I recorded myself holding the light gun and everything. I had like a 3-camera setup, and it was a huge undertaking to do all this. Then I'm like, okay, I have to get the 1cc because I don't want to get all these cameras and stuff out again. And I sat there for hours and hours, and like because it's such a mash heavy game, by the end I was like playing worse and worse because my hand was like, I can't mash anymore.
It's ridiculous.
So I had to give up.
It's
I couldn't get
ridiculous.
the 1cc. I've gotten it before, but I couldn't get it on camera.
Well, you can play Crisis Force because that has like a machine gun. Just
There you
hold
go.
it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I need to get like a hair trigger on my on my gun con too. I was thinking of like maybe
What
I
are
need
the-
to mod my gun con to have like a hair trigger, so it's just, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder why House of the Dead 3 doesn't get as much love because House of the Dead 1 and 2 are absolute like people treat them like classics, but 3 it kind of gets overlooked a little bit. I feel like, and I haven't played them enough. I can't like fucking. Give
I
a
think it's
proper,
mostly because House of the Dead 3 was really late in the arcade era, and so
Yeah,
your
probably.
local arcade didn't have 3, whereas 2 and 1 were a lot more common.
Yeah.
Now
Since
do
I
my
didn't
guess.
have any arcades, I played it late, so 3 because 3 is even like on the surface it looks cool. It looks very stylish.
it's very cool.
Yeah, it has that like 2000 sci-fi aesthetic that I absolutely love.
No one
Or,
talks about
instead of,
Vampire Knight either. That one's lost
And
to time.
3 has such good gore. It's incredible how good the gore is. You like shoot dudes, you blow holes in them. You blow these massive, ridiculous holes, like limbs fly off.
Yeah.
It's very very.
I
cool.
like it. Yeah,
Look,
it's cool.
Yeah, 'cause when I played it and then wanted to play some FPS games, I'm like, why does no FPS game do this level of like gore? Satisfying gore. There's some gory games, but they don't have as much. It feels like the developers of FPS games back then didn't really know how to have fun with the gore. They
Yeah,
either went down the fucking Mortal Kombat route where it's like a guy, it's a bit too
Cartoony.
realistic. Or well, no, it's realistic, but it's not realistic in like a fun way. It wasn't treated as VFX. It's more like treated as a simulation of gore. I don't know. It's
Oh,
hard
I
to
see what you're
describe,
saying.
but
I see what you're
it
saying.
had that like fun. Yeah, it lacked that fun element. I don't know. Soldier of Fortune was pretty gory. Yeah, Soldier of Fortune is like a little bit like that, where it's like you can blow off a dude's leg and he'll like lay on the ground like crying, which is fun. But there's no, you don't get like those like blood sprays covering wall. Like it's not as over the top as I would like to.
Yeah.
I would like it to be. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Ninja Gaiden 2 really went with that. It's
Oh,
not
yes.
an FPS, but Ninja Gaiden 2 really did that. And then they ended up censoring it for Sigma. So maybe it was causing sales issues, maybe?
Possibly. Yeah.
I would guess that's the issue. It's causing sales issues.
Let's see. What's the horror light gun game with the shotgun? It's so fast, mash heavy, and you have to constantly rack the shotgun through. That is a House of the Dead 3. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Have you seen the Lupin the Third light gun game? Nope.
No, there's a lot of
I'm
like
not-
deep cut light gun games.
Yeah, and it seems like a pretty developed genre because there's a guy. What's his name? The light gun guy, the British light gun guy on YouTube.
I do not know this man.
There's a British man on YouTube who posts a lot of light gun like super plays, and he's really good at them. And I was listening to some of his commentary and shit, and supposedly the scoring systems are really well developed because they're auto scrolling.
That sounds awesome. I also
Yeah.
need to check out this guy. What's the name of this guy's channel?
Let me try to find it. It should be pretty easy to find. 1 sec.
In the meantime,
Races.
Dragon asks, Mark, what is your favorite Melee game? I saw you liked MGRS parry and spacing, but found anything else that scratched that itch? Well, Ninja Gaiden 2 is my favorite Melee game. Let's list the good ones. All right, so we got Ninja Gaiden 2, Ninja Gaiden 1,
Moon.
Black. Well, we're staying out of the beat 'em ups. I think he's asking for character action games. So Ninja Gaiden 2, Ninja Gaiden 1 Black. I do like Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge. I think that one slept on. It's not.
Yeah.
It's got some problems, but I think Razor's Edge doesn't get enough credit. So Razor's Edge.
SM Raidus, Raidus, or SM Raidus.
I don't remember that one.
Let me just link you. Let me actually link him in chat.
Yeah,
Because I have the
pop
privilege.
it.
I have
Yeah,
the
pop it in
power.
chat.
Yeah.
And then I like. I do like DMC3. I don't really like as many of the other DMCs as much as 3, if I'm being honest. 4 is all right, but I like 3 a lot better. 1, not DMC2. DMC1 I need to play more. That one seems kind of cool. And then, what other character action games do I play? Well, of course, there's like God Hand if you want to go that route, but that's a little bit more beat 'em up, God Hand. Resident Evil 4 and 5.
Melee? Counts, right?
Yeah, Resident Evil 4 and 5 if you want to count those.
Did you mention Bayonetta?
Oh yeah, Bayonetta 1. Bayonetta 1.
Yeah.
So, one asks...
Dead to Rights.
Oh, I love Dead to Rights. That's not a melee game, though, but I love Dead to Rights. You know what?
Kind of is, though.
No, you don't melee jack in that game. It's a... You know what it is?
There's like whole beat-em-up sections, right?
Oh, you're talking about the Tekken Force sections. Yeah, those are the worst sections of the game, though. They're kind of fun,
okay.
but they're crappy. But you know what? Dead to Rights is really interesting because you know what it kind of is? It's kind of like a free-roaming rail shooter because you don't aim in that game. You only lock on.
Yeah.
You only lock on. It's really interesting. I really wish there was more games kind of like it. It's like this free-roaming rail shooter, but it's level-based, obviously, so that's cool. I need to do a video on Dead to Rights. I love that game. Dead to Rights, huge, yeah. But it's not a character action game. I do like Bayonetta, and Boghog taught me to play Bayonetta the way it's meant to be played, which is with shotguns.
Yeah.
I was more mixed on Bayonetta until he introduced me to
Kilgore, of course.
Yeah, I was more mixed on Bayonetta until he introduced me to shotguns and Kilgore. Then I was like, all right, okay.
Yeah, shotguns they're surprisingly underrated because the fun thing about the shotguns is that you can like bully enemies, keep the pressure going.
Hit
Like,
stun.
the
You
enemies
actually can have hit stun.
Yeah, yeah. Believe it or not, the game has hit stun. Even though if you're playing just if you're like mashing, you think like, oh, my hits aren't doing anything. But no, the game has quite a lot of hit stun. You can knock enemies down. You can pressure them. It's really fun.
So, Hero Death asks, Zone of the Enders. I haven't played Zone of the Enders yet, but Boghog has, and you're a fan,
Yeah,
right?
I've been playing it. Yeah, I was playing it. I wasn't too into it, but apparently it really starts cooking in like the later difficulties. So I gotta get back to it and get like extreme mode.
Yeah, I need to
apparently the
do
enemies
this
get-
year a mech extravaganza of some kind, like where I go through all the mech games and I like parse out which ones I think are best. That would be included in that undertaking.
Well, you still need to do the beat 'em up month, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's been like 2-3 years. How many has it been?
What was it? Oh shit! Beat 'em up month?
Yeah, beat 'em up month. Yeah.
Didn't I like give up on
I
that?
already
or
forgot even about the concept.
did I
What?
forget about it, or did I say I can't do it? I can't remember.
No, I think you forgot about it because I remember even like a year ago or so you're talking about like, oh, I gotta like buffer up some videos for beat 'em up month.
That's
or something.
right. Oh
Yeah.
shit! I could do that.
It's over. You could.
Well, if I start going full time, I could do something like that. I could do like one of these months. Just it would be you know what it would be? It would be the same month as Beat 'em Up Cup. So I'd have like,
yeah.
well, it isn't over yet because the wheels are spinning now. Like I do a Beat 'em Up month, and I like throw some character action stuff in there, and then we have Beat 'em Up Cup. That could be really cool. And then I have the history of Beat 'em Ups Part 3 in there as well, because that's people are asking for that. So we put that in there
There
as
we
well.
go.
Oh, it could be Beat 'em Up month. We could Beat 'em Up Cup, history of Beat 'em Ups, some
and you
character
can
action
start that
stuff,
off with-
Spike Out, put Spike Out in there.
Yeah, you can start that off with how to beat 'em up.
How to
your
beat 'em
guide.
up. Oh my God, this is happening. This is happening. This could be
Oh,
really
okay.
fun. It would have to be because I go full time in September, so it'd have to be like October, November, one of those.
Pearl will never watch your channel again, dude.
But what if it converts him? What if he like ever heard of immersion therapy, Boghog? This could be beat 'em up immersion therapy for Pearl.
With him, it's got to be Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, I wish he was
Instead of
coming to
immersion.
Galloping Ghost because then I could like slowly inception him.
Chain him in the basement.
Well, yeah,
okay,
like
you're not getting
he's
out
at
of
an
here until
arcade
you get out.
cabinet, and I like get a pair of handcuffs, and I just handcuff him to like Sailor Moon or something, or Final
Exactly,
Fight or
yeah,
something.
yeah.
Be like, you
Get a-
can't
get a
leave
1cc
until you 1cc
Sailor Moon.
this.
He just shoots himself.
Okay, Safe XP, thank you so much for the $5 donation. No comment from Safe XP, but I really appreciate the donation. I'm gonna get you on the log right now.
you got to play Vanquish. He does. He does have to play Vanquish.
It's sitting in my Steam library, just like an abandoned child. But I've said this before. I haven't played Vanquish yet, not because I don't want to, but because I want to give it the proper time and space. You know, it needs to be like an event, like, oh, it's Vanquish time.
Yeah, but now you're hyping it up, and it's gonna just keep getting delayed and delayed because now you're like making it a big deal, you know.
But you know, these happen, you know, and then people think they don't occur, and then boom, here it is, like the documentary. You know, it delayed, and then it appeared. So, but Vanquish, it'll get covered. That one I'm not worried about. That one not getting covered. It'll get covered.
Message from SafeXP.
Yeah, thank you very much, SafeXP. Very much.
For the stream, I'm gonna have to deduct my my portion of the revenue.
yeah. Bog,
for
the Bog
for the
Bog
celebrity
fund.
guest appearance.
Yes, the Bog appearance fee.
Yeah, I'm like the Bayonetta. Yeah, I'm like the
you have the
voice actress. Yeah.
Yes, you have an appearance fee of $5,000.
Yeah.
Well, with her rate, it would be like $5,000 an hour, something like that.
Shrimp, I'm still mixed in Bayonetta. Maybe I should play with the shotguns. Mark,
yes,
help this
yes.
man.
Okay, I'm helping you, Shrimp, because I've been exactly where you've been. Okay, first of all, you need to get 100% save file, and you need to unlock Angel Slayer mode. Just do that. Don't even bother playing through the campaign. Just unlock Angel Slayer. Step 2 is you need to equip the shotguns and learn that after every swing you hold the button so that you end with the shotgun. Step 3, you need to learn the Kilgore glitch and use that. These are the 3 steps to becoming a fan of Bayonetta.
Basically you got to focus on the charge attacks because, you know, like,
yes.
a lot of people are like, oh, you know, dodge offset this,
forget
dodge offset that.
Forget that.
But
yeah, Bayonetta is meant to be played where you hold your inputs. That, like, once you understand that, the game feels so much better. And I think that's what they want you to do. I think that is what Platinum wants you to do.
Absolutely. I've showed you, right, where there's a video of Kamiya playing Bayonetta, and he's just like chilling out and, you know, doing some simple combos, some, you know, holding. But yeah, like, people talk about dodge offset, but they don't emphasize the charge attacks enough, because Bayonetta really is like about charging. Like all your charge attacks, like, the shotguns don't seem as powerful as they are, but they are insanely powerful. Not only do they do a lot of damage, they also cause a lot of hit stun. The rockets are incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of these weapons are very, very strong.
Just every attack, hold down the input, so you get the full version.
Yeah, and then from there, the dodge offset is really simple, because you're already holding the button.
Yeah,
anyway, right?
yeah.
So...
Yeah, I think maybe instead of doing a Bayonetta 1 review, I should do a Bayonetta 1 tutorial of, like, this is how you're actually supposed to play Bayonetta or something like that.
Or maybe like Narutoize, you know, how I found the
oh my god, I played Bayonetta for 10,000 years and this is what I got, or some shit like that.
Yeah, we're just, you know, discovering the beauty. I don't fucking know. It's just one of those. You know?
One of those.
Like
Safe XP is a legend. $4 donation from Safe XP. Thank you very much.
That's
Safe.
my rate. That's my.
You know, that's your fee? That's the appearance fee.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. The best case scenario is it would be a little bit like the Tekken video, where, like, I'm explaining a concept that everyone wants to know about Bayonetta, but no one has actually explained. So if I could find a way to explain that, I think that'd be great. Like, how to actually play Bayonetta or something like that.
Yeah, you gotta ask Bare Knuckle Roo something, because he's the one that got me into Bayonetta. I remember I was complaining about something. I forgot about what exactly, and he was like telling me
probably the lack of hit stun
tips.
Probably lack of hit stun.
Yeah, something like that. And, you know, I was you know, he told me, I think something simple. He told me, he was saying how even with the normal handguns, the charge attacks do a shit ton of damage, like a ridiculous amount of damage. I'm like, wait, is that true? And I checked it out and, like, immediately started clicking. Then I asked him some more advice, and really got into the game. So it's like a chain, you know, going from Bare Knuckle Roo to you, and then to your audience.
Yes, yeah, the trickle of influence. So yeah, like Expendables is suggesting, like, how to have fun playing Bayonetta the right way, something like that. Like, how to play the right way to play Bayonetta, something like that. Something like that, along those lines, yeah.
This man played Bayonetta for 10,000 hours, and you won't believe what he discovered.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can charge? Wow.
You can charge the shotguns?
Yeah, do you guys prefer Bayonetta 1 or 2?
One.
I think.
For me, there's no competition. One is the best
Well,
and significantly better than the rest of the games.
I'm yet to put too much time in like because the main game, yeah, absolutely, and even the 2's Angel Slayer is kind of interesting because it's like it shuts down the biggest issue of 2, which is like the recovery items. But for the most part, yeah, it looks. It seems like Bayo 1 is a lot better. I just need to play Bayo 2 more so I can hate on it better or some shit.
Yes, I played a good amount of Bayo 2. Ads of Steel Gaming. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. I'll get you in the log here. Just want to say donate to your trip and for all the content over the years. What a nice donation. Thank you very much, Ads. I'm getting you on the log now.
Bayonetta becomes infinitely more fun with Kilgore, shotguns, and Fire Duraga than actually going for the rankings, IMO. The rankings are...
Who said that? Where are you?
Hero Death.
Hero Death is correct. I agree, Hero Death.
Well, I was exploring the scoring system of Bayo, and it's surprisingly fun. It works, there's a lot of annoyances that pop up. For example, Platinum are incredible because they managed to fuck up, they managed to create like input overlap with 2 different inputs. Because you have like one button to do a torture attack and one button to pick up a weapon. They're 2 different buttons. But you can only do it when a prompt shows up on your screen, and the prompts override each other. It's fucking insane.
Matthew Matosis would be outraged.
He should be, because he didn't talk about that. Well, that would have been a perfect example. And then on top of that, they have like a really low counter stop, so you can't really see your score past a certain point. Like a lot of the encounters just boil down to you getting to like capping out the score. The score still counts. You can see it in the end, like a verse ending screen, but you don't actually see the score in real time.
Yeah. My dream would be, and I've messaged him on Patreon, it didn't work, but my dream would be to get Matt on my YouTubers on YouTubers. Like he's like the guest I want to, if I could get one, like the most valuable guest, if I could get him, like the man is a mystery. And I would love to ask him so many questions, like why he doesn't review games anymore, because I don't see there doesn't seem to, he's probably just busy and does other things, but I think there's a real missed opportunity with not just him, like his context sensitivity video. We're still getting mileage out of that thing. I really wish he would like review games a little bit more here and there, like he used to.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, he's been busy. Recently, he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna get into shmups," and he plays fucking like R-Type, the old school stuff. It's like, god damn, and he fucking hated it, of course.
Yeah, of course he did. Yeah,
so, yeah. But he has that like obsession. Oh, we gotta start from the OGs and then move up.
Yes, yeah. So he's playing Space Invaders or something.
Yeah, well, yeah, basically, yeah, close enough.
Yeah. So, shouts to Matthew Matosis. Make more videos, please. Torline says we need a documentary of me in Japan. That would be so much fun, like a vlog, like Gaijin, and it would be the Electric Underground Gaijin invasion, and I go there and I'm just like my giant American self in Japan. That would be amazing. Oh, and think of the arcades. Funny. Think of the arcades, my dude.
You trying to pronounce some basic?
Oh yeah, and I love Japanese food though, so I'd be okay there. I'd be eating good. I gained like 15 pounds in Japan eating sushi and ramen.
We need Under the Mayo on this channel as well.
Oh, I'm scared.
That'd be fun. Why?
I don't know. I'm a little bit scared because that could be a really interesting interview, because I don't know how much, because our tastes don't overlap as much as people think. I think is why, because a lot of people were messaging me about like, hey, you and Under the Mayo have a lot of similar tastes. And then I went and looked. We did our exploration on your stream of his content. I'm like, there's really not as much overlap as it appears. Like, for example, he hates Resident Evil 6. He hates it so much. And I know the campaign is garbage, but the Mercs mode. I mean, I'm a much bigger fan, and like the things, and there was even like specific things he disliked about 6 that I really liked, like the camera system. He hates 6's camera system, and I think 6's camera system is quite clever. Is it better than 5 or 4? No, but it's like a interesting middle ground between a full on camera system and then like the limited camera system. It's like this weird blend of the two, but it's kind of cool. Plus you have like all the crazy stuff in 6, like the rolls and the dives and the rolling on the ground. Like 6 goes in a lot of the mechanics of the game. There's exploits that kind of screw it up in some ways, but like the raw mechanical ambition of 6 I really appreciate, and he hates it so much. And then he loves Remake 4, and I hate Remake 4, so it could be kind of an explosive interview if the two of us battle it out.
Have to discuss what consistently inconsistent means.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, that's why it would be interesting, because like I don't think it would be that heated or anything, but it's like the people memeified his take so much that I kind of expected him to be a lot more radical, and extreme about his stance.
Yeah.
But he isn't. He really isn't. It's like his whole his score point was like, I want the scoring to force me to engage with itself, basically, and I want the game to like effectively teach me. It's not like a condemnation of the game itself. It's just like this game.
Well, the one thing I don't want is how like some of these channels, they gain like some like real hater fan bases that like the guys that make those videos about him, and they're just going in. I don't want to give that group like a bunch of ammunition to like just come at him constantly.
Oh god, imagine that. You argue about something and they post like videos. Oh, Mark destroyed
exactly
Mayo.
And then it becomes like I get onto the list of most toxic YouTubers or something or whatever. So that's why I'm saying it's a little bit scary for me to.
Well,
you
could always do like an off-stream convo. And
I would love to talk to him person to person. Yeah. Absolutely, that I would love.
Record a convo.
Yeah, that I would love. I don't know if he'd care though. Like, who's this random motherfucker just adding me about Resident Evil 6 or whatever? But yeah. I mean, it would be amazing. I think it could be really interesting video, but I'm afraid like the power, you know what I mean? Like it might be too powerful for the internet at times.
Just don't mention his name. Just have like an appearance. This is my friend Bob.
My buddy. my buddy inside Bob. The sandwich.
Matt didn't find reviewing games satisfying creatively. Well, that's more of a him problem, to be honest. He wasn't creative about reviewing them. Matt didn't find reviewing games satisfying creatively.
Oh, he didn't? When did he talk about this?
Yeah, source.
Right,
yeah. We're not even gonna acknowledge this until the source is provided.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's see. You've been too harsh on Jamestown Plus, Mark. Are you?
I don't think so. No, because I thought I was kind of nice to Jamestown. I was nice. Jesus. I was nice to Jamestown.
Oh my god.
My review, go back and watch it. I am kind in that review. I am not going hard on Jamestown. No, I absolutely disagree. I am a kind boy to Jamestown.
Yeah, I don't recall you like shitting on him.
No, I was very nice. I was very cordial, and I kept it pretty chill. Like, obviously, I didn't think it was like the greatest shmup ever or anything, but I think I was pretty fine and fair to Jamestown. I think that was a pretty kind review, to be honest. So
Matthew's playing with those save states because that's cheating. Oh god. Let's see. Mayo hates scoring systems more than anyone else I've seen.
He does. See, that's where we would have that's why I'm saying, like, even though our channels have somewhat similar tones, our tastes are so different. Our tastes are so different. Wait.
I think you could find common ground because you would want games to force the scoring.
Yeah, there we could agree.
Yeah, and he would agree with you 100%. Because I believe his problem wasn't that like the scoring exists, but it's a bad motivation for him to engage with the game systems unless the scoring either directly benefits him, like via lives, or he's forced to engage with it.
He's kind of on the right track there, yeah, because there's more to it than that.
That's what a lot of his stuff.
Yeah, but I do agree there, like, because whether or not people say, "Oh man, I play Devil May Cry and I care so much about the S ranks and I play S ranks." If you actually look at the Steve achievement stats on this, which I've done in preparation for my Devil May Cry video I'm going to make at some point, the Steve achievements of percentage of players who actually do this is insanely tiny. It's like 1 or 2% or something. So there is something to be said about, clearly most of the people playing these games are not engaging with the scoring, even though it has this reputation of like, oh, we all play Devil May Cry for S ranks. If you actually look at the percent of people who do that, it's really low.
They play for style, quote unquote.
Yeah.
It cannot be measured objectively, Mark. Right? No system is enough to encapsulate. their unique play style.
we're going to establish during Beat 'em Up Cup the objective metrics for for reviewing
the objective,
style.
subjective metrics.
Yeah.
These are the only arbitrary subjective metrics that are allowed.
Oh, Alpha says
See.
get an FGC influencer on YouTuber. That's a good idea.
Cool.
Who should I get?
Yeah.
I bet I could get a fighting game person. They're a little bit more accessible.
Get Eris and
oh, I would love to have Eris on, but there's no way.
Yeah.
There's not in 1,000 years.
Sure?
No way.
Sure? Are you sure?
He would never come on my channel. He did.
Well,
He's talked about he's talked about he doesn't like to appear on other channels. And these are people who have like literally like million sub channels who will ask him to appear and he won't do it. So my little shitter channel, you think he's coming on this? No way. Not in 1,000 years. I would love to have Eris on though. That would be awesome. But no, that's never gonna happen.
It's a shame. You could grill him over the fucking super chat or whatever you sent him back in the day.
Oh yeah. Get him.
The
Gotcha
donation,
journalist. Do a little gotcha journalism on him. Be like, 10 years ago, I sent you a super chat and you were mean to me. Do you remember that?
Yeah, exactly. Eris, motherfucker. Answer for your crimes. Okay.
Yeah.
Boghog, do you think gear drifting?
Wait, wait, hold on. I'm trying to think. I bet I could get an FGC guy on here. I bet I could. So I got to think of who I'd get.
Get one of those like the white guy sphere like Sajam, Brian F. I think those guys.
Yeah, but I don't watch their channels. I want to get someone who I've like watched their channels over the years, like Well, I kind of get Quash. Quash isn't an influencer, but he was really good. He was on the Tekken
the
Evo.
Make him an influencer. Dude.
Yeah,
That's
I need to
project.
create Quash into an influencer and then bring him back. Because
Exactly,
you know who
yeah.
I'd want to get? I'd want to get like a Guilty Gear guy, like an old school Guilty Gear guy. But those don't exist. I've checked. There is no like old school. Like Quash is like the closest you're gonna find, like an old school.
There's that one
Guilty Gear dude that's like, all mad about Strive. Like I would love to get that guy, but I don't think he exists. There's not a guy like this.
They've killed them all.
They're dead. The old school
the
Guilty Gear
Strivers.
guides have been destroyed. And then I'm like, oh, I'd love to get like a Virtua Fighter guy, but that doesn't exist either. There's no Virtua Fighter guy to get, other
You
than
get James Chen maybe. 'Cause he's
James
interested in
Chen.
shmups. Yeah,
How
he's
could
interested
be
in
a good,
shmups.
that could be a good one actually, or like Ultra David. But he doesn't play Virtua Fighter. I'd want to get someone who plays like Virtua Fighter or something.
Get Perfect Legend on.
Talk about DOA? Oh, that could be
Yeah.
kind of fun. But I don't think Perfect Legend is a YouTuber. It can't just be a player. We need a YouTuber. That's the thing. So we need someone who like YouTubes and makes content. Perfect Legend would be
Yes, Perfect
entertaining,
Legend.
but he's not a YouTuber.
Maybe a melee player.
I
Well,
did.
he
I
have,
did. I
Crimson
got
Blur.
a Blur. Blur was the guy I would get, and I got him. So we got Blur. We got Melee checked. We got Blur.
Oh no! Someone asked, "What's so bad about Strive?" Don't encourage Mark. He's gonna start.
Well, I think you could say though, in a very fair, objective way, that Strive is like moving away from the hardcore Guilty Gear design, like intentionally so. So if it's, and I think it's an intentional choice. So that the thing about Strive that's kind of tricky is that you could criticize it for a lot of things, and Arc System would be like, yeah, that's what we wanted to do. You'd be like, this plays like Street Fighter. Yeah, that's what we wanted to do. You know what I mean? Like Strive is such an intentional departure from the series that, it is what it is, sort of thing.
Yeah.
It does look fantastic, though. You got to give it that. The visuals are Arc know what they're doing there. The visuals look amazing. But the gameplay.
Get Dark Side Phil on.
Oh my
Holy
God.
shit.
We're not going for troll stuff. We're trying to get like an YouTuber that I like and respect.
Unironically, well, the problem is like that. It has like the Mayo effect, but like 10-fold, 100-fold. But imagine if it wasn't. It would unironically be kind of interesting to talk about Darkseid Phil, right? Because he's, even though,
Yeah, because he's like a living meme. He's like a living meme, so it'd be kind of interesting.
He's a living meme, but
to like get to the person behind the meme a little bit.
Yeah, because one thing that's kind of funny about his videos, he will just play a game, like whine the entire time in the most annoying way like imaginable. People will just like take clips and shit on him about it.
Oh,
and then he finishes the game.
Empty mentioned Majin Obama. That would be a great one because Majin Obama, I don't know if I think he's old school Guilty Gear, but he also is like a big Third Strike guy and like did Cooperation Cup and stuff. He would be a great pick. Majin Obama.
You gotta write
that's
these down, dude. You'll
well,
forget,
I think the only one that's a really great pick so far is him. Someone mentioned the Gaming Brit. Gaming Brit's on my list. Yeah, I already have him on my list. I definitely want Gaming Brit. I'm coming for you, Gaming Brit. I'm gonna get you.
The Brit.
I'm gonna get you. If I have to fly to England, I will get you.
Dude, he absolutely was fishing for this with the fucking Pro Gear review. He was asking.
Yes, he's asking for it. He's asking for it with that Pro Gear video. Yeah, Gaming Brit is like the obvious ones that I really want. Mitosis, I don't know if that's ever gonna happen. Gaming Brit, that I could see happening. That I really want. And then a fighting game person, I think Majin Obama could be a good pick. I think he's a good pick.
That shit down, dude.
Because he is also a content creator. He makes videos, so he fits that criteria as well. And I remember him making a video about Melty Blood when it came out and talking about how it doesn't have enough Riz. And I was like, yeah, you're right there. I agree. It was a little plain. The new one, the Type Lumina one, how like plain it was. I think that's a fair critique for sure.
Yeah, someone described it. I think you described it that way, where it's like, like an indie game trying to be
indie game trying to be trying to be like big budget, but it doesn't have the budget, So that's a great pick. Yeah, Majin Obama is a great pick. Oh, when is Cooperation Cup? Because getting him around Cooperation Cup would be like perfect timing. So someone remind me about that when Cooperation Cup's coming around to start trying to contact Majin Obama. That would be the best time. Manong said, get an RPG YouTuber. The funny thing about RPG YouTubers, I was looking into this because I've been researching an RPG video, is the type of RPG guy I'd want to get is a very rare creature. I have yet to find him because and I wouldn't argue with this guy. I'd be really excited to talk to him. The type of guy I want to find and talked about is like an RPG guy who plays JRPGs and like knows about their combat systems in depth and like evaluates their combat systems and talks about that. I cannot find this man. I've looked all over the internet to find this guy.
I found the guy. Yes, recently I found the guy, dude. Let me fucking get his channel, because I found him and I linked him and you didn't watch him.
What?
As usual.
Maybe.
Yeah. Remember, I was hold on.
But does he talk about JRPGs, not tactical RPGs?
Yes, JRPGs. Tark's Gauntlet is his name. I linked you the Vagrant story breakdown.
Oh, yes, I remember that. Yes, I remember that. Okay, so yeah. Okay, yes.
I watched some of his other videos.
Yeah.
He has like a video on Baten Kaitos or Katen Baitos, whatever the fuck it's called. But he really like breaks down the combat. I haven't played the game, and I was like, oh, this is kind of interesting. So yeah, you gotta check that guy out.
Yeah, yes. Well, when I get closer to my RPG video, that's got pushed back a little bit.
Oh.
It's got the release schedule that's happening though. Yes, definitely go through because it's not only that I need to talk to this guy. I like need this guy's help because I'm trying to like analyze all these RPG combat systems. I'm like, there's got to be someone with like some information about this stuff, and it's been hard to find.
A link in chat to the RPG guy.
Yeah, nicely done. Bog can really sleuth out some stuff like this.
Yeah, well, I was literally looking because a Vagrant Story is a good like how do you call it?
Oh,
Like a
Vesper Arcade
signifier.
is a great pick. The problem with Vesper Arcade, because I really watched Vesper Arcade's channel for years. The only problem with Vesper Arcade is he specializes in Street Fighter. Like he's like my go-to Street Fighter guy, but I'm not really into Street Fighter anymore, so we wouldn't really have a lot to talk about because I'm kind of really just bored with Street Fighter. So, but Vesper Arcade would be a great pick if I was more into Street Fighter. Pulu mentioned this guy. I think it's Sitka S1KA. ST1KA. Here's a really funny bit of deep lore with ST1KA. Sitka, I think it's pronounced. Is that we almost appeared on the same video one time, which was in my early years of YouTubing, a long time ago. I was on this show called Game Fellas, and it was like a general gaming talk show. It didn't have a lot of viewership, but I had a lot of fun on there. Anyway, they would bring in guests for the show. It was a really small show on a really small channel. And I wasn't on the same episode he was on, but Sitka was an early guest on that show, and I was an early co-host on that show. And since that point, both of our channels have grown. I think his has gotten even bigger than mine. But it's just funny because we were almost on the same podcast at the same time with like no viewership at that time. Both of us were like baby YouTubers then. So wouldn't that have been kind of cool if there was an episode where both of us were on there and we're both like little baby YouTubers that grew on to be bigger channels later. So he'd be a cool guy to get because we have that like weird crossover between Game Fellas, which he probably doesn't even remember.
Around Stika.
Stika, yeah. We almost were on the same video. We were this close, but I was busy that week.
Yeah, it seems like there's a bit of overlap between.
Yeah, and a lot of people have
Game
said
Fellas,
that, and I said, yeah, we've almost were on the same channel at one point.
I need to watch his videos because I periodically see him like.
I think he covers old PC games. I think that's why I wasn't on the episode.
So, yeah.
That's why I wasn't on the episode because they're asking, "Hey, Mark, do you want to join us for the old PC games?" I was like, I've played Brood War.
You know,
I've played Brood War. Does that count?" They're like, "No."
Here's an entry point. Here's an entry point. I know exactly what you could bond over, because you both are really salty about Nintendo, like overriding game history. Because he's salty about it from the PC perspective, how people like completely discount the PC side of things. You're salty about it from the
arcade perspective. We could join forces as the Nintendo haters.
Yeah, you could be like, yeah, exactly, like the biggest Nintendo haters. Exactly. You could bond over that shit.
Yeah, well, that's true because everyone talks about Nintendo saved gaming as if console gaming was the only version of gaming to ever matter or exist. It's like, yeah, but what about arcades? Or what about PC games? Exactly. Well, that would be a fun topic.
Exactly. And
that
finally...
could be. He's really high on the list too because I feel like because of that weird crossover point of Game Fellas, he might like be like, oh, okay, I'd be more interested, rather than I'm just a complete random.
That. I'm Mark.
I was almost on the same show as you. You were on Game Fellas, and I was a co-host, but you guys were talking about old PC games, and I didn't know about old PC games much, so I wasn't on the episode, but I was in the opening credits. I was in the opening credits.
To change. I'm prepared to change. Give me another chance, please.
Yeah.
I can finally understand the plight of the PC game.
Yeah, Donkey. Someone suggested Donkey.
God,
No, he's a... I don't know if you've heard of this. He's kind of a well-known YouTuber, Donkey. And I think he did a video about Zero Ranger at one point. So
that'll be it.
If I have an opening in my schedule, maybe, I could find some time to talk to him, but only if I find an opening in my schedule.
Listen. You'll have to do it if my prediction comes true.
Yes, if your prediction comes true, then... But there's no, even if I tried, there's no way in 1,000 years.
You will have to. I will spam emails with you.
Just 1,000 emails. He just opens his email box.
Audience. If you don't talk to Mark, you're a fake shmup fan. You're a fake shmup fan.
The Zero Ranger guy. The Zero Ranger guy said that if you're a real shmup fan, you have to appear on my channel. That's what they said.
Oh, but they do watch your channel, right? They do
Yeah.
enjoy your channel. I've seen
Yeah.
them in the comments every now and then.
Yeah.
All right, Zero Ranger devs, gotta hook a brother up, you know.
Yeah.
Gotta hook Mark up with the.
That would be that's not at all likely, but that would be funny.
Yeah, it's never gonna happen. But you know, it would be really interesting, especially with this whole video game, publisher thing.
Oh, I'd love to talk to him, obviously, but
Exactly.
the likelihood of that is 0%. Don't forget, channel. I have a lot of gusto, but then you look at the channel size. I don't have the influence to really start pulling these high tier guests. Sakurai.
Yeah, get more. See, part of being the an Electric Underground fan is getting more friends and then sharing videos with your friends.
Yeah.
So as long as you guys get a lot of friends, like girlfriends, just normal friends, just
Yeah.
new family members, maybe
Grassroots.
adopt someone.
Yeah, adopt
or
someone.
get adopted. Yeah, get
Get
adopted by
adopted.
someone.
Get adopted
Yeah,
too while you're at it. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Okay,
spread the Electric Underground around.
This was a really fun topic, but I know you guys got other questions and topics. But the fan, what would you call it? Like fantasy football? The fantasy football of potential guests for YouTuber on YouTuber is a fun topic, but
that could go on forever.
that could go on forever.
Let's see.
We're letting the chat catch up. They're too excited. They're excited about these ideas.
Yeah. Tower of Draga. Bog, speaking of Nintendo racing history, is Tower of Draga any good? I have not played it actually. I've seen videos of it. I've seen like people breaking down the game, but I haven't played it. Do you know Tower of Draga?
I've heard of it. I haven't played it though.
It's the game that inspired Zelda most likely.
Yes.
It's like
Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yes.
That's the one
yeah.
Nintendo doesn't know exists and's never seen or played.
Absolutely not. Yeah, they haven't seen it. They just got like the same idea incidentally.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like it's a big Namco arcade classic.
Yeah, it's not like they could have come across it in an arcade at any point. That didn't happen. Whatever you think, that didn't happen. What happened was that coincidentally, it's similar to Zelda, a game that was inspired by hanging out in the woods. That's the.
Hold on. Sora, Zero Ranger, that overpriced piece of slag. I'm putting you in time out, motherfucker.
Sora, you've crossed the line.
All right. Yeah, Sora the Orange Juice mascot has been timed out for a minute.
But Sora is an OG commenter. So Sora, I think Sora gets like special privileges, and here's why.
Kind of, but you gotta. But see, but you gotta let him know his place. He can't get too cocky here in the chat.
Because
He's
Sora,
a bit too confident.
Sora gets like a Medal of Honor because when I was doing my Ketsui grind streams, like the grind, like the ultimate grind streams when I'm repeating a save state for 2.5 hours, there was one fellow in chat, and that one fellow in chat was Sora, keeping me going. Like, you got this, Mark, you got it.
Well, okay, he gets special privilege.
He kind of gets a little special privilege. Oh, yeah.
But not from me.
Yeah. So what needs to happen is Sora needs to go into your dev streams and just be like, you can do it. Keep go. Like when you're fixing code for 4 hours, he's like, you can do it, Bog. Keep at it. You got this.
Yeah. The only thing I get is like Monster Hunter updates. I don't get any encouragement, Sora. What the fuck?
Let's
see.
Scott asks, have I played the demo for Stellar Blade? Not yet, Scott, but I'm going to, and I'm going to cover the full release. So that's going to happen.
Get Alan Turing on the show.
Who's that?
The famous computer guy who's dead.
Of course.
Petition, yeah.
Of course. I'll get him.
Get Masahiro Sakurai.
Me and Sakurai. Sora was talking about beef. Oh, no. Mingo was talking about beef. Me and Sakurai got some serious beef. And we're going to have to squash it on an episode.
Yeah, I send Mark the shmup video Sakurai did, and Mark's like, I'm not even watching this film.
How dare you even bring Sakurai up?
Dude. Oh, I gotta chill chat this, because remember when the shmup video came out, and someone posted a shout out to my game, not my game, my my shmup workshop video. And I'm like, okay, because I arrived there early. I was like, I saw the video on my feed immediately, almost after it was uploaded. I saw the comment. I'm like, oh god, all right, I'm gonna send this to every single person I know. So they shout me out, and it worked. Because once you get like the initial snowball of likes rolling, right?
Yes.
It's very hard. It leads to like a positive feedback loop.
Yes,
and
it does.
Eventually, eventually it rises to the top.
Is it still there?
It's like yeah, it's still there. It's like one of the top comments. It's still like
wow,
one of the most fucking liked comments. Like the video is not that big, granted, but still,
yeah,
goddamn.
Now it's almost like being famous. You know what I mean? It's like if you're killing it in the comments, it's like you're almost famous.
Yeah, see, this is what playing shmups for score taught me.
Yeah, snowballing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, that's some exponential scoring.
Amra says, "I'm sad Team Ninja's new game is another parry fest." Yeah, they did tone down the parry a little bit, which I appreciate, but there's still a lot of parrying.
Excited for Stellar Blade to have a lot of parrying?
Oh my gosh, do you think it does?
It does, yeah, absolutely.
Oh my
does.
God.
Remember the whole like stagger
Sekiro was a
I'm just
mistake.
hoping-
I need to make a video called Sekiro was a mistake. This is getting out of hand.
You almost
I
did, but then you
basically
backed
did.
off. Not-
Like basically did with the Sekiro video, yeah. The Metal Gear Rising Sekiro video.
Now you got to do a proper one.
Yeah, now I got to go
the
full
only
in.
hope-
I got to double down and go full in. Sekiro was a mistake.
Yeah, the only hope with Stellar Blade is that it's such a mechanics soup that other
Yeah.
mechanics will like override the parrying. But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
Sekiro fans are very salty, though. And that's
Yes, I know.
very
I heard.
frustrating.
I heard.
Yeah. You'd get crucified.
Doodle says, "Do you ever get annoyed about having to unscrew and open your arcade stick every time you want to swap out the parts?" I did indeed, Doodle. I used to do this all the time. The solution to this is you find the one lever. So that's what I did. And now I don't have to open my arcade stick anymore. But there was a while there. It did get obnoxious where I was constantly swapping levers, being like, okay, how about this one? For like a year, I was just swapping levers all the time. So you gotta find the lever, and then you don't have to do that as much anymore.
All right, Mark. 2 fighting game questions and then another question. The
'Kay.
first fighting game question. If you think there should be more 3D fighting games, since most of them are missing.
Yes.
action.
Yeah,
think that's an
absolutely.
easy one.
And I also I kind of miss the like janky, weird 3D fighting games
Yes.
too. I miss those. I get a kick
Yeah,
out
like
of
Lost
those.
Bronx and shit, right?
Yeah, I miss those too. So
Yeah.
yes, I agree. There should be more 3D fighters, even if they're not all great. There's just some. I just have fun with like even a janky 3D fighter. There's a lot of fun to be had there. So yeah, I
Well,
agree.
have you seen the new Dragon Ball Z Arena Fighter?
Well, I don't like arena fighters because they're not as
Aren't
fun.
you a fan of Budokai?
Yeah,
Aren't you
a
a fan
Budokai
of
is not an arena fighter. It became an arena fighter later. But Budokais are like janky bootleg Virtua Fighter games. But then as the series continues, it becomes an arena fighter. And I don't like arena fighters nearly as much as like janky 3D Virtua Fighter type games.
All right. Fatal Fury. Have you seen the new Fatal Fury? Fatal Fury.
Fatal Fury? Is this
Fatal
one of
Fury.
those new SNK games?
Yeah, it is a new SNK game.
Let's look. Okay, Bog, you talk to Chad. I'm going to look at a trailer.
Okay, let's see. Oh, there were some questions aimed at me. Let me address them real quick. What's up, Mark? Boghog, hey, Zan, Ryoku. Let's see. Do you think gear drifting, the shift down drift from Daytona, is a mechanic that is underutilized in the racing game genre?
That's a
I haven't
perfect
played
question for
Daytona
Bog.
as much. Yeah, I haven't played Daytona too much, but I did enjoy it in fucking Outrun. I don't know if it's underused. I don't like, ultimately, what does it do? It lets you like take sharper lines, and I believe you lose a little bit less speed when you start like a downshift drift, right? I mean, it's like a good opportunity to put some cool mechanics in there, but I wouldn't say it's underused or anything. Let's see.
Okay, so I'm
Come on.
looking at the trailer for the new Fatal Fury game.
Oh, that's it. Wait, no, there was one more.
And the funny thing about it,
Oh no, I killed. Wait, I killed all of I killed all of Sora's messages accidentally by putting him in timeout.
Bog.
Oh shit!
You've got
Sorry, Sora.
you got
It's a
drunk
joke.
on
It was a
power. You got drunk on
Yeah,
power.
I'm becoming a tyrant. Holy shit!
So I'm looking at the trailer for the new Fatal Fury. I will say, I will give the new SNK dev team some credit in that they are slowly improving the visuals one game at a time. So the older later, the new King of Fighters series looked like worse than a PS2 game. This game, Fatal Fury, looks like Street Fighter 4 a lot. Like it looks like a PS3 game. So we're getting there. Slowly but surely we're getting closer. It looks better visually than the other ones, that's for
Do we
sure.
really need to go further than PS3? Really?
Well, I don't know. It still looks a little underdone, even by PS3 standards a bit, but it's getting closer. I will give it that. Now, how it plays, I have no idea, but this is the first one that I might actually review this. I might, because it's the first one you can kind of take seriously in terms of the visuals. So yeah, maybe I'll review this one. It's getting closer. I'll give it that. It's getting closer.
You got to review the SNK Girls one. What was it called?
I looked at that. That looked like a mobile game, dude. It looked like a mobile game.
Oh god. All right. Boghog is forgiven only if we get naked Rekko. I think you can get that elsewhere, to be honest, pretty easily.
We
Bog has
leave
become
that
the dick
on your
from
own
Animal
time.
Farm.
We'll leave that on your own time.
Let's see.
Okay, chat. I'm giving you the 20-minute countdown. 20 minutes, and then I'm pulling the plug.
What about Tekken 8?
What about
Have
it?
you been playing it?
I haven't. Not because I don't want to, just because of my schedule reviewing other stuff.
Right. Opinions on Urban Reign.
I've seen that everywhere. I've never played it. Have you played Urban Reign?
I have played Urban Reign. It's like a Tekken Force mode, but the enemies are actually fighting game AI, and it's a lot more focused on counters and shit, because you can a dude counters your attack, then you counter the counter, and I believe they can even counter your counter. that is a counter to their counter. So there's a rock paper scissors element, I believe. I haven't played it nearly as much as I should.
Oh, it's a PS2 game.
Yes, and it looks amazing. Like the visual.
Oh, it's a
feedback,
Namco game.
Then yes, it's Namco.
Wow,
game. It has a
I'm
lot
surprised I haven't seen this before. I mean, I've heard of it, but I've never checked into it much. Also, go ahead and link your channel, your YouTube channel, because people want the Boghog action.
Yeah, let me.
Whoa, this looks really interesting.
I've told you about it. Of course, you didn't click. You didn't click once again.
I'm a bastard.
Oh yeah, it has Tekken characters as unlockables.
It looks cool. What? Why haven't I played this? This looks. Yeah, this is kind of like them trying to do a force mode, but for real. That's what it kind of looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more each enemy is pretty tough in this game. There's no there's very few fodder
enemies.
Every enemy, yeah, every enemy.
It also reminds me a little bit of the Dead to Rights combat, but clearly much more developed. But
if you want grabs in your games, if you want enemies to grab you in your games, then holy shit, Urban Reign has got you covered. Especially if you play on very hard. Holy fuck. They will do team grabs. They will do team grabs, and they'll beat you into the ground.
This looks really cool. Okay, I gotta look into this game. This game looks really cool.
Right after PS2 Sopranos, of course.
Do a tier list of random PS2 beat 'em ups.
Yes.
PS2 Sopranos.
Played the Bouncer as well.
Urban Reign, whatever the other ones are.
The Bouncer, dude. The Bouncer.
The Bouncer.
The Warriors, Final Fight Streetwise, of course.
Final Fight Streetwise, yeah.
There's quite a few. There's Beatdown.
That would be
Fist
kind of
of
a fun
Vengeance.
video, right?
Yeah, definitely.
No, not a
see.
tier list. I like rankings. Let's rank them. Let's give them real placings. Let's rank these these bad boys. Urban Reign versus the Warriors. Let's go. Who wins? Oh,
Yeah,
crap.
and of course,
You know, the problem is the clear winner will be God Hand.
excluding God
Yeah,
Hand.
we gotta
That's gonna be
exclude God
besi-
Hand.
Besides God Hand.
God Hand needs to be grandfathered out of this conversation.
Here's the question: Shaolin monks. Are you gonna go with that?
Well, it's got to be on there.
Character actiony.
It's got to be in there, right? Isn't Shaolin Monks like a beat 'em
know.
up type thing?
It is, but it's like a little bit more like God of War and Devil May Cry. A little bit more.
Oh.
It's not quite as focused. I don't know though. Maybe
I'm
there's a
gonna
good
look at some
argument for
footage.
including-
I'm gonna look at some footage.
Urban Reign is second to God Hand. I'm serious. I could see that.
It could
I could
looks
see if you
good.
Get into that
It
shit.
does look good.
It is cool. Yeah. It is
Oh
good.
yeah, no, Shaolin Monks. It looks more.
Oh yeah. Someone asked if you played any of the 3D Castlevania games.
I haven't yet. No. What do you think?
Good,
Have you
good.
played those?
No, I've never played the 3D ones. I've played almost every single 2D one, but not a single 3D one.
Me neither. I need to though. Maybe I'll do that for my next Castlevania game. Just go 3D.
Raging Blades on PS2. What the fuck was that? That sounds familiar. Raging Blades, PS2.
I'm not gonna lie. Shaolin Monks looks like pure torture. Just looking at footage, it does.
It's probably not that bad. Like I enjoy playing. I enjoyed playing it a few years ago.
Okay. Well, you can
Oh,
never
yeah,
know till you
Raging
tell
Blades.
sometimes.
Yeah. But God Hand can be considered a character action. Don't let them win. Don't let them win.
No, God
It
Hand's a
belongs to
beat 'em up.
us.
It's a beat 'em up. Yeah.
Yeah, it belongs to us. Yeah. For starters, you can't even jump. You can't have a character action game with no jump. Like straight up, just disqualified immediately.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
see.
No jump, no character action. Yeah, that's a good rule.
Exactly. Yeah.
That is a good
Yeah,
rule.
like which games don't qualify? Can you think of a single one? I can't think of anything.
No, and like in Bayonetta, you like practically fly.
In Zone of Enders, you literally do fly.
Yeah, there you go.
So jump, and your game jumps out of the genre.
Spike Out. Yeah, there's no jump in Spike Out. We're staying.
There
we're
is,
staying
there
true.
is, but it's very low. Like you can always get hit. But it's like if your game doesn't have a jump, it's definitely a beat 'em up. If your game has a jump, then it might be a beat 'em up or a character action game.
Right,
One
right.
of those.
Yeah.
It's like a necessary but not sufficient condition. Yeah.
I love how technical we're getting.
Oh yeah, we're going down to the bottom, the bedrock. Does that mean Dark Souls ain't character actions? since you can't jump?
Parpator says, "Dear Mark, his comment stood out to me because I like how formal it is. I like this. Dear Mark, I like it's like a letter. I like that. Dear Mark, a lot of shmups on your channel are available on the Xbox 360. Is it worth getting one basically just to play them? I would say yes. Not. Well, okay, it's complicated because these days, like Final Burn Neo and stuff like that is really catching up in terms of emulation and everything. But I mean, Futari's still on the Xbox 360, and you can
Aren't we
play that
forgetting
on
another
Xenia.
emulator?
Yeah, well, there's Xenia that can catch up, but there are also other things on the 360 that don't emulate well that are really good, like Dead or Alive 4, for example. But you can also play that on the Xbox One. But then you've got Ninja Gaiden 2. You got Ninja Gaiden 2, and that doesn't emulate well, I don't believe. The 360
you can
version?
Play through it. There's some issues, I believe, but you can play through it just fine.
I personally feel comfortable recommending getting a 360 personally, because I play mine still all the time. Is it required at this point? Probably not. But if you get it, you're not going to be like, oh, what did I just buy? I mean, like Hardcore is on there. Some of the Armored Core games are on there that you can't get those on PC. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of stuff. Metal Slug XX, the best version of that is on the 360. Like, there's a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, I remember you searching.
Oh
for
yeah,
the good version of that
I did
game.
every version. The only good version is the 360 version. So yeah, I think so. I would feel very comfortable recommending a 360. It's like maybe my favorite console at this point, besides the PS4.
Did you get into Sigma? That's like
That's
a
the PS3
SNES
version.
port.
That's the PS3
Yeah,
version.
and also it's the SNES port of an arcade beat 'em up.
Yeah, exactly. No, it really
I want
is.
discussion of that game to only be like I want the discussion to happen only in those terms. Just yeah.
And even
it's
if
like,
you
Final Fight Arcade to Final Fight SNES.
Yeah, and even if you get Sigma, because the thing about Sigma that kind of makes it worth it is the extra content, but you have to still play the original. Do you know what I mean? It's like the required material is the original version. And then if you want to do a little bit extra, get Sigma, but the required version is the 360 version. So
It's one of those classic bad remakes, dude.
it really is, yeah. Yeah.
The Team Ninja
Resident
Evil 4 remake.
And then they redeemed themselves with Razor's Edge in terms of remakes. Like they butchered Ninja Gaiden 2 mostly, though I do like some of the extra content. And then they fixed Ninja Gaiden 3 with with Razor's Edge. So
The shmups don't work with backwards compatibility, Amber asks.
on Xbox One? No.
Yeah.
No.
Damn. That's
No,
fucked up.
Xbox One only does backwards compatibility for a few select titles. Some of them are really great,
Oh.
but not all of them. No, you're not playing Armor Core either, or Metal Slug XX, or there's a lot of 360 stuff. I also Virtua Fighter 5 on the 360 is really good because yeah. So just get it. Yeah, get a 360, kids.
Yeah, Crew Expendable. If you, one sec, I'll just link it. If you're stuck with the Sigma version on PC, then you can get the Sigma 2 Black mod. which
But then
actually
you
restores
have
a
to.
lot of
The problem though is you have to play on Master Ninja mode. Then that's it.
So what?
Well, some
So what?
guys like hard mode. Okay, some guys like hard mode, like myself. So you could also play in hard
you
mode.
can learn to like Master.
Yeah, if you're going the black patch, you just need to go all in and play Master Ninja, basically.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I still
play on
haven't
lower
bothered.
difficulty,
I
just a
got
little
that
bit of-
running a while ago, like when it first came out, and it was like really buggy and glitchy, so I deleted it. And then everyone's like, "No, it's fixed now." I'm like, "Ah, crap!" Now I gotta put it back because it took forever
you
to
gotta
get going.
reinstall it. It's gonna get like a standalone executable thing soon, so you can.
Oh, good.
So you won't have to like.
I'll wait
fucking
for that.
suffer.
I'll wait.
This is the mod, by the way. Yeah, this is a link to the mod. Well, a link to the video that
There
hopefully
we go.
contains a link to the
Yeah.
mod.
The Crew Expendables. Have I played Sekiro no Rande? I have not. It's really cool looking though. That's a PvP shmup, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I believe it has a pretty substantial like a single player mode.
Yeah. You know what's
it
funny?
has
Kaba Spirit, sorry if I mispronounced that, mentioned the OG Xbox. What's funny is that for a long time, I've had an OG Xbox sitting in my closet. For a long time, I've been like, I loved the OG Xbox when it was out. I played it all the time. I played it almost as much as my PS2. I played the GameCube, PS2, and Xbox a lot. Like that generation, I really went in on all of them. But recently, I'm looking at my OG Xbox sitting in the closet. I'm like, I probably have to actually hook this thing up because there's a game that I want to play that's just stuck on that goddamn console, which is not backwards compatible with the 360. I even tried it, which is Spike Out Battle Street. So I'm like, I really want to play Spike Out Battle Street. Do I have to actually hook up this old rickety Xbox console to do it?
You will, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Especially during your Spike Up review.
Yeah.
Spike Up, Senko and Naronde is pretty interesting, yeah.
Super Power Man, they're learning the meta. Dear Mark, I wanted to let
Yeah.
you know that Streets Rage 5, Streets Rage 5,
Holy shit.
and the new Golden Axe, I respect it. Will now be 3D. Have you seen the trailers? I saw the trailers of the announcement thing, but I haven't seen anything since then. Have you?
No, because I don't think they released anything. But I know that the developers worked on like a party fighter game.
Yeah.
And it did not look that good. I got to be honest.
Yeah.
One sec, let me.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how likely do you think it's gonna? Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, low being crappy and high being good, what are your expectations for these?
It's probably like 40.
Yeah.
Like just 40% of it being good, or just like 4 out of 10 is my expectation for the game.
Me
Once
too.
It comes out. Because
Yeah. Me
I
too.
think they will. What they will do is just they're gonna like borrow their party fighter like a engine type of thing, right?
And
they'll
throw
just
them in
kinda-
there. Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, just kind of like just stick it together. The biggest fear would be them going for like a parry Sekiro type of, not Sekiro, like a seafood type of thing, right?
Yeah. I'm just nervous. Everything about him looks concerning.
Yeah.
You never know till
I
you
don't
play
know.
him.
Well,
but
actually,
it looks
though
kinda
the
concerning.
Golden Axe one, the Golden Axe, I don't know. I'm kind of more hopeful for that one than the Street Rage one because it looks like Maximo on the PS2.
Oh.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
kind of like has that
I'll
PS2.
I'll probably
hack and
review both
slash.
of them, to be honest. Just because
Yeah.
it's such a crossover with my fan base. I'll probably review them, negative or positive. We'll see.
I'm trying to find the
Papator says, since we're close to the end, I would like to express my gratitude for your Ninja Gaiden video. I started Ninja Gaiden
It's
2
almost over.
on Series X a couple weeks ago, and I'm having a great time. Thanks a lot. Yes. Anyone I can introduce Ninja Gaiden to and to appreciate is a win in my book. So I really appreciate that, Papator. Yeah, that's like when I bought my Xbox Series X, I even said somewhere at some point, like, this is my Ninja Gaiden machine. I just spent $400 for a Ninja Gaiden machine, basically.
Yeah.
Because I got it to play Ninja Gaiden 2. And I love it on the Xbox Series X with Ninja Gaiden 2. I think that's the best way to play it, at least currently.
fuck is that video?
So, yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it, my friend. Xbox Series X is kind of a cool console, I admit. It's not as good as the PS4, obviously, but I don't know, I kind of like it. Mostly just because it like does backwards compatibility with some games that I like, basically. But
Yeah, small handful.
like like you can play DOA 4 on it, and you can't emulate DOA 4. You can play Ninja Gaiden 2 on it, and you can't really emulate Ninja Gaiden 2 super well. So it's like they play great on that thing. So it's kind of a cool console, to be honest.
God fucking damn it! I cannot find this video. Does anyone even care in chat? Is anyone like, oh, dude, what's the Street Rage developer?
I think they've moved on. Oh, Junpei cares.
Oh shit. Okay, I'm justified. Let me just.
Okay.
Keep scrolling
Someone
down.
mentioned. I didn't want to miss this comment. Where to go? Where did it run away to? Sorry, stream. There was a comment. Oh, Relzian mentioned Gun Valkyrie. I have Gun Valkyrie. What's cool is that I went to this failing video game store. When I say failing, I mean I walked in there and the games were just like laid out on like not even on shelves at this point. They're just like laid out, and the guy's in there and he's just like had his hand in his face, basically like the video game store was like shutting down in a week. I mean, the guy was like out of business basically. And I walked in there and he's like, just whatever, buy whatever. I don't give a shit. And I'm looking through, and it's hard for me to find things that I feel like buying because it's like, well, I could just emulate this. So I was like, well, let me go to this section of games which I can't emulate, which was the Xbox games. And I saw Gun Valkyrie in there, and I saw the Sega logo, and I was like, buy. Whatever this is, it's got a sick cover, and it's got Sega on the front. Let's buy it. So I have Gun Valkyrie for the Xbox, and it looks really interesting. Have you heard of this?
Gun Valkyrie, yeah.
Yeah.
People complained about the controls.
And I was like, oh boy, anything that people complain about the controls, now I'm interested.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely gonna
Yeah,
have to bust
immediately.
that sucker out. I do own it.
And if you watch some
thinking
gameplay,
it's
it actually looks fucking awesome.
yeah, and I'm hoping it's backwards compatible on the 360. I'm hoping. If not, I do have an Xbox. I'm just gonna have to plug that sucker in and figure out a controller for it. I think I have some old Xbox controllers, so play some Gun Valkyrie.
The fuck is that video? Holy shit.
Okay, keep the chat happy. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick.
Oh, but I'm looking at the video. Okay, hold on. All right, let me see what they're talking about. Gun Valkyrie. Have you all played Chaos Legion? Oh, I played the shit out of Chaos Legion when I was a kid. I do not remember anything about it besides it looked really cool, and it crashed at some point because my disc was fucked, I think. I gotta revisit it. I remember because I've heard some people talk about it a little bit, and they're bullying it a little bit. So I don't know. Maybe I need to like redeem it, Maximo's. But yeah, Maximo is really fun. Maximo's like a proper. It's like one of the rare 3D platformers that actually felt like playing a 2D game in the sense that the environments and the enemy encounters are actually really connected. About enemies platforming instead of them being either separated into their own like phases or just the enemies being irrelevant. Panzer Shadowrun. Oh yeah, definitely check out Spike Out Dragon. Ninja Gaiden 2 combat system is amazing. Wish I didn't suck at it. Just keep playing. It clicks. Or just well, Mark is gone. Let me give you some advice. Charge UTs and spam them. There we go. Uh, PN03 on GameCube. Oh yeah, Mark's got to play that, especially after Stellar Blade. Get the cheek action going, cheek maxing. The controls are pretty cool. The level design enemies are probably the worst part. I'm assuming Gun Valkyrie. Controls are a little fucked, but the game is cool. Well, fucked in what way? Are they like, is there something that's actually wrong with them, or are they just kind of hard to get used to? Because if it's the latter, that's probably going to be a non-problem. Chaos Legion basically turned into Astral Chain on Switch. Yeah, another game I gotta check out. Too many fucking character action games on my backlog. Hey, Boghog, would you check this game called Blade X Zero? Let's see. It's tank, if I'm remembering correctly. Once you get the hang of it, it's awesome. Hell, that's the best fucking shit ever. Because, that's like an extra layer of learning the game, and, makes it feel really unique instead of just like being homogenized. You pick up a game. The worst culprit of this is like a lot of platformers that focus on like feeling good. Like I'm probably gonna piss off people, but I really don't like how Ori feels. Ori in the Blind Forest, because like you pick it up and you immediately exactly like it feels like I already played this game before.
Yeah.
It's like running on autopilot. And it's like like at that point I just don't even feel like engaging with the game anymore because like oh yeah the platformer one-to-one movement really free form like multi-directional dashing just whatever.
Yeah.
Like it does too much and it's too comfortable. There's no like resistance there's no character.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
looked up Blade X Zero Sora and it just gave me like drones and skateboards. Let's see.
Can you demand that I try Gravity Circuit?
Yeah, Gravity Circuit is pretty decent.
That sounds pretty interesting.
The bosses are the highlight, I think. So you want to like jump into the boss rush mode as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Bashing and Ori is kind of unique. Yeah, bashing is like you can it's kind of like a Donkey Kong barrels kind of like where but they're not tied to like barrels. You can just do the multi-directional dash. You can stop and do a multi-directional dash midair. But because it's so free form, even that it's like I know exactly how this mechanic will play out. Like there's nothing exciting there.
Yeah, and Crew Expendable made a great comment where that every indie platformer has this stuff. Every indie platformer has air control, double jumps, air dashes. Yeah, so it's also just like more of the same. Even if it's solid, it's just more of the same.
Yeah, even with the bashing, like it's unique. I don't think I've played a game with exactly like that mechanic, but it's so easy to get used to. It's so immediate. It's like,
Pulu asks, "Have I played Wario Land 4 and Wario World?" I have. I've played both of them. That was back during my GameCube era. So if you had a GameCube, anything that looked remotely good, you basically bought. So I did get Wario World, and I beat it. And I remembered enjoying it back then. It'd be interesting to look at it now with a fresh set of eyes. But I'm getting the feeling it's probably a little bit like tame of a game, I think it is kind of a little bit. I think even remembering that back then I was like, oh, this is kind of a little easy, a little too easy, but it's pretty solid, but probably a little boring. I'd assume.
Wasn't the original one by Treasure?
Wario
World.
So Wario World is very different from. Am I getting them confused? I'm thinking of the one where Wario World.
Land versus World.
Yeah, so Wario Land is like a platformer, like a Mario type of game. But Wario Land 4, it has really cool graphics, and you like ram into things. I think it has a little bit more like Castlevania sort of enemy stuff, I think.
Right.
Maybe. I'm kind of stretching my knowledge there. I can't quite remember. But I remember Wario World is more like a beat 'em up type of thing. It's like a platformer beat 'em up. It's not like full on. Yeah, it's not full on urban chaos or urban rain or whatever it's called. But it's like a platformer.
That's like a GBA beat 'em up right there.
Yeah, and it's like a platformer beat 'em up type of thing. So it's not full on with the beat 'em up mechanics, but it's pretty fun.
Next Machina. Oh yeah, that was our early argument because that was a long one as well. I remember about the fucking dash invincibility frames.
Oh yeah, I'm not a fan.
Next Machina.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Yeah,
you like it?
liked
I
how
don't.
it worked.
Yeah, we're different there.
It's not just the dash. Like the dash itself is whatever, but what I like it is that the dash actually leads to an explosion. So it's almost like a Psy Warrior type of thing where you fucking jump into a group of enemies, do like an explosion. It's very aggressive. You know,
yes, but you can agree with me that the fact that they reduced that to mostly dash through the laser, dash through the laser, dash through the laser. I hate that.
Well, they often do, yeah. But you know what it should have been? It should have been like you can dash through enemies, but not bullets, at least.
Something like that. Yeah, something like that. It
you
needed a little. It needed a little more because it became very. Oh, I'm supposed to dash here? Okay, I guess I'll dash here, right? Because that's where it did that a lot. I think they could have, done something more interesting with it, but I didn't like how it turned out.
Force.
Someone's saying I should review Rise of Ronin. I am Monday. Keep an eye out. It'll be on it'll be in your feeds on Monday.
He has already predicted this question.
Yes, I'm playing 4D chess.
Yeah, he saw it a week in advance and made the review a week before.
Yeah. Pulu says, opinions on Jeff Minter's games. I've never heard of Jeff Minter.
I don't think I've heard him either. Let's see.
Did I ever play Astro Boy on GBA? Oh, I've heard of that one. Isn't that one a shmup?
Treasure.
And isn't it a shmup?
No, it's like a beat 'em up.
Oh.
Beat 'em up platformer, yeah.
I've never played it, but it sounds interesting.
It's hard to describe. It's like a very strange. It's like a boss rush. It's like a mix of a beat 'em up and a Alien Soldier, but with free movement, I believe.
Did Tempest?
Oh, Tempest.
Is that point and click?
Yeah.
Is that point and click?
No. That's like the arcade. That's like the arcade shmup thing. Tube shooter. Polybius as well.
How come this is not ringing a bell?
Tempest? Well, you should know Tempest.
I should.
Get a screenshot of Tempest.
Okay, I'll look it up. Someone asked me, is getting a CRT worth getting for light guns? The answer to that is both simple and complicated. The simple answer is if you have any slight interest in light gun games, yes. Because playing on anything else is a joke, in my opinion. The only good, reliable way to play a light gun game is with a Namco Gun Con on a CRT. That's my opinion. Maybe there's some other light guns that are okay,
Dude,
but
how about the Sinden, dude?
Oh my god, don't even get me started on this. You know, I gave mine away. I gave it away.
Oh,
I was so salty about it. And also the guy wanted it. The guy wanted it, and I didn't want him to spend a bunch of money on something that isn't that great. And I didn't want mine anymore, so I just sent it to him. But yeah, no, the Sinden is not good. Definitely.
You didn't sound that mad during the review, but I guess you were.
I didn't review it. I never
down.
reviewed it.
You didn't?
No, I didn't. Because the reason why I didn't review
did you talk about extensively?
I talked about it extensively. Because the reason I didn't review the Sinden is because it's like it's a Indiegogo project or whatever. which means it's not like a commercial product that you just buy.
Right.
It took me like 6 months to get my Sinden. And then another thing about it was that it's like open source hacky kind of thing. And so it was like one of those things where I didn't want to be, and they're like, oh, you have to ask for like direct dev support. So I didn't want to be one of those things that I review it and I'm like, oh, this isn't working. And then I get 5,000 comments like, well, if you contacted the developer and you did this and then you did that and then you did this, then it would work. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's like reviewing MAME or something. Like it's such an open source, just 5,000 settings, modular.
Plug this shit in.
Yeah, you know, it's so not commercial of a product that it's like, I don't have the energy. There really was that. I was like, and my interest had tamped out because I ordered it like forever before it finally arrived. So like when I ordered it, I was all into it. Like, yeah, okay, let's do it. And then by the time it arrived, I was just kind of like, I'm just gonna play my GunCon on my PS2. Forget this.
So where the fuck did you complain about this? Were you complaining in DMs?
It was in a Shmup Slam run. It was in their Shmup Slam run.
Maybe,
remember? Yeah, it was in the House of Dead 3 Shmup Slam run.
No, I remember you complaining about it earlier, like way before.
Yeah, probably in like a stream or something. I was probably bitching about it on stream or something.
Yeah. The death of CRT killed light gun games, yes, but
yes,
VR is reviving them a little bit. But man, like, I've checked out some VR light gun-ish games, but none of them look cool. You know, maybe they're like fun to play, but none of them capture that coolness factor that a lot of like the arcade light gun games had.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like, the visual style is bland. It's like, you know, oh, we're going for like a neo 80s thing or just something like that.
It's because the arcade games were like commercial products with potential to make money, so they like put time and effort and money into them. So I mean, light guns were like big money makers in the arcade. Massive. You'd go like, for example,
of the last ones that survived.
Yeah, like exactly. You'd go to an arcade with like $10 and spend it all on light gun games, easy. So yeah, they were big money makers. The Time Crisis machine just melted people's wallets. Yeah.
Meanwhile, nowadays you look at them and it's like, oh, musical VR light gun.
I know the poor arcade genres have just gotten annihilated. The only one that's kind of hanging in there commercially are fighting games. Everything else has been just annihilated.
Even racing games are just
even racing games.
Shell.
Yeah.
Shell.
And also they went kind of the sim route anyway. You know what I mean? Like racing games hung in there because of the sim stuff, like the Gran Turismo. What's that one? The Dirt. You know, all the like the sim stuff. But the arcade stuff basically bit the bullet. Except
well, I mean, even the arcade
Mario
stuff.
Kart.
It's like they started adding fleshing out the whole progression unlock system with the fucking cards.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, now I'm just getting like the same experience I could get in like fucking Gran Turismo on the
exactly
PS4 or whatever.
And the sad thing is that I went and bought $10 worth of tokens at a arcade near me. It's not a local arcade, but an arcade near me, because they had an initial D machine, and I would just sit there and I'm like, okay, the arcade basically is running out of games, but it still have initial D. So I bought $10 worth of tokens and was playing initial D, and then I had to leave. I came back a few weeks later, vanished. No initial D.
Jesus.
So I still have all these arcade tokens. I'm like, what am I going to do with these? Because I swear, like, the only other machine they have is, like, Pac-Man in, like, 1943. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to spend $10 playing Pac-Man in 1943, I guess? Jeez. That initial D machines, I still feel it's lost.
Arcade racing games have had a rough time, especially
really
like non-kart, because you have like the sim racers and the kart racers. You know, sim racers are good. Some kart racers are really good, but then as far as like the arcade stuff, it's fucking gone.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing about Mario Kart, the thing about Mario Kart that people don't talk about is Mario Kart is like complete BS in a lot of ways when it comes to how it plays competitively, obviously, because it has all these insane comeback mechanics. And that's the whole point of it. The whole point of it is like to get a bunch of unskilled players together and give them all kind of an equal chance at it through like as much randomization and comeback mechanics as possible. So like I'll listen to people that they'll do like drunk Mario Kart and stuff like that. And these are like people who don't play games normally. And so I think that's the reason why Mario Kart has really hung in there. It's not because like they came up with this amazing racing game formula of like, oh, it's so mechanically well done or anything. No, they came up with a great like party game formula of like keep it basic and then keep everyone in the race as much as possible. Because imagine you bring your friends over and you play like F-Zero or something. It's not going to be the same. Some guy doesn't know how to. Well, drunk guy's trying to play F-Zero against you.
You also try playing fucking sim racers with your friends. Holy shit. They respect, what's that? They're gonna fucking annihilate you. The first turn, you're gonna be fucking horrified. You are gonna be sweating because they're not gonna like, gotta make sure not to cut, gotta make sure not to use my friend's car as like a fucking soft padding around the corner, to soften the blow.
Yeah. So chat's naming their favorite Mario Kart games. My favorite Mario Kart game that really gets slept on is Mario Kart Super Circuit for the Game Boy Advance. That was made by Camelot. That game is pretty awesome. And it has like a legit rank system based off time plus coins. So you need to get coins and time to get high ranks. And some of those ranks are really hard to get. So shoutouts to Super Circuit. That one gets slept on way too much. And these days you could play it with the emulator and stuff, and you could like even play it versus mode because of the link cable, and you can like simulate that on an emulator. So you could like play versus mode, Super Circuit on it. Super Circuit's my favorite. What's your favorite?
My favorite is Crash Team Racing.
That's not a Mario Kart game. What's your favorite Mario Kart game?
It is. I don't fucking know. I only played a lot of the DS one, and it turned me off Mario Kart because the fucking...
Yeah, the DS one's lame.
It was ass, and not only was it ass, it also fucking had snaking. God, with the DS D-pad, dude. Holy shit, that was fucking agony. It's like... Yeah, Boghog's still running berserk. Whoa, no, I didn't do anything. Oh shit. Yeah, but I just want to, Crash Team Racing is the best one, easily. Because, when you play fucking Mario Kart, you're like, oh, dude, wow, you can hold your drift when you're turning. Wow, that's really cool. In fucking Crash Team Racing, you fucking do several boosts while drifting to control your line. You can control, like, the fucking, the drift itself in a really precise, like, pinpoint manner. And it's like fucking, there's a lot more engagement across the entire game. There's a ton more you can do. There's like more ways to optimize every fucking second. It's a lot better.
So I would say my second favorite is the SNES one, just the original Mario Kart on SNES, because those later courses, they don't have like rails, and they're like surprisingly brutal on the SNES. And then also it had like a lot of laps, and I don't know, like the combination of like a lot of really sharp turns with no rails, a lot of stage hazards, and the comeback mechanics in that aren't very good. So you can really run away with a race. It was funny. So my friends were like, let's play Mario Kart. So we're playing like, the later ones, and they're all into it, and like, oh, the drifting, exactly, all that. And I'm like, let's play the SNES version. And they're like, all right. And I just obliterate them in the SNES version because they're like, holy shit, like they're flying off the edges. The turns are like crazy ass sharp. I don't think drifting works super well in that game either. It's just like hitting turns, basically. And the fun part about the SNES one is that, how mushrooms are like kind of a lame item in the other ones? In the Super Nintendo one, because the turns are so sharp and a lot of the courses are narrow, like getting a mushroom, which is like the most common item, is like terrifying, because if you hit that at the wrong time, you just die. So I think that one's my second favorite after Super Circuit.
I really like that. Well, the problem is that it's kind of undermined by F-Zero on the SNES, isn't it?
Yeah, F-Zero's awesome.
Does that like
F-Zero's
awesome.
awesome.
I really like the SNES F-Zero because it's like the most.
I don't think that has multiplayer though, does it?
I don't even know.
I think that's its big weakness. Double check
Yeah,
that
probably.
chat. Does it have
But see,
multiplayer?
but that makes it really hardcore.
It is hardcore. That's true.
Yeah, you real hardcore gamers don't have any friends. But
That is true.
well now
That
you
is
also
true.
have F-Zero 99, the battle royale F-Zero game. So you have like mega multiplayer.
Oh, this is a fun question. Let's finish off the stream with this question, or nearly finish off the stream. What are your 5 favorite Super Nintendo games?
Oh shit! Well, let's do like top 5, and then you say one, I say one. Then
'Kay.
we'll move on to the next.
'Kay.
Yeah, okay. Start.
You start at okay. Let's start at number 5 if we can. That's actually kind of
Yeah.
hard, right? To start at like your 5th favorite versus your favorite, but let's start at
Yeah.
our 5th favorite. Okay, so we've got. Actually, chat. Give us a minute. We're gonna write up our lists and then talk about them because it's actually kind of hard to think of it on the fly. So
Yeah,
homework
let me,
time. Do. Talk amongst yourselves.
It's gonna be like 3 hours, and we're like, fuck.
Yeah, we're not gonna be hold to this too much though. Go off your gut.
Let's see. Oh, it's pretty easy. Okay. Yeah, I'm not even gonna share it with you. I'm not even gonna share it.
Good. Hold on. Okay, this is a little trickier for me than I thought. Give me a minute.
I'm probably gonna forget something.
Because
really
yes,
big,
I know
but
I'm gonna
whatever.
forget something really obvious. Really obvious. Hold on. Give me a moment. Wait a minute. Super Nintendo has some beat 'em ups, right? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
I got that. Okay. Oh my God, this is harder than I thought because there's like so many that I like kind of near the same amount.
Well, that shit. Ooh, see, now I'm thinking. Now I'm thinking because there's a lot of things that you like.
Yeah, exactly. You could look over.
You missed. Yeah, you miss easily. And a lot of games that originated on the SNES, but you played them like later on. But you didn't realize they're SNES games,
Yeah, exactly.
but they're great. Yeah.
Yeah, chat. Start naming SNES games. We're giving you an assignment. Start naming them.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Chat,
Fucking
get
put
going.
some work in. Final Fight 2, not even 3. No. Herodias. Ooh. Uh-oh. Oh shit, Street Fighter 2 Turbo, but that's, if you're gonna play that, you just play the arcade version.
Yeah, I agree. Let's keep Street Fighter 2, the new challengers, I actually genuinely love, but I mean, just play the arcade version, right? So we're gonna keep the arcade stuff. If there's like an arcade port of it, that's just better. Let's keep that off the list. Okay, I've got 4 of my 5. I'm getting close.
I've got 5. I might think of something else, but fuck it. It's not official.
Yeah, these are not official.
Yeah. No
You
one's
know-
keeping track, thankfully.
I might.
Ah,
This
fuck.
is tricky.
How about this? How about this? A game where a game which started on the SNES, but got a port that's better because it fixes like the slowdown or something later on. How do you fucking categorize that one?
You need to categorize it how you feel.
That's a tricky one.
Okay, and we're gonna do one wild card pick, like one game that we really like on the SNES that people wouldn't expect.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh shit! I have a massive pick. It just occurred to me.
Oh.
This one's a good one. Okay, for my 5. My 5 is coming in hot.
Right. Oh. I'm thinking about my fucking wild card. The problem is that I haven't played a lot of these games in so fucking long. Gonna be
Okay. Alrighty. Have you picked your wild card?
no. Let's do the wild card last.
Okay, yeah, wild card last. Okay, what is your number 5 pick?
Goof Troop.
Really?
Yeah, I love Goof Troop. It's fucking awesome. That should have been my wild card actually, but it's a Mikami game. Did you know?
Yes, I know. I hear about Goof Troop so much because my IRL friend,
It was so good.
loves
Dude.
Goof Troop and wants me to play it with him every time I go over to his house. He's like,
Yes,
we're playing Goof Troop.
You should play fucking Goof Troop with him because it's really fun. It's like a really fun. It's not. It's like ostensibly a puzzle game, but it has like a bunch of.
He says it's
action
like
elements.
Zelda. He says it's like 2-player Zelda.
It is a bit like it is a bit like 2-player Zelda, but it's all about like picking shit up and throwing. It's not it is a puzzle game, but it's like an action puzzle game. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like it's really fun.
Nice
like
pick.
you s-
Okay, our number
you
5
like
picks are juicy. You all ready for my number 5 pick? So, I'm going to give the history of this a little bit. This game, I forgot how much I played it and loved it when I was a kid. It was easily one of my favorite and probably one of the most like influential games on me as a child. The thing about it is that modern technology has made this game very obsolete, so I haven't returned to it in a good while. But number 5,
But
Mario Paint. I spent God knows how much time in my life playing Mario Paint. And it has this like sick mini game section too. It's got the music composing. I used to make little animated videos on it. I used to do like stamp pixel art scenes and like make little like movies with it and stuff. I loved Mario Paint. And then the music, I still love the weird ass music from that game. You know the famous eShop music everyone uses now. I'm pretty sure that is based on or comes from Mario Paint. So my number 5 pick, you all need to stop sleeping on it. Mario Paint, number 5.
hell yeah. Number 4.
Oh shit! No, we need to thank MewJam. MewJam, thanks so much for the $10 donation. That's really generous of you. MewJam might be coming to Chicago. I really hope she does. Thanks so much,
hell yeah.
MewJam.
Yeah. Okay, number 4, Mark.
It's your turn. You're 4.
Okay. Oh, we already talked about it. My number 4 is F-Zero because like it's one of the only F-Zero game that really focuses on the fundamentals of like clean lines, speed control. Even speed control, you have to let go of the speed.
Yeah, it's a great. Yeah, it's a great one.
It's like
and then you have to manage the
Yeah,
boosts because if you overboost,
Yeah,
you
like-
blow up.
Yeah, like the jumps can be really fun. Like I even like the fucking rubber banding AI because you can see them in the fucking minimap. You fucking get like a nice lead, they zoom right towards you, and I really like it because otherwise you fucking just lap them several times. But here they actually do keep pressure on you, so you fuck up, you'll just get annihilated. Like you can die often pretty easily. In fact, it's just a very fun. Just a very fun game.
Yeah, I
and
love
then
it
F-Zero
too.
X and GX, they're awesome too, but it's more like F-Zero. The original F-Zero was the closest F-Zero has gotten to Wipeout, basically.
Yeah, and the original F-Zero is like surprisingly brutal of a game, so
Yeah,
I respect it for that.
Oh, dude, you know what? You know what fucking sucks though? God damn it! Like, this is like a constant curse with a lot of older games. If you want to do time trials, you basically gotta hope that the random opponents fucking bump you at the beginning of the.
Right.
You gotta get like the initial bump boost, and it's really tricky because their movement is random, so you kind of have to like try
Reset
to position
spam.
yourself in
You
a
have to
way.
reset
Yeah,
spam.
it's a fucking nightmare, yeah. But it is really fun once you get going.
So my number 4 pick, probably not a surprise to this audience, maybe they knew it'd be on the list somewhere, is Axelay. Number 4 is Axelay. This game still connects with me all these years later, and Axelay was one of the very first shmups I was into. I was into Dodonpachi, and during my breaks from Dodonpachi after it was beating me over the head, I'd play a lot of Axelay. I really love the game. It has a it's a Konami shmup. I really wish we got something else from Konami, but also too from what I'm gonna have to do more research for this when I do the video on it. But I think there's some sort of like treasure connection with some of the staff on Axelay or something like that. Like some of the staff went on to be at Treasure, and you can kind of
That'll
feel
explain.
a Treasure vibe to the game in a lot of ways, like with the weapon swapping and stuff like that. So my favorite SNES shmup by far. I mean, there's no competition. And what's funny is it's a little bit snubbed by the SNES shmup fans. I've noticed this. Whenever you bring it up, they're always about the UN Squadron. But I think Axelay is better than UN Squadron by far, and it's really cool. And so my number 4 pick. And I also love the visual style and then the music. I remember I was watching a YouTube video, just a random YouTube video, and they used music from Axelay. I was like, wait a minute. So it's got great music that people appreciate all around the video game retro scene. So Axelay's not my number 4 pick. Kind of an obvious one, but there you go. Yeah, we're not 100. I'm gonna have to research that, but I heard something about that. About if Treasure, some of the Axelay staff went on to be at Treasure. I'm gonna have to investigate that, but I kind of heard something like that.
Oh, I wonder if our number 3 pick will be the same. Mega Man X for me.
It's the same. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. We
It's
can
the same.
just
Let's do it together.
Just a great game.
Double team.
It's like one of those like formative games, where it's
Yes.
like, oh fuck, like just you blast through the levels, it's very fast paced. The weapons are really creative, like
Speed
the
boots.
special weapon. Yes, well, yeah, speed boots, of course. Just a really fun game. Like it's not, like nowadays you play it and it's kind of too easy, but back in there it was the fucking shit.
Yeah, it was. It's too
doing-
easy
yeah.
now. I have on my channel in my live stream runs. I have a no death Buster
Dude, I need to
only
do that.
completion.
I need to do that.
It's really fun. It only took me a few tries though.
Yeah, it's not hard. It's
You know,
not a
the
hard game at all.
ultimate kill point is not even the bosses or the stages. It's that first final stage. You know, the one where you have to like jump on the platforms over that pit.
Yeah.
That is the ultimate kill point in the game, because sometimes the platforms will like just shift in a funky way and you just miss them and die. But
Yeah.
other than that, a little too
It's
easy,
the
but
very tight.
super fun. And the final Sigma
dude, it
fight
was the
Buster only is
coolest
pretty
shit
fun
ever.
too.
Yeah, the final Sigma fight is awesome. That's like the one time of the game where you really have to learn
The patterns.
the
Yeah.
proper. Yeah.
Did you see? I don't know if you saw him at run, but you know the one where he's not in the robot, but like his human form with the lightsaber. There's like a movement loop you can do on him, where you get him to do the wall
Oh, yeah,
kicks,
just,
and then
yeah,
you
just
just
like a low wall thing, right?
Yeah, you just get on the wall and you
Yeah.
wall jump and then drop
Yeah.
down. Yeah. And
an
also the
awesome
dog. The dog is surprisingly like tricky Buster only, because it does an
Yeah.
ass load of damage, so you have to like run around the dog and stuff. Yeah, it's a really good one. And I also,
Back in the day, it had
it's
that
the first Mega
coolness
Man
aspect.
it's the first Mega Man with like the charging stuff, right?
Yeah. No,
Huge.
that was in the classic games.
No, the weapon charging. Like you hold Buster and it charges.
No, that was in the classic games. That was like I believe in 4 or 5. Starting from 4 or 5.
What did Mega Man X bring other than just being like sick?
Zero, but also dashing, because the original games had sliding.
Sliding,
Brought
yeah.
The wall jump.
The wall jumps.
The wall jump.
Yeah, and you can dash wall jump too.
Yeah, it had charging special attacks for like a lot of the.
Yes,
weapons,
the secondary specials. Yeah, and it
Yeah,
had a
the
level
ride
4
armor.
charge. Did the other ones have level 4 charges?
No, they didn't. That's unique to it, and it also like added like more meaningful upgrades, right? Because the original had no light capsules or anything.
Yeah. I thought you go back and play the older Mega Mans. I remember.
And the another innovation was the levels affected each other. The order.
Yes,
which
level
picked up.
order.
Yeah.
That was really cool. Yeah, what a cool game. Yeah, we both agree Mega Man X is sick.
It added the Hadoken. Yeah, hell yeah. All right. Number 2.
You're number 2 first.
Umihara Kawase.
I've never
I
heard
gotta
of
probably
this.
spell that shit in chat.
What is this?
Yeah,
What is
it's
this?
It's a Japanese only grappling hook platformer. It's a physics platformer, so I'm gonna fucking be into that shit.
Yes,
it's
you
like
love that.
it's a really sophisticated physics platformer for the SNES. It's like there's a lot of depth to it. There's a lot of fun tricks to it. It has a really interesting kind of Darius type of branching system, like level branching, where there's certain doors inside levels which are
Oh
routes.
yeah, I'm looking at footage
and
now.
it's less about like once he's seeing just a single route. It's more like about collecting them all, going through every route and finishing all the levels. The only downside really is the bosses fucking suck. It's like survive for a certain period of time, and then you automatically win, something like that usually.
I knew you'd get me on a Japanese only game. I knew it. I knew
Yeah,
he's gonna have
it
some
would have to
amazing
be some weird
Japanese
shit.
only game that I wouldn't hear about. Yeah, this is cool. This kind of looks a little ahead of its time, to be honest. Like this
It
would
is
be the type of
incredibly-
platformer people would make now.
Yeah, it's legit. Like there's nothing on that level in terms of physics. It's incredibly good. Like Sonic doesn't have a physics that sophisticated.
Who made it?
It's just a team that specializes in basically making this type of stuff.
Wow.
Nowadays, I believe they're working with Success, so they're like doing they're associated with the Cotton series.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see kind of a cotton vibe to it, like the picking up enemies and stuff. That's cottony.
Yeah. You fucking pick up fish and just like put them in the void.
The void of your backpack. You have a black
You
hole in your
banish
backpack.
them. Yeah. Oh, dude. And you know what? You know what kind of? It has a crazy mechanic where enemies literally spawn from the air randomly, like random spots. It can get insane. Like sometimes you're like fucking stalling a level. It of course has some, not strict, but like the timers exist and they add pressure. So you can sometimes, like, if you're stalling, an enemy will just fucking pop in and keep harassing you, like respawning in the randomized spots.
Oh, god damn it. That's such a good
They
pick.
removed
Now
that.
I'm fucked.
Yeah, I got the hipster award.
You got me. Fuck.
Yeah, fucking out hipster on your own show.
I
On
know.
Your own show.
I need to find quick chat. Chat help. Find me a random Japanese Super
Before it's too
Famicom
late.
only pick to throw at Bog back.
Quick, oh, dude, Umihara Kawase. That's where I found it. Umihara Kawase was on an episode of Game Center CX, which is like around. I don't remember when. It was like 2013 or something. On 4chan, there was people started posting Game Center CX, which is like a Japanese kind of game show. Like it's basically a Japanese AVGN. He wasn't mad though, but yeah, he would like play retro games and try to clear them in one day. Just beat them normally. And he played this game. I was like, oh, what the fuck is this?
Oh, the chat's coming to my assistance here because they came up with a great pick. We're gonna discuss it, even though I'm not actually gonna use it, which is the Sailor Moon S fighting game. Have you heard of this?
Yes, I've heard of.
Where it's
Sailor
like
Moon
it's
as
got like a
fighting game.
competitive scene now because of how busted it is.
It's the fucking ultimate.
You know what?
Kusoge.
I need to. You know how everyone aligns themselves with like random ass fan bases that like get overlooked. Maybe I need to align myself with the Sailor Moon fan base because because I love the Sailor Moon beat 'em up, one of my favorite beat 'em ups. Maybe I need to align self with the Sailor Moon S fighting game community.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's a great pick, chat, but unfortunately I didn't come up with something that clever. And I haven't played the game, so I can't unfortunately say it's on my list. But my number 2 pick, you all know, it's going to be really simple. But Batman Returns, of course, my number 2. Love that game. My favorite beat 'em up on the SNES by far. Actually, you'll notice, I'll give you a hint, I don't have Turtles on this list, which feels like crazy because how much I played and loved that game as a kid. But the problem with Turtles, as much as I love the mechanics and I love its revision over the arcade version, is it's just too easy. I did a no-death hard mode clear of it and didn't even feel like, I didn't even break a sweat. So someone needs to ROM hack Turtles in Time and like just make it hard and add more enemies and make it hard because I love the mechanics of the game. I love the visuals of the game. I love the soundtrack of the game. Just the difficulty is the problem. It's too easy. So it didn't make the list. Batman Returns is much more difficult, and I was sweating bullets for my Mania clear of that. I think it's Konami's best beat 'em up. Batman Returns, love it. Well, there might be some better arcade ones later, but on the SNES at least, it's their best beat 'em up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I haven't
My
played.
number 1 is Ninja Warriors again. Yeah.
Oh, you really went there.
Yeah, I really went there. I fucking love that game, and going back and playing it after the remake, it just reinforced that because it's so good. Like, it's just
You need to tell the chat about this because this was coming up the other day, and they were like, "Oh, well, isn't the remake of Ninja Warriors better than?"
No, it isn't.
So you need to explain this to the chat.
Yeah, it's like there's a few things like for starters, the aspect ratio is a big one. The new one, it's not, the remake isn't bad. The remake is still good. You know, this is something I wanted to talk about where like the fucked up part is because it's good, it's actually worse than if it was shitty. Because if it was shitty, I could just like tell some people like,
avoid
go
it.
play the classics.
Yeah,
and they would be like, oh, nice. But because it's good and it's really, really good, but it's not quite there, people will just like treat it as like a straight up upgrade, you know?
Yep.
But the original game is a lot more intense. It's a lot more difficult. It's a lot more intense all around. It's more claustrophobic. The enemies wake up faster. There's like Stray Cat Chilling pointed this out to me where instead of spawning in groups, the enemies like rotate, you know, like SNES, because it couldn't handle too many enemies on screen at once. So they will like, you kill an enemy and immediately another dude jumps in, right? And there's like a really nice fast pace to it when they do that shit. In the remake, they come in groups and mostly like you dispatch the group and that's it. So that's one thing that's really
it's
really
easier.
Good.
The remake's easier.
The remake's a lot easier. Like the only part of the remake that's harder is the final boss, and then everything else is way easier. You can just like kind of on hard mode. I'm playing. I'm just kind of relaxing, improvising. No routing necessary. No particular like tension points. When I'm playing the fucking SNES original, I'm fucking sweating. I had to like leave some health items around. I had to plan a lot more. It's just like a lot more tense. Like the screen gets nasty pretty quickly. And you got to play the Japanese version because because the US release is sexist. It removed the female enemies.
Why?
I don't know. They removed the girl ninjas and replaced them with the claw guys. It's fucked up.
That is messed up. Okay.
It's like, when I played the remake the first time, I was like, damn, I must have gotten really good at the original. Holy
you just
shit.
thought you were like leveled up.
Yeah, I thought I was like I thought I was like a Ninja Warrior's god at this point. It's like, damn, I haven't played in years and I'm fucking kicking its ass. But no, the original is just a lot harder. Does Japanese version have blood? Yes, it does.
You got to go with the Japanese So you got 2 Super Famicom picks.
Yes.
That's
I'm
impressive.
Weeb.
Yeah, you're doing great.
I want to be Japanese.
Yes. So my
As
number
some
1
might
pick
say.
is not that much of a surprise if you've heard me over the years. It might be a little bit surprise if you're newer to the channel because I don't generally like this style of game, but Super Metroid is my number 1 pick. And I think it just does a lot of things right that other Metroidvanias don't do. And so I probably could try to explain that in a video. But yeah, my favorite Super Nintendo game, it's easy, Super Metroid, obsessed with that game. Played it God knows how many hours. I even speed run it. I don't know what sped ran it heavily. Even before like speedrunning was like a real thing. I used to watch YouTube videos of like people on blurry, grainy, shitty CRTs and like trying to copy them and stuff, and like reading game facts on how to do speed balls and mock balls and all that. I love Super Metroid, still do. It's my favorite Super Nintendo game. I think it's the best
This
Super
is
Nintendo
your
game.
physics platformer.
Yes, exactly. This is my physics platformer. Right, exactly. And the thing I really like about Super Metroid is that the route breaking stuff you do in the game like ups the difficulty. And I don't think it's like partly intentional, but partly just a product of how the game is designed. But I really love that, where it's like, sure, you can break route and fight Ridley first if you're willing to speed through a bunch of damage sections and take 55 times the amount of damage if you get hit and stuff. There's just a lot of stuff the game does right that other Metroidvanias don't do right, intentionally or not. So my number one pick, Super Metroid. Easy for me.
Hell yeah.
It's also
Now we have the
way more
wild card.
technical than any Super Nintendo game has any right to be in terms of like the platforming mechanics and stuff.
Yeah, it's like that's why I love Umi Harakawa's as well. It's just very deep. Like the movement is really deep.
Yeah.
Like there's some tasks of that game that do really fun stuff.
Yeah, that was a hell of a pick. That's probably that's probably the winning pick of this list discussion.
Yeah, this is the secret competition. You know, we're pretending like we're posting our favorite games. We're actually secretly trying to out hipster each other. But though this is the final opportunity, Mark, the wild card pick. Let's see.
Okay, so first of all, I want to address a comment that Amra mentioned, which is Metroid Dread has that non-linearity, but it's super prescribed. What a great way to describe that, Amra. Exactly. You know what's funny is, my Contra review, I had this like little passing shade that I threw at Metroid Dread by showing Metroid Dread footage over part of what I was saying is like not good design. And I thought like my audience would be like, I thought everyone would see that and like collectively nod like, yes. But instead I got a lot of people being like, what's wrong with Metroid Dread? Like, why is Metroid Dread catching side flack? I'm like, are you serious right now? So I might do like a video that's like something, maybe do a 2-for-1, like why Super Metroid destroys Metroid Dread or something, because it kind of did get me a little bit more fired up than I expected to hear like Metroid fans like being like, yo, no, but Super Metroid Dread's good, right? I'm like, you can't be serious right now. So yeah, maybe I might make a video about that. But yeah,
Did
I
you
agree.
say that Super Metroid's combat is shit?
Super Metroid's combat is shit?
Yeah, didn't you say that at one point?
Not that I recall. I mean, obviously it's not a strength of Super Metroid by far. I mean, in a sense, yeah.
Wouldn't parries improve it in some way, maybe?
No, absolutely not. No, that's the exact wrong direction to take it. That is like, if you look at Super Metroid's combat and you're like, how do you improve it? Making it a character action parry-based game is not the answer. The answer is making it more like shmup-like, making it denser, add more shit.
But wouldn't that clash with like the whole difficult control thing?
No, because the
Like
difficulty of Metroid's controls is more shmup-like, because you can like, it's about freedom of movement and like moving in the air and like spacing and controlling in your air. Like the best fights in that game, like the Ridley fight, is more shmup-like because you have to like jump and you have to like air control out of his attacks and like and aim while doing it. So it would be the direction you should take it is not make it melee based with parries. The direction you should take is make it more like test the player's movement in the air more, and like you have to jump through like bullet patterns more, and you have to like air control around things more and that kind of thing. That would be the best way to make it harder. Like there are moments of that game that are like genuinely really fun combat wise, like Ridley and stuff. But the problem is that you can just obliterate everything with like super missiles and your weapons. So you're overpowered. That's the problem with the combat in that game. You're too powerful. You blow everything up without having to try. But I really love Super Metroid. But Metroid Dread's the exact wrong direction to take the series. Absolutely.
Hell yeah. Well, it's by the Castlevania Lords of Shadows developers.
Really?
So,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
boy.
like a connection. They made Lords of Shadows 2, then they made a 3DS Metroidvania thing called Mirror of Fate or something. And then they started working on Metroid games, basically.
Oh,
They're
they
called,
graduated up to the real series, huh?
I believe they're French Canadians, so
Yeah. Hmm.
Krigor's distant relatives.
Krieger's probably made Metroid Dread.
Yeah, personally, yeah.
Okay. So what's your unexpected pick?
This one is I have not played this game in so fucking long that I could not really honestly evaluate it. But I loved Front Mission back in the day.
Oh, what a great pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Front Mission's really cool.
Another one that I've replayed more recently that I really enjoyed was Demon's Crest, which is like a
Yes.
Do you know Demon's Crest?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, it's a Ghost and Goblins spin-off, but it's a lot more RPG inspired. So it's kind of like a proto Metroidvania in a way.
Yeah.
Where it's not quite Metroid, not quite Castlevania. There's like a exploration element, and what I like is just it has flying. It has flying, and it bases a lot of its combat and like platforming around it. Well, which it's like you basically can fly at in a specific height if you like press the button. So it's all about like controlling how high up you go.
Yeah.
It's a
It's
bit
an
of a-
interesting one,
it's a
yeah.
bit of- it's a bit of a downgrade from the older games, from the Game Boy games, because in those Game Boy and NES game, because in those games you had like a flight meter, so you have to like manage how long you're gonna fly. But here it's infinite, so it's a lot more forgiving.
Right.
It's still a pretty fun game though.
So my surprise pick, the one that's going to get the chat all aflutter, is I went with Chrono Trigger as my surprise pick because Chrono Trigger is like, if there's an JRPG that's like trying to get me to play it, Chrono Trigger is like doing as much as it can to do it. So first of all, I love the Chrono Trigger soundtrack. I've said this before. Like, I don't play RPGs, but I love their soundtracks. So I know the Chrono Trigger soundtrack by heart. I love the pixel art of this game, the visual style. I've wanted so badly in my heart to see like a shmup, but with like Chrono Trigger sort of visuals to it, like that aesthetic, its style, its music, its presentation, everything about that I all love.
Mark,
As far as the gameplay,
Mark,
what?
Mario RPG.
I love Mario RPG. That was a close. It was a close tie between Mario RPG or Chrono Trigger.
But Chrono Trigger over Mario RPG.
Yes. And
Why?
the reason why is because I like Chrono Trigger's music and visuals more than Mario RPG. And
I see.
the gameplay stuff, the problem with Mario RPG's gameplay, I've played more Mario RPG than Chrono Trigger, but the problem with Mario RPG's gameplay is like, once you get good at it, it's kind of it. There's no,
But I mean,
it's too easy.
Is Chrono Trigger different?
No, that's why I'm saying I'm going with I like the visuals and music of Chrono Trigger better.
Right.
Yeah, so
Well, not beating the Mario Nintendo hater allegations.
yeah, so I love Mario RPG as an RPG because again, that's like it's as simple as you can get it for me, but I like Chrono Trigger's visuals and music more and like its vibe more. And so that's my surprise pick. Like, there's a lot of times I sit and think about Chrono Trigger, but it's almost never for gameplay reasons. It's always like, oh man, I wish there was a shmup with like Chrono Trigger's visuals, or I wish, I love the music of the game and the vibe of the game and stuff. So that's my my pick. My unexpected pick is Chrono Trigger, and I get why people like it so much.
Fantastic.
It's just hard for me to sit and play through because at least it doesn't have random encounters though. That's pretty cool. That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
It has like overworld
Yeah,
and stuff like that. I love Mario
Yeah, and I
RPG though
belie-
as a kid though. I love that.
It's
game.
been so long, but I believe it also integrates like positioning into combat. a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
bit.
You can. Yeah, you can do splash damage and stuff.
Yeah.
Mario
Just
RPG,
needs,
what's really fun about it is, of course, the timed battle elements. And it was funny, after I played Mario RPG, and I really loved it as a kid. I loved Mario RPG as a kid. I went to go play other RPGs, and it was like, shocked there wasn't timed battle
That's
elements
why
to
you
them.
should play. Yeah, that's why you should play Vagrant Story, dude. Because that game is like Mario RPG for adults. Where
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I do
It's
need
like
to play
a-
that. I do need to play that, yeah.
Yeah, it's a Square game, SquareSoft,
Yeah, I love
and
Square.
it's
I love
it's-
Square.
yeah,
Everything
no,
about
you're-
them
you're
except their gameplay.
yeah.
I love their visuals,
it's
their
a-
vibe, their style. It's just the gameplay stuff for me.
It's such a fucked up game, dude. Because like, you can either like grind for like fucking affinities, for weapon affinities, use weaknesses, use like the look through like complex tables of weaknesses, or you can do like a thing where the lower your HP, the more damage you do, and basically just chain hits, because as long as you keep timing your hits, you will just keep chaining and chaining and chaining as long as you don't drop your hit combo.
Yeah. Bruno
And
had
it's
a
like
great point.
yeah.
It's like they're like rhythm game elements shoved into an RPG, and that's really true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Also, Mario RPG has this sick mechanic, the defense mechanic, where if you get really good at it, you can like almost block everything, almost. And I'm quite sure, I'm not positive, but I think you can even like make special attacks more likely to miss if you hit the defense button correctly. That I'm not 100% sure on. Maybe that's just some superstition of mine, but if it feels like if you hit the defense button at the right time, it makes special attacks even more likely to miss. So you can like really overcome a lot of the RPG elements of that game with the rhythm game elements, which is really cool. And I'm surprised Square didn't keep doing that, to be honest. That does surprise me.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Don't grind at Vagrant Story, or you will make the game unfun. Yeah, the game is like,
Yeah,
I feel like
don't
playing
grind.
it the way that.
Don't worry,
playing
I
it
never
the way
grind.
developers, playing it the way the developers intended feels kind of not
Shitty?
fun, because it's like, oh, you have a lot of enemies with their own weaknesses, and you gotta like learn the weaknesses. You gotta equip the weapon, but the inventory is really slow. So what I did, I was like, ah, fuck it. I just like the fucking caveman mentality, where I just like use the like a damage buff and just chained hits. And,
Yeah.
if I drop the hit, I'm like, oh fuck, I hope the enemy doesn't kill me. And usually they didn't.
So have you beaten Vagrant Story? How far have you gotten?
I've beaten it, yeah. I've beaten
Wow.
it.
When?
You can beat it. You can beat like the actual ages ago, like fucking 10 years ago or something.
Right, yeah.
And yeah, and you can beat it. You can beat. There's some tricks you got to learn later on, but still, you can beat the game doing that. It doesn't have level ups in the traditional sense.
Really?
Yeah, you
I always
kinda,
love that.
Just
I always love when RPGs drop the leveling stuff. I think it makes the game far more interesting immediately, don't you?
see that's why Vagrant Story is like the perfect signifier. Because if you look up reviews, people like, you can't play it casually exactly, because it's so fucking such a nightmare clusterfuck of a game that you have to like know your shit to review it.
Yeah.
It's like Battle Garega in
Yeah,
some sense.
it's the
Except a lot
RPG
of
Battle
the-
Garega, basically.
Yeah, basically, yeah. It's very JRPG Battle Garega, where it's just very overcomplicated. But it's not as good, obviously. But yeah, like it has that notoriety.
Speaking of demake, someone should try to demake Battle Garega, put it on the SNES. I mean, they're doing that with everything else. Why not Garega? Put Garega
Yeah,
on the
I mean-
SNES.
Oh well, you'll get a Genesis version.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, for starters, it has the FM chip, right? So it can recreate the tunes a bit better.
Oh yeah, definitely. I would prefer the SNES soundtrack to the
Yeah, you're
Genesis
getting
version.
the Grega Genesis version. Yeah, there we go.
Jamplay said that he likes Super Metroid, but he wasn't into how difficult the wall jumps of Super Metroid are and like how floaty the jump is. But that's one of my favorite things about Super Metroid is like how technical the wall jumping is that game, because it's not just unnecessarily technical. If you get really good at it, you can wall jump in all kinds of insane ways that the devs definitely didn't want you to be able to do. And ever since Super Metroid, you've noticed every other Metroid game after that, they like heavily nerfed wall jumps. They're like, wall jumps in Super Metroid are way too good. We need to stop this. And then the floaty jump, what's fun is that the game plays with falling mechanics. So it's not just about jumping, it's also about falling. And like you can change your falling trajectories and speeds and stuff. And like you can fall faster if you angle your shot and stuff. It's really cool. So all that's really good. All right, chat.
You couldn't.
It's
Yeah.
final thoughts,
one.
Bog. Final thoughts,
You couldn't
Bog.
make a game like. Yeah, you couldn't make a game like Vagrant Story today. The weird overcomplexity would just kill it in reviews. I don't think so. I think there's been a rise in like wiki core games, what I like to call them, where you have to like look them up and can engage with the community a little bit to even know what the fuck you're doing. I think it would do pretty well, like surprisingly well, at least among niche audiences.
Well, the thing about it though is that getting a good review getting a bad review can really harm your game sales. but getting a good review like usually doesn't affect them that much usually.
Yeah.
So like the shmups now get good reviews. Does that change their sales? Not really. And the reviews are like, it's a game, 9 out of 10. Basically.
Wait, Mark, another one, a final one, absolutely final one.
Okay.
Are you planning on doing something about the whole say the Oji and Butchie clear thing?
I don't know.
'Cause it's been getting a lot of traction. It's getting like, you've seen that, right? Like
Yes.
major news
Japanese.
outlets reporting that shit. Not even Western, I believe. Let's see.
Wow, really?
Diojo and Butchie.
I feel like I should, but I've been trying to pressure Jamers into coming on and being my special correspondent, but if not,
Possibly, eh?
I'll have to do my own little research about it.
True achievements as reported on this PlayAsia? No. There's been some articles. I probably can't find them right now, but yeah. Like, it's getting a lot. Have you seen how many views the fucking video has now?
No, I was one of the first views. I was like in there real early, so I was like, it was like normal shmup numbers, like
Polygon. Let's see, Polygon.
2,000 views. I'm just gonna type in bocce and see what Google pulls up.
That might be too obscure of a name.
It's on Shmup Chumps. No, that's 2 years ago. Co-host. Is this your co-host? Nope, it's not.
No, probably not.
Keeg mentioned it on co-host. Good job, Keeg.
Yeah, I think Butchie is too obscure of a name.
Whoa!
Whoa.
336,000 views.
Yes. Yeah, it's been popping off. That's like the biggest event in shmups, and you're kind of like, fucking sleeping through it.
Well, the thing is that every time I report
Might
on
be
these
isolated.
these types of things, no one gives a flying F. Every time I've tried, every time I've reported on this, everyone's like, yeah, whatever. So I was like, I think I'll report on it, but I'll finish up what I'm up to first before I report on it, because it's not like anyone's gonna change or move. But 336,000 views? That's madness. That's madness.
You just gotta give the video a good title. Yeah, get something like fucking the craziest achievement in gaming. Breaking it down.
No kidding.
Making it digestible.
Yeah.
I don't know,
I was really trying to pressure Jamers to coming on as my special correspondent, but yeah, maybe I will have to do a vid on this soon. Because I was thinking
What
of
video were we talking about?
wait a minute. I was thinking of covering it in my upcoming shmup video, but that would just be rolled into that video, so it might not, people might not catch it that way.
Yeah, it's been
See, the thing about it though is I want to kind of know a little bit of the background, right?
exactly, yeah.
I
you
don't
need
really know that's why I needed
Jamers.
I'll just message Jamers and be like, Jamers.
That's fucked up. Like, because I feel like this is like this should have been like a moment where everyone, the people like point newbies to games, right? Like, oh shit, look at this, like look at this stuff. But there's not, people don't really they haven't capitalized on this shit. I feel like repeatedly shmup players and just
But I've tried that
the
before.
shmup.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I tried that before, like when Moglar got the world record in Ketsui. And I was like, this is a historic moment. A Western player finally got a world record in shmup, in Ketsui. And, it was like, all right, that's cool. That was kind of like the vibe most people have.
Yeah, it happens.
See, it's hard to tell with this stuff. So
I really do think you have to fucking title it something like hardest achievement in gaming or some bullshit like that.
yeah, I think so. It's got to be extra. It's got to be real extra.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, this is like fucking crazy.
This is insane.
How long
No,
it took. Yeah.
what I need to do is maybe mention the time. Like,
Yeah.
The bot.
This record took 12 years to
Yes.
beat. Something
No,
or
like
some shit
this
like that.
boss. This boss
boss.
took 12 years to beat her. How long has it been?
Yes.
See, this is why we need to get
And
Jamers. I need to get my facts
and the
straight.
thumbnail. Yes, and the thumbnail can be just like fucking bullets.
just a wall of bullets for the thumbnail. Yeah.
Yes, just the massive.
Well, you're in charge of the
walls.
thumbnail, so I'll leave that to you.
Well, yeah, I can figure that something out. Yeah, I'll just have to like get some high res footage of Inbachi real quick. Just gotta snap myself. Playing
Jamers,
fucking Inbachi.
Jamers, message.
Oh yeah, I gotta put Jamers into the dungeon. He's got.
Well,
that
he's got an
stuff, 'cause
Imbachi
he posted
clear
some
on his
clears.
channel.
Yeah, yeah.
In
he just
practice
needs to
mode.
Send me like a screen. Yes, there we go. There's your project. Rope in Jamers.
Yeah, we got to get Jamers. We need a special super player correspondent
And
Jamers.
there's like the whole and there's the whole narrative of like Cave being like, okay, motherfuckers, this is the one. This is the last boss we're leaving you with. They've been trying to beat players for years, and now this is the one where they finally thought they got us. But
Yeah.
no, they didn't.
That's
It did.
that's awesome. I just need to figure
The
out.
gamers won.
Yeah, I just need to figure out. See, I need Jamers to give me the backstory a little bit because I know it's taken. I mean, I know about Imbachi, and I know it's taken. And S2J is their final shmup, but I'd
Yeah,
love
this
to
specific
know a
player.
little bit, yeah, about like the player and why the hell he's doing this and that kind of thing.
Yeah, because he posted that and he's like, I'm not done. I'm continuing.
What else you gonna
Just taking
do?
it back right now. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah. Would you go back to like fucking normal video gaming? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Maybe he'll go play Monster Hunter. Or
Yeah,
something.
then he goes back. He's
Yeah.
playing Monster Hunter next week. Exactly.
Or like World of Warcraft. Yeah, the two.
No, he's
retirement
Japanese, so
homes.
Monster Hunter's perfect. That's exactly
Yeah,
what he'll
true.
do.
Yeah,
Final Fantasy 14 or something like that.
yeah, Final Fantasy or a gacha game, of course.
This has been a fun time, chat.
Hermit Home.
This is
Oh,
a
yes.
highlight to end on. Yeah, I probably do need to do a video on Imbachi. Yeah, I just need to
Yeah,
get my
you gotta-
backstory.
Post the Ronin video, hopefully it'll get views, and then post the low view video potentially. Maybe not. Maybe it won't be. You have like a buffer, of a low performing video. And
Yeah,
if it does better,
that's
than
I do the Clint Eastwood model. The Clint Eastwood model is he'd make like a mainstream film and then like a smaller film and then a mainstream film, and he's like, this is what I do. I just switch off between the two. That's kind of my YouTubing strategies. I make a big video, then a little video, and then a big video, and then a little video. So we're getting both.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he wants to do it at the arcade specifically. Ooh, someone's getting a lot of money soon.
Who wants to do what? Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah,
no,
the
the reason
player
why he wants
wants
to
to
do
do
that
an
is
actual
because
game.
it's not counted legit in Japan unless you
Yeah.
do it in the arcade.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay. And the funny thing is that will have no footage. So
Absolutely.
the
not,
console
yeah.
one we have, but we'll never get footage of his arcade clear.
Even this footage, even this modern 9 days old footage looks like a fucking super play
From the
90s.
2000s.
How did they do it?
I don't know.
How?
I don't
That's
know.
impressive.
It is
yeah, like
impressive.
2001. Yeah,
Yeah.
2001.
If you could say this was found footage from 2000, yeah, whenever the game came out, 2008,
Yeah, easily, yeah.
8 or
People would
something.
fucking believe it. They're
People
like,
be like,
oh,
yeah,
I mean,
that
look
makes
at
sense.
Look at the interlacing.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Chat. Wait a minute. This could be really interesting because I have an old ass video on my channel where I explain that it on the Xbox 360, it has less input lag if you play in 480p, which is true.
Oh shit.
Do you think this guy saw my video and was like, oh, less lag in 480p? And so this footage is him playing in 480p on the Xbox because he wants less lag? Is that possible?
Jamers could tell you.
I know
probably.
we need
I have no
Jamers. We
fucking-
need you. We need you.
Yeah, help.
Because I made that
The
video.
expertise.
This was one of my old school niches F videos for the homies, and I remember people being like, "What? How does that make sense?" I was like, "I don't know. I was just trying it out, and you have less light. It makes sense because I noticed like it had weirder performance at 1080p, so
It's
it's like,
the super player mode.
yeah. So I was like, let's try in 480p, and it runs better in 480p. So that's probably why the footage looks like this, is because he's probably playing in 480p,
Yeah.
right?
I don't know. Fucking no idea. There's some interlacing going on. I'm not sure if that's the.
Or 480i. He might be playing a 480i. Because maybe 480i is even less janky than 480p.
He's going lower and lower. Soon he's gonna just achieve like 1-2 frames.
You can't. I know some people are saying 240p. I tried that. You can't get the 360 to do 240p natively. You can downscale it to 240p, but it can't natively do 240p. The lowest scale it can go is 480i. So there you go.
Yeah. Okay, Jesus. There's a long stream.
Yeah, that was a fun time, everyone. And thanks, everyone, for the people who donated to help support the trip. I really appreciate it. Getting closer and closer to paying off my plane tickets and all that. So I really appreciate the support so much. And I think it is 480i on a CRT. I think Abyss is right. But I'd love to know if my video about the SDOJ port influenced him at all. That would be really fun.
Yeah, maybe you've secretly cleared.
Yeah, it kind of makes it so like I did it. If you really think about it like that.
Yeah,
it's like basically I did.
Yeah,
if you really think about it, it's like basically I
really think about it.
I basically cleared Imbachi. If you think about it.
Yeah, really. Like, think about it, really. All right. Okay.
Alrighty. Thanks so much for tuning in, everyone. See ya.